Hello everyone, welcome to the channel, and in this video I'm going to share with you the full process of 3D modeling, and this will be a full course in a single video. It's about 8-hour long video. In this video we will work on a modeling of an asset that could be useful in virtual reality, gaming and any VFX effect. Here we are going to create a Jeep 3D model, and I'm going to telling about something important things to take care, and what should we gather when we model a car, and how we should look, and what are the important steps to get into 3D modeling project, or how to find reference images, and how to set a reference image in 3D Maya. In this course video we will model a car and learn a lot about the shape, size and shot trick, and after that we will look into UV maps, extraction and texturing and rendering, and then we will give small details and touch up using Photoshop. So guys, welcome to this full course video. After this video you can create any kind of assets from modeling to texturing, and you can add any model to your portfolio. And additional tip that I suggest is that if you find a reference image of a model, then download it and study its every details. So collect as many as reference images and pay attention to every little details of the model. You should look for a color, base outline, and overall structure of the model. And when you look for a blueprint, make sure that they have a same size, and you get from a different viewport like a top view, side view, front view, so they should have a same resolution. Now it's time to search up of some reference images with all possible angles. So here I have some important Jeep reference images. In this way we will go to looking for more images. To all this, a very important factor when entering this modeling stage is to have images we call blueprints, which consists plane of front, back, top and side view of the model. Now for all this, one of the website page specialized in this type of content is called theblueprint.com. So in which we registered and logged in, and we can find resources and reference images and download it. It's a free also. Here we can find a model we need to work and search called Jeep, and over here on left click on Jeep. So here we have all Jeep products portfolio in our reference images. So let's go and find Gladiator. Here we have Gladiator 2019 version. These checkers here are indicates that they have all view are available. Now here we have all 4 views. So click on Jeep and download reference images. These are front side, these top view and back, and these views port are very essential to be able to work. So download it and keep it in a reference images folder. Now we are going to take it to a Photoshop, and we will separate each view sides. Before that we will make sure that they match with the size of each of these view. So now activate ruler with Ctrl R and drag it. Now we will be moving the ruler to C and comparing the side view with the upper one, which matches the images, also back with the front view. So with this selection option, we select the side view and Ctrl J to separate. Now by pressing Ctrl key, we click on the image and we cut to reselect and move this selection to the bottom to separate the top view. Now go to selection and transform selection, and here we we will expand and enter to confirm. Now select the layer that contain all the images and press G. Thus we have already separated this list of images. Now press C, which we activate the crop tool, and we will hide the top view, and we will save this to first images, and so save all these view layers separately. Now rotate this side view to work better and save it. Now same thing go for front and back view, and select front view, Ctrl J to separate it. Make sure they match perfectly, and lower down its opacity and match both reference images, and cut again. Keep in all reference in one folder. Now we have ready to reference images with which we will working with the modeling stage. Now you already know your project well, and now this time to model. Let's moving on and set our reference images in 3D Maya. So these are the reference images in my folder, and these reference images and called blueprints of 3D model. With the help of these I can create the 3D model of Jeep. So these reference images with the equally respective same resolutions are very important to create any 3D model. So let's set these images on my 3D Maya view. So technically in vehicle modeling we can start modeling from anywhere. So I will start it from the hood. Now before that, first we create a project folder where they will stay all the resources we are using. So go to the file and project window menu. So in this window we have the tab here. We manage the project, we give a name of the project, so name it Jeep Gladiator, and we'll save it on the desktop. Here we have a series of folder. These are by default folder created by Maya. So they are all you will be using and where you will be allocated resources. If we will use reference images or sound images or any video clip, so all these will be saved in this respective folders. But we will not touch this for now. And accept and create our project. Now before placing the reference images, we will move to the blueprints. Here on desktop we have a Jeep Graded folder, and we look for a source images folder. In this folder we will paste the view we had just created. Now go to the Maya and set those reference images in each of the views. So for that we go to the view menu on the top view. Remember they are same menu for each view and same buttons of each views. So go to the view menu, import image, and here we have an image. Now look for the respective image and open it. And here is a perspective view. We will adding as images on respective views. In the perspective view we can view all the images that I put on front, side and top view. Here we will import the image from the back view. So when we model the back of the truck view, so here the top view, we have to rotate it. So press W to move and press E to rotate. Now we rotate. Here we look at a channel box. The value has to is the value that is changing. So that is the axis of which the reference image is rotating. And we are going to tell you that as it is y-axis, that we rotate the images in 90 degree. So we move a little to make sure that they have a square, and the front view is necessary to lower it a bit and match all those reference images. We can save it on the scene folder. So from the same folder we created in desktop, give a name Jeep Gladiator. So this way we are really to start the part of modeling of the truck. So let's start from the top view, and we start with a hood, and parallel to that we will continue with the other parts. So before we begin, we will focus on reference images a bit. We will place it in as centrally as possible now. We have it in the center. Let's start from a plane. So we go to the menu, polygon primitives, and look for plane. And press Ctrl Shift and click. We will add this tool to our custom tab. Let's create a plane and go to the side view. By default it will be create in a center part. So move this up and press right button. Now by this pressing right click, and this will open a floating menu like vertex, edge, face. Here you can switch between these modes easily. So these options for selecting and editing 3D geometry by edge, vertex or face, or the object mode that you don't have to able to move the object from one place to another. So let's go to vertex mode, and we will move this vertex as a first point, and again shape and size of a plane. Here we will use a second tool to add a subdivision in geometry. So go to the mesh tool menu and insert edge loop, and again press Ctrl Shift and click. We will add this to our custom tab here, you can see, and select a part where we want to add a subdivision. Here we can see how to get the separation to the plane, and again go to the vertex and move up and match the shape of hood. We can activate transparency to visualize both the geometry and reference images. So here we go to the X-ray button that we have located in this viewer tab, Now we add one more subdivision. Go to the slightly curvature of geometry. Now select the edge and move down is side view. According to reference images, here by pressing F key we can focus on any specific object on screen. Now go to the front view and adjust shape accordingly. We are going to add two more subdivision to complement these part of hood. So these basics and important structure you have to recognize or visualize where the points are important to add subdivision or any add vertex on plane. Here vertex again and adjust again. Just go with the reference images and try to make images in 3D perspective and how the object can formed or visualize. It's almost like imagining a 3D object. Let's start with the front image in a center, and now we can adjust easily. Now just move a bit. Let's continue. Now Let's continue with our reference images and let's add some more subdivision axis on event and these details apart. Then we can add a loop and it would be in this part here. Here we select all these and duplicate them to extrude. Then for exclusion, go to the edit mesh and extrude. Also press Ctrl Shift and add it to my custom tab, because this exclusion tool can use frequently. And here we see how the pivot is changed. So here we can present with the several options. So this part of a circle allows us to rotate the extrusion. So and that we are, or what are we going to do. It's also give us an option of arrow which we can move the extrusion, and also these boxes have here they are for scale tool. So in this way, if we select this arrow, we can drag the extrusion directly, or we can see the other pivot parameter are still maintained. So if we select this scale part, and we can scale the exclusion, and we also rotate this exclusion, but we just want to move this exclusion for a moment, and let's move a little more. And always move with all the views. You have to take care of all the view perspectives, front, size, top, and when you moving any vertex in front view, so you have to take care these vertex how to move in side view or top view. So let's always move in all the views. In fact, it is necessary to match reference images for all the viewports. So we must try to maintain a little uniformity in distribution of the edges. Again, we go to the selection of borders. Maya reminds us to these pre-selection edges, and we hit exclude again. Once the exclusion is done, we will edit it. So let's go down a little, and we are going to make this exclusion look more realistic. So let's go to the side view, and we have to move up with this whole set and also this part here. So let's edit this part again. Let's go up. We have to move a little more here, and there would be correct location of vertex, and we also have to edit it. Now we are going to give you this form of this line here, and we add one more subdivision to give it this circular finish. Since it's a kind of bump here over here, now you can see in the reference images kind of bump on a hood. So we have going to continue. Let's go to this part, and first once and then rest of part. Let's climb a bit and move it. We will rotate also. We move this towards the center here. Now we select the borders mode and borders mode or edge mode. Always exclude only in edge mode. So let's rotate and extrude again. And finally we move here with scale, and we'll make it completely straight. Now this is a linear scale. And again all the vertex accordingly. Now if we disable this transparency option, we must fill in this part, and we will also do this bridging. So we are going to do edit mesh menu, and we have this option bridge. So select these edges and bridge them in between. So bridge also work equally with the edges mode, and we select two edges that we want to bridge and press bridge to make it fill. and we scale this and again adjust all the vertices accordingly with respect to reference images. Now we are going to locate these vertices and also with the help of each view adjust our shape and vertex position. Here it is necessary to rotate a little, so press E to rotate and move. This is an endless process to adjust vertex until the geometry are fit with the reference images. So this is just like a trial and practice method. More you practice, more you able to create your 3D geometry easily. Now select all these edge and give it to a next extrusion. Here we extrude in global axis and drag here. So depending on the way we want to give a certain extrusion. Now we can select either the axis that point the direct of edge or the global axis according to the plane in this case. So here we are going to merge of these vertex, so go for this new tool, go to the edit mesh and select these both vertex and press merge. Now we select this edge mode and select these edges, so go to the extrusion again. Here we deactivate local axis and go to the global mode and place edge and press G to repeat my previous action, and again select vertex and merge them. Now in side view activate transparency of guide. So in this view let's move these two and adjust all these vertex one by one and give them a perfect shape. Now we select these edge and give a new extrusion and we take them to the very edge that come down here, and we have to move these vertex with respect to reference images. Now it's also a bit noticeable that bump on hood is also there, so in the center part of a hood. Now deactivate transparency, and here we have some vertexes that need to be aligned, so we have to fix them a bit lower and adjust all these vertex. Now we scale the center part of this and we will adjust it, so that is in the glue of the center of plane and aligned with the center axis. So in this way we have finished the part of the hood. Here you can see we have created smooth and clear hood of a Jeep. So here hood is ready. Now go to the edge mode and select the edge and select the first and double click where we want the selection arrives, and select the line and make a extrusion in global mode. Now let's go down a little bit here, and here we can see a small line. Again extruded, small extrusion, and go down here. Let's go back to the edge mode and press G to repeat my extrusion. Now go to the, and it's important to little forward here. Now we add a loop in this part here where the separation arrives. Now we are going to add a loop around here also. Again here just click and add an edge loop. Let's move these loop vertex and match our reference images. Now again extrude and move down little bit. Now move my vertex accordingly with respect to images, and let's move this here and here. You are in this straight line. Adjust with respect to reference. Now we select this loop and we are make a new extrusion. We are going to leave here and until it cover this area here, vertex. Let's move up here and let's wait, edge mode again, and we are going to extrude and move this straight line. Just scale and climb and merge these vertex and again extrusion. We activate vertex and select these two vertex and merge them. In the same way also these vertex that connect and stay connected. Now we select these borders from here to here, and we are going to give them a new extrusion again over this part. Since this part is side only reach here and also need to cover this area, let's go to vertex and move these vertex accordingly. Again we make a extrusion here and we go down here. Now let's adjust all these vertex and add a loop here. Now we select this loop and this loop can bridge these edges. Now this is very helpful. Bridge them and adjust all these vertex again, and let's select these two and we are going to give a new extrusion like this with according to the reference image and give them a proper form. Let's move again and we are going to down a new loop and new extrusion. Here we select these two from here and bridge them. Now again we are completely rest of our body now, but first we see that it is very necessary to vertex here. Now these are little messy, so let's going to move them towards out something like this, and more or less I'm just following the part of body structure and just adjusting all these vertex accordingly manually, some upward, some outward. Perfect. So I'm moving this and these all single vertex I am adjusting according to my perspective view, and this part in fact would already covered with this render images. Now go to the perspective view and we are noting it's slightly inward here, so I'm going to move this up and adjust all these, and again go to the edge mode and extrusion again. Now go down and expand with the scale tool and bridge these vertex. Again combine these vertex with this and make a smooth and clear topology, and we are going to move here also. We are going to down here these loop here. Now you may notice that which software I am using to draw on screen. So something given an idea, certain part of geometry. So I use these graphic is called 𝐓𝐸𝐻𝐿. So this is a free software you can download from internet. So we can screenshot or sketch on our screen. It serves as a guide when we modeling. So simply to save screenshot, this is very useful. So having selection this edge also and extrude again. Let's go with a vertex and adjust all these vertex. Again press G to repeat my last action. Again extrusion, and let's scale it a little and select vertices and adjust accordingly. Again vertex and extrude again. Again adjust all these vertex and moving forward. Now select these edge and bridge them. Also this and bridge and fill the gaps. Again adjusting my vertex position. This look nice now. Again in the lower part completely I'm selecting all vertex and again give them extrude a little bit. Press G to again repeat my action again, and I go to the vertex mode and scale them and move up to the straight line, and again select these edges down and extrusion in the below part. Now here you can see this part is a little trendy, like this. You can refer my reference image, little slight inward. So I am moving this part slightly inward. So we go to the geometry here. It's tend to surround the frame. It's like a surrounded frame of a Jeep. So let's go to the front view and we select a few loop here. In fact first two only, these edges and extrusion. Now we begin to surround a vertex, and let's expand a little, and we can manage and adjust our vertex accordingly. Here you can see. Now in this perspective view, I'm adjusting these vertex and moving with this reference images. Now adjusting these images, again extrude. Again we will go opening a part to mask spatially and rotate in a certain way. Again extrude. Now adjusting these shapes. This is my front view, and adjusting my round surrounding frame. Now let's see the reference here. Now we will look a reference allow us to visualize more effectively. Now this is a small strip here. Now let's G and extrude again to the center of a grid line. Now we select the edge on the front and give a extrusion here. This is a inward extrusion, and now we move them a little forward like this. Let us go side view and see what necessary and important for our perfect frame size. Now go to the top view and we can realize that we should move vertex more here. So let's move forward. As you can see here, I'm moving these vertex forward. Nice, clean. So in this way we are moving. We complement it and perspective view. So we select only these outer edge and also select the first two and double click on the last. That this cannot work with vertex, so I go to the edge mode and select one and double click on the last selection where my selection arrives. So move a little bit forward. Here we are moving, we select and move these vertex again. Here, yes. Nice. Finally we select them at our bottom and insert we enter this little bit inward, little part, yes. Now in this way we almost complete surrounded and this kind of mask. The frame is ready almost, and the part already required a lot of adjustment, so keep all vertex neat and clean. So this is how it looks. The part is almost ready here, so we're going to save. Let's create a plane again, and we are going to move it towards the edge of this wheel shield and save it, and adjusting my basic edges, basic vertices, and activate the edge mode and repeat extrusion, again extrusion, rotate it and again extrusion, again rotate it, and forming a perfect shape of this wheel shield and forming the extrusion of plane. Again rotate it and follow the path of outlining of my reference images. Again extrude and rotate, again extrude and rotate, again rotate and scale the plane. So we select this first and extrude, press letter G to repeat my last action, again extrusion, and again rotate in a certain way to follow this reference. You can see here in the top view it's something out there, and I'm adjusting with this position here. So before you creating any object or thing, you first imagine by yourself how I can create this shape and size with a specific size. So go according with this reference image. This will be very helpful with our basic knowledge or basic process of creating shape with the help of simply plane. So we select this only loop on the top and first two and double click on the last. This entire loop is selected and extrusion. So extrusion in global axis, so it extrusion until it touch the body, back to the body here. So it does not matter over it edit or not, just in the front view we adjust the position of this wheel shield and edit this vertex over here. So this performing good, adjusting all vertices over the edge of the body. Now this is good here. Now with this reference images, I'm adjusting all these vertex and following the outline of image and how this selects the already taken the shape here. Now this formed a perfect shape. Now adding a subdivision here to give a small curve over the loop. Now we bridge this part and select this to bridge here and hide under this body, and give them a internal extrusion, and just move over here, and we are going to select this edge from here, and we will make a new extrusion, and we are going to take it to the time of axis, and we are not going in a global axis. So how it's long, it's not necessary to keep it clean, just hide under the body, and just make a perfect shape with the adjustment of these vertex here. So the top view I'm adjusting, front view and side view. We should take care of all the perspective views in this creation. So as I said, it does not matter if a part of look little messy. So it just cover under this body. I'm just giving a basic shape of this shield. Now let's adjusting just a bit. Now moving on, I'm looking around of my basic shape of this wheel shield. Now just climb up at some height, and I selecting these edges, and just make a extrusion again. Now this is perfect part. So again select these vertex and adjusting with shape. Now select all these internal part of edges and make a extrusion in a global towards the body, and until it exceed the body here, and we are going to climb and going to extrude it again. Now select these vertex and make a bridge between them. Now I'm going to add a couple of subdivision to make a smooth curve, and let's bridge them, and select these edges and bridge them again, and adjust these vertex, hide under this body, and in this way we are ready to have my first part of this wheel shield. We select this edge and adding this subdivision over here just to provide a little curve in this process. So just select and just move forward, and while those little and down layer, so it give a smooth and curved surface. So in this part of lesson, this continue with this selection here. So let's continue with our door and cabin. So again we start with this geometry, and let's select this edge here down, and we select this lower part of this body and just make a extrusion and take it to the end of this car. Now almost let us go little down, and just select group of these vertex and adjust the position of this lower shield. Now add some subdivision over here as reference with respect to reference images. So let's go up a little and following the outlines. So we are going to select these edge from here. I'm selecting this edge and going to front view, and we are going to make a new extrusion. As you can see, extrude up here, and let's go to side view and going to move in. So with the top view we move these vertex little forward and adjust with respect to reference images. So let's build this field. Now we upward towards a bit. Now move up. Now I'm taking these edges and try to make these car frame. So let's give a new extrusion and scale it and adjusting shape and size of this frame edge. So just keep in mind that you have a reference images. Just follow the process and outline of the images. You will create a good shape of any object or any part of a Jeep. So just adjusting all the vertices and edges. Now taking these edge here, now taking these vertex, making a perfect shape to take a curve. Now select these edge and make a new extrusion, rotate a bit, and again let's edit its position. Again move with this edges, again extrude, scale it and climb up here, again extrusion. Now moving up here again, again extrusion. Now I'm almost done with this frame, adjusting some vertex here. Now keep all these position and shape of with a new extrude, rotate it, and again give a little extrusion of this upper part of frame, adjusting all these vertices. You have to imagine and take action of with these shapes. Let's also goes up in this way. So as you can see, we move a little and keep all the viewport in mind, because once you move in one direction, the other viewport also affects. So let's select these edges here. We are going to from this part and give an extrusion. Sorry, I missed one edge. So we will continue with this part of door and selecting these edges and give an extrusion. Now give extrusion and creating a door. Now we drag over here. Let's go with the vertex mode and adjust all these vertex here, and we are going to add a couple of loops here. So with the scale we match them with the loops that previously at the bottom. Now creating a loop and scaling linearly. Now press again, take a loop, make a loop, and also at the bottom from where it leave, you can see here. Let's go bridging. I bridge these gaps. Now we are going to add another loop in this part of door and adjusting this vertex here. Now let's see in the top view, and we remain with this reference image here, and we are going to select this edge over here and going to make an extrude, and this is a part of a window. Let's see in the top view, and let's move a little ahead. Let's go with a new vertex. Let's move a little and give extrusion in a global axis. We rotate and extrusion again in global axis, rotate equally and again extrude, and giving a window shape frame. Just making with this bridge, so we can bridge them. So the geometry is this part. We have one less edge, so creating one edge loop here. So we add a subdivision to match and bridge them. So select the edges and bridge them. And here we have a small inconvenience that this part of geometry has extra loop. So to delete, we will add another tool to our custom tab. So go to edit mesh and this delete edge/vertex, control and plus shift and click and add to our custom tab. Select these edges and bridge them, and adjusting all these vertex according to these reference. Now go to the vertex mode and adjusting all these vertex accordingly. Here you can see I'm adjusting all these vertex manually. Sometimes we just look in a perspective view according to us and our convenient. We can change any shape and size. So because this is a 3D environment that we are going to creating, just selecting these edge and extrude again. Now just moving inward, so we leave it height. So this older line, select these edges and merge them. Now again select these edges and give an extrude. Let go to the top view and moving inward, and side view I'm adjusting with this reference and merge these vertex. Also in the perspective view you can imagine your vertex and shape and size accordingly. You need to move little inward, so just take care of reference images, the upper part of body, the small incline. So that's why I'm making this something like this look better. Now we select all these loop again and make a new extrusion. So select this global axis and activate then the scale and pull a little, and we select these vertex and make these towards up. Again with this vertex, add it and fill with the missing part here, adjusting all these vertex. Now you can see now select again and this entire row of vertex and give an extrusion in global axis. So we are going to take it with R and scale it. Again extrude again in a global mode. Now we will edit these vertex according to our shape of door. Here you can see I am adjusting all these vertex accordingly. Now again activate edge loop and make an extrusion to make a final gate and cabin. Now again adjust these vertex with the reference image, and if necessary you can add a couple of loops here and merge these vertex. Now you can see here we have a smooth and clean shape of door. Now again in the side view we are going to climb this geometry well. So for this I am adding to subdivision to this gap to fulfill this gap. So I am pressing 4 to see this fire flame and adding subdivision and moving this axis here and adding more vertex over here to give a perfect shape of window. So we select these edges and give an extrusion. You can see here we will rise them to the top of this window and again extrude again and again give an extrusion over the top, and we will put in these vertex mode and just moving inward to give a nice perfect curve shape. Now you can see here I'm adjusting these vertex in curved mode, so we also guide in from the front view and following these outline of reference images. Now I'm adjusting these vertex, you can see here, moving back here, and all this part we are going to do little bit back here, selecting and scaling. Now we reselect these edges and let's move a little and give a small extrusion again, and we bring it here. Now this would be a part of my cabin, so now we return to the vertex mode and edit and adjusting to its respective position. Now Control Shift to selecting multiple vertices and adjusting their position. Now in a front view we have some vertices to be edited. Now selecting this and adjusting according to shape and size. Now these are the pillar of my cabin. Now go to the ceiling and we can try this. Now we can bridge, we select these edges and bridges them, so we have a perfect shape of window frame. Now turn on the transparency and we adding subdivision loops here, so give a perfect round shape to give a perfect edge round shape here. Now you can give especially adjusting all the position of height and shape of a window. Now we continue with this part of the roof of vehicle. Now selecting these upper loop of edges and we select this loop and give an extrusion, so this is nice curve over the roof, and again we select the vertices and adjusting the position. Now selecting this edge loop and given perfect ceiling extrusion. So for the roof in it can perspective, we select this loop and give an extrusion here. In a global axis you can drag this over middle of the grid. Now activate scale and scale linearly. We are going to center this part to geometry of center of grid, so press X and how this center of geometry. You can drag and automatically to the center of grid, so that's very helpful when we are doing symmetry or mirror image of my model. So let's go to the top view and we are adding subdivision here. So with the help of this we are equal number of edges and we can bridge them. So let's select these two part and click this and we give an extrusion on this global axis, and again scale it and stick to the center of a grid. Now we add a subdivision here and bridge these edges and fill this gap here. Now selecting vertices and adjusting their perfect shape and curve of a ceiling. Now you can see we have created so decent and so clear ceiling of a Jeep. Now we will go to the same in the front. We are going to lower part of this vertex to give a smooth curve and edge. Now we will fill this part this will helpful for me. Now select this edge and little extrusion and select this vertex and adjusting this position, and you can merge these vertex merge them, and it's not recommended to use a triangle shape, but for certain geometry you can use triangle, and it is a hard surface modeling. So for animations and for animation this is not recommended to use triangle shapes, but in hard surface modeling you can use triangle shape. It's not just too bad idea. So let's edit a bit, given little more consistency and even equally distribution of vertex. You can see we have created a decent cabin part of Jeep. So let's select some of these vertex here, select these vertex and adjusting their position from top view. Perfect. So we have loop for a cabin here. Now we also have this part and what the loop would be, and these kind of surface is also useful. So overall the point is, if you imagine any specific part of any specific object, then you can create anything. Just imagine first. I suggest just draw on plain paper, draw its side view, front view of any small part of any object. Just imagine, and when you realize the perfect shape and size of any object, you can model them easily on 3D Maya. So this is a basics and important tips for creating any 3D model. So I hope you So we have these listed under the parameter of channel box. In this list become a history of my previous transformation that we have done since we started with this plane. So let's get with this and delete this history. So we add one more tool to my custom tab. So go to edit and delete by type and delete history. Control Shift and we can add to my custom tab here. So here select this geometry and delete history. Now same in this part of this shield. We are consumed long time, so we will continue with this box. So now you take it back and it's like a quite similar. So we are going to duplicate it. So go to edit mesh and duplicate it. Now in this similar part, when you extrude object, so go to the object mode and we select this again, and we will move it towards to the back here. Now here you can notice there is some missing part of this geometry. So go to the channel box and place on which axis of this. So for example it is Z axis, since we point towards the Z axis here. So on the Z axis we tell them we want it to the negative axis. So we locate it. We will proceed to edit a bit here. Now select these vertices and adjust their position. As you can see here. Now we are also selecting these vertex here, and we move this geometry over here. Now we edit from this top view. For this purpose, for this movement, we are going to eliminate this face because they have not a use. So edit edge and vertices. So let's go back to the edge mode and let's match first with our reference image. Now go to the top view, which make us the suitable geometry. I'm matching with this reference outline, and I'm dragging this vertex over here and edit their position, selecting these edges, vertices, and editing the shape of this shield. Now you can see here, similarly we will erase the center part of this edge. we will provide it, and based on the top view of this edge, here you can select them and move according to this view. Just follow the instructions and follow the basic rules of modeling. Follow the follow the reference image and reference outline. You can easily create anything. So these are the basic rule to create any 3D model. So moving on, just moving this a bit, I'm giving a perfect shape around here. Now we would already have the basic form of this part itself, so we are saving. And what kind of this truck box, the part of box, we will have a geometry, so it would be this part we select from here. Now I'm selecting all these faces here. Press shift key to multi-select these faces, and we duplicate this geometry, and we move a little towards the back of to separate it. Now if we activate the pivot, so you can see its center is basically of geometry. So to go to the modify menu and press center pivot, now we can edit it from the center of this object. Now let's go to the top view and we look where we have our geometry. Now press 4 for wireframe, and it's better for reference images, and proceeds to take perfect action. Now select the edges of this cabin. Now make an extrusion. Now deactivate local axis, and we extrude in a global axis. Press G to repeat our action. Now again extrude. Now here you notice that as we already have the starting axis truck, as you noted, it is a black colored. So it's because we are working in inverted phase of this part. So we are going to reverse them. So go to the mesh display and press reverse. So we also add to a reverse because according to this, scaling done in geometry, and reverse is normal. So we already have them. Now select these vertices and adjust this position over this edge of shield. Now we are going to cover this area. Now let's go back to the edge mode and extrude again. Extrude in a global axis. Now drag it back and return from press 5 to shaded view, and select these vertices and adjust them. So let's move these vertices over here and add a subdivision axis here. Subdivision move to match the edges. Now go back to the edge mode and select this loop and make an extrusion again. So we are going to part of this blueprint. Now follow the procedure and follow the guideline of outline of blueprint. Now go to the vertex mode and adjust some of these vertices. Now select this vertex to and moving down here, rotating and adjusting their position accordingly. In fact, we select only these vertices and extrude again, rotate these edge, and again press G to repeat the command. Again extrude and rotate. You can see it is very easy to perform these kind of actions. You just need practice a bit. Let's go back to the our edge mode and extrude again. So in global axis I extrude this to this and scale linearly. Now again we are checking, we are I think pretty well, we are doing good. So similarly we go with this part and extrude again and scale this linearly and merge these vertex, select these vertex and merge them. Again go to the edge mode and scale it, and again extrusion to the backlight of a Jeep. I again extrude to here to the backlight. Now select the edges, all vertices, and adjusting their size and shape of this, and here there is a need of some division, so add a loop. Now adjust these vertices accordingly. So these are a very clean and easy way to create anything. Just follow the procedure and follow the process. Just again extrude again and you will climb it here. Here you can see we need one more extrusion. Just rotate it and scale linearly. Now we create again extrusion. Now you can see we need some curve here and add a subdivision over here, and you can give a smooth curve over this position and again back. So here you can see a perfect smooth curve is now adjusting the shape and size of this box. Now we are going to deselect the vertex of this part here, the next to the cabin, and we are going to adjust these, and we left them and they are like, we are going to move them a little towards inside, so we give them such a way that it is straight and we had selected. So we go better for edge mode and select this edge and move it in again. I think it looks nice now. Again select these edge and give it a new extrusion. Here you can see this, I can go in a local axis. We added these vertices and give them a perfect shape according to the reference image. So we will add a few subdivision here. So add a subdivision to give a perfect curve shape on this edge. You can see. So double click and select the entire line. You can see the perfect curve with smooth lighting headlight, tail light. So this is a best way. It's time to add my back reference. So to create a back gate or back view of my truck, we have to add my back reference image. So for the back of this cabin, let's hide my front view first. Now let's select this reference image for my front view, and we go to the right section of this layer editor, and we will give a new layer by adding a current selection. Nothing else, we have just assigned a new name of this new layer. So when we assign name, it's a layer editing section. Now we do it without placing a space onto turn, placing or underscore. So since Maya does not recognize space, so we edit a name and we save it. Now disable my front view and go to the view and my perspective to back view. Now I have to add here my back reference image. So go to image plane, import, and import my back reference images here. Now we will lower a bit and just adjust its perspective, and adjust is all press 4 to wireframe and matches us to unique my all edges and outline with my reference. Now we select this edge and make an extrusion, and to go to the middle of this part, and we will try to match it, and we press X to center it. Now it is a center of grid axis. Now I'm going to select these edges over here. Now select this first one and double click on the select to the set. Now we go to the side view, and here we will do extrusion, and it will not get desired result, so we will according to a global axis. Now I select one of this square and change my pivot point. Now give it option to scaling from the center part of pivot point. Now we will go to scale here. Now I have to done this. Let's move a little, and here we scale again only in y-axis here. Now let's see the reference here. You can see these kind of curve here, and we have slightly this kind of bevel shape. Now give us let me try this, and let's go to this view, and we will also scale indent this, scale a bit. Now get back to these vertex and adjust these position little backward, and we do the same with the bottom vertices. And let's go back to the back view, and let's see the reference images. Here have a cut would be a part of the gate here, so here we have to add a loop here. Now make it straight line. Now after that we have to fix this position here. We will locate it, scale it, and move to the same height. So from this one let's add to bridge them, and this looks nice here. Now we are going to add couple of loops at the bottom, so we have to same amount of edges here from top and bottom both. So we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 and 1 2 3 4 5, so can work. We will see. So we will select these equal 5 edges, and from top to bottom, and bridge them. Now the bridge work pretty well here. So the number of loops selection in parallel, so here we can go. Let's bridge again. Now just add a subdivision loop here to divide according to the reference image of headlight. Now we are selecting and bridge them here, as you can see here. So here we have a part of this kind of tail light, so you can see here. Now we are going to select this loop, and we are going to make a internal extrusion, so just to later here accordingly. Now match the back view of reference image, and this kind of bump of tail light need to create. So let activate edge selection, and we have to select these outer edge of this bucket. So double click on the end where we have selection of the tool. Let's go to the extrusion tool, and go with global axis, and click on the part of square, and let's move a little, and we go to the top view. Here you can see, and we need to move with these backward, a little backward here, and adjust these vertices, and we do the same with this part since a little cozy here. And again we go to the edge mode here, and we will select the first and complete edge loop. Now again extrude it. Now it would be more or less with height and bottom to the box here. Now we select this one, and again edge mode back. Now I think it is pretty good, so I need to extrude it again. Now it will cover all till to the center of grid here. Now we have this 1 2 3, so we select again from this to this one, and we have 2 equal number of loops here. So again we get extrude, and using global axis we are going to global axis. So let's add a subdivision now. We will add to climb this subdivision here, so this would come here and bridge them apart. Now this leaf will this loop, we have to bridge this. So we already had a part of this box mostly. Now go to the top view and select all these vertices, and from this center we have to climb and scale it, and press X to stick to the center axis of grid. Now we move this loop and try to hide these edges. Now it's look nice. Noted that we have certain hardness in the part of this curve of our box, so we have to soften this part. So we do it by the soften tool, that normal. So for that between the low poly and high poly is provided. So when doing the texturing stage, and it is not heavy to use, and it compromises the performance of my model, so we will try to give it some smooth edges. So with this list we go to the mesh display menu and add to our shelf is soften edge option here. So we activate selection of these borders or edges. So we selected all these edges here, and now we select this soften edges option here. So the edges we selected is soft now. So we selected these edges too. Here insist of options, let's hard these loops. So we have to make a hard edge. So it is a harden edge, select an harden edge option. So it does it opposite to the option. So the inner edges need to be soften edge. So all outside should be harden edge and inner should be soften edge. So we have a better deal with this extrusion, so which has a gate and provide a best surface structure. Now go to the view menu, predefined bookmarks, and select front. So we see that the reference image of a rear view, it is prevent us from the observing of blueprint on the front. And let's first activate the layer we generate from the front view, but before activating it we select the sequence reference images here, and we tell you that layer editor selections that we are going to add a new layer. So for this, create a new layer with the sequences reference image selected, and we are going to put a respective name, rear view. Remember that placing a name, Maya does not recognize any space. So if we want to place any space, we can use an underscore. So we save and hide, and we have a front view visible now, and we activate its respective perspective view. So let's start with the part of this mask grid. Now we go to the create menu and polymers primitives and take a cube here. Now control shift and add to my shelf or custom tab. So we click and drag and we release, click again and give a depth of this cube. Now let's do it and perspective view for a better viewing. So select the tool, keep a click and drag, and with which we until determine the size we want and release, and again release and drag, we again give a depth of to the cube. So this is a easy way to create a cube. So let's move forward in the front. Note that is not a perfect square, but it's somewhat around edges. So we need to bevel or round its cube edges. So for that, let's go back to a perspective view here and press F to focus, approach the selection mode, go to the edge mode, and we select these 4 edges. Now with shift we selecting borders of this selection here, and we going to the edit mesh menu, use bevel option here. We are going to use this bevel options. Now you can customize this function of this tool. So we are going to add these 3 segments of each edge. So let's try with a distance of 0.3, apply. So we apply, we go to this reference image, it can be little more. So we move this camera and we return back and increase width to 0.4. Now apply. Now we will see, I think is required little more. So 0.6 I applied. It seems to me that result closer to a reference images now. So I select these vertices and moving up, and these moving down and adjust with respect to the reference images. So we can already to close now. So control click and we add it to myself. So we can activate face mode only. So we have to select these faces and press delete. We only need one plane. So go to the go to the center of pivot of this plane, and note that this part has no borders, no lines that connect each of these vertices. So we could utilize them, and also can do is so we are going to Control plus T to geometry and move here. So Control plus T again to move it here. Again we select these 3 figures and we are going to combine them. So go to mesh and combine. So what combine does, it create a single object. It create multiple object to single object. So let's erase an history to save us memory space. Now we will go to the edge mode and we will bridge these edges here. So we are going to select these edges and bridge them, and all these edges and bridge them, and these edges we have to bridge them. Now once this part is done, we insert our new primitives. So going to create polymers primitive and take a cylinder here. Control shift, add to the shelf custom tab. So click again, drag, we release and drag again to give it a volume. So we have a cube here. We have a cylinder here. So we leave in the front part of this rest of the geometry. So let's create easier. Let's right click held, we activate face mode, select these back faces and delete it. We are not interested in this. So to create a center of pivot, go to the center of pivot and make this a little comfortable with respect to reference image, and we go to the sustain, right click here and double click on borders and make an extra extrusion here. This time we do with respect to local axis. So these little extrusion, press W to exit extrusion mode. Now what we do is try to pretend a geometry with this is we have to combine this cylinder to my plane, shield plane. So press 4 for wireframe and we will select the initial part and we had done before. So we are going to make some movements of this vehicle, so for which we will add a subdivision with another tool. So go to the mesh tool menu and select a multi-cut here. So Control Shift, add to the custom tab here. So with the multi-cut, what we do is add subdivision. So it is a more professionalized way to create a subdivision here. So that is normal subdivision, as long as a polygon. They have 4 sizes. So with this multi-cut, we have number of subdivision with each geometry. So select this point and click and go for the other end, and we click that, and again select, we enter to this confirm, and click and begin. So here we allow to make a cut, and while we are cut is not allowed, is cannot be made. Now we see a negative symbols, so it is not possible. So we click enter and confirm the cut. So click again, confirm the cut. And also we have well to part of this circumference geometry. In such a way, it is a part W to exit the cut mode. Now select these vertices, and we just climb straight. We just scale it to straight, and we continue in vertex mode and press W to go to the select, and we adjust their position. Even the row we can climb a little to match us better with the edge of the lighthouse. Now we are going back to the edge mode here, and before that we duplicate one of these geometry that we created. So with the face and shift mode pressed, we selected multiple faces and create a duplicate, and we deactivate local axis and go for global axis. So this would be the center part, and press W. So we are not going to the multi-cut tool, so we select the vertices of the top here, and enter and confirm. We exit the cut mode route, and we select these faces and press delete it, because we need only half of this model. Now we can scale them, and we go to the W, and now we scale them, and we go again with W to selection mode and press letter X to center to the center of the grid. Now let's join in with the rest of the component we created. So let's we give a combine. Let's right click on an edge mode, and let's select these edge and bridge them. So we will bridge all these geometry. So select these edges here. So select all these edges and bridge. So we have bridged all these loop. So and I even think to bypass these loop also. So select these corner edges and bridge them also. So we would have bridged them up all this part. So we will select the entire contour with this double click, except for the center part center part of this cylinder. Now if by mistake with shift again, and we had multiple object of selection. Now we select our outer surface of this shield of lighthouse. Now select and extrude in a local axis. Now upper part is already extruded. Now we activate vertex mode and select my lower vertex and move it here whatever is required. So in selection mode we have adjust all these vertex with the nearest respective vertices. So now we also double click on this entire contour and accept these part we have already connected. So let's extrude again, and I am extruding this in local axis, and again select vertices and adjust it all these position with the nearest vertex, so we can merge them further easily. So move scale them straight and just climb a little bit down. Let's go to the edge mode and select only this part, and again extrude to the down within our local mode and scale it little lower, and let's combine this geometry with my lighthouse. Now we will give them a combine, and look the combine icon here. There it is. We always delete the history and activate vertex mode and select these vertices and make them a merge. So select all these vertices and merge them. Select vertices and merge here also. Yes, here also. So we go to a multi-cut because we don't have a vertex over there to merge, so we add a vertex to merge, so it does not matter to give a little messy. Don't worry about this. So just we add a multi-cut and add a vertex over there, and we scale them in a linear fashion. So select this vertex a little up, and now I can select these vertices and merge them easily. Now select these vertices and merge them. Select these and these, you can merge them easily. Now we are going to add some more loop here and here, so that we are going to side view. So select these here easily faces. Now you can delete also these faces. Now you can see I am adding this loop here, so it's not correct. I'm editing something. So let's go back to the activate face mode and select these face, and we will erase them, and again add a subdivision here. Now we add about 3 division, and we will go bridging with bridge here. So select these corner edges and bridge them. So we have 4 loops and we have only 4 edges here. Now select another subdivision, so to create a equal number of edges, so we move here. Now select these edges, and now we can bridge them easily. So we can come back here. So we have 4 edges there, and we are bridging them 1 2 3. So select edges and bridge. Now we will add subdivision in this part also. Now we activate the vertex mode, and we are going to of these 2 loop. Select these vertex and these vertex, and I'm going to merge with this vertex also, giving logical sense, and make a suitable like a web cage of these vertices. So we finish according to this reference images and nearest vertices. Now scale into the linear. So let's go to the up, and in the bottom now we have with according with this work. Now to attach to rest of the part hood is picked up. Now we select the mask here, and first we save Ctrl+S, so we can say continue. Let's delete the history. Now it is very difficult but not possible to locate these kind of vertex to the body part, but we will do it with Maya gives her the more geometry sets. So with the several geometry with we have to add one more tool. At this time we go to the deform menu and select lattice. So we add it to a self since I sent to a direct. So the lattice does to create a mesh type which allows to move the entire sets with. We want to have this lattice, and we will work with a subdivision. Yes, you can work with 5 here, or of the horizontal axis, and we right click and held lattice point. Select lattice point and select this point, and you can move this backward. So in this view we go this side view, and here we have 4 display to reference image. Press 4 for wireframe, and we move with the vertices to lattice, in turn with the moving and accordingly with the reference images. So as we see, it's already placed in the more parallel way, and this is quite nice now of the geometry, and we even separated it because we will give it more volume here. So we will move little forward, and I think this is nice. So let's see the reference image here. So you can see here this part of certain images, this kind of grid. Now to remove this lattice, we select the geometry, and in which to apply a lattice and clean this, and we select these edges except those middle edges. Just select the outer shell and shift deselect these edges, and now extrude backward. Now we are going to according to our body vertical of points. Now we are also selecting these and move up. You can see here I'm adjusting all these vertices. So I will add one more multicut tool here. So I need to add a subdivision. So press F4 for wireframe and enter. We do it again. Now we will also, according to these vertices, adjust these vertices and align correctly. Now in this way we are already have figured out almost done. So go to the face mode and select these face, these and all these faces. Now we going to grilled. So I'm selecting and I'm moving this backward. Now we will keep this kind of geometry here. So now let's continue with mask, front and front bumper. So we will continue with this bumper section here. Now let's take and examine this kind of shape. So before that, the previous geometry that we have already in reference images preventing my little. So we will select these part and we will place them in a layer to hide it. So just to improve my visibility of reference image, I'm going to hide this and I name this layer mask and visibility, and going to hide it. And then we can do this same thing, create a new layer and adjust assign object. So just to name it body and save and create a layer and hide it. And now I am hiding it. Now I can see these back bumper, these back basket. So we can also create a layer for this basket, name box, save and hide it. Now you can see I can easily see my reference image easily. Now I'm going to create this kind of component or object. So it like basically confusing. So I'm taking my reference imaging. So what is this mask? As I can see here, the first component would be this dark part of this plastic. Now second part is this consists of a lighthouse here. And now let's start with this basics outside part. Have done this part and then extrude. We can take out internet part for this geometry. So let's try with this. So I am already in Maya. So we are going to take this plane. Now create a plane and go to the edge mode, scale it with our respective outlines. Now take these corner edges and extrusion. We are going to extrusion in this local axis. I'm going to extrude in local mode, and again rotate it and adjust these edges with respect to our reference images. So go to the vertex mode and adjust these vertex over here. Now let's back to the object mode, and before we continue, let's move this to geometry ahead, and let's going to try to top view and adjust this here. Now continue with this selection part, upper and lower, like extrude again in a global mode. So just extrude and scale in linear and adjust these vertex over here. So select these lower vertex and pull them down, and these vertex little down here, and we do same things with this top one. And let's go to up, and again select these edges, and again extrusion here. Now we continue with this axis only. Let's rotate it, and again extrude, and again rotate it, and again extrusion. So this is a simple and easy way to rotate an extrusion. Just follow the reference image outlines. So now go to this, and again extrusion, rotation again, and press G to again rotate, and then extrude, scale, and then again extrude. And as we take this into consideration of outline, so when it is in a global mode, so select these two edges and bridge them. So here we have completed our first round shape of this bumper. Now let's take a view here. Now before these vertices, to turn off this geometry also. Now take this to rotate with this reference axis, and it's like a parallel to each other with this reference image. Now by turning it, we'll try to keep this geometry in parallel. Now press W to select mode and move up. Now right here we locate these vertex based on these reference. Not that confused, it is always better to select in this view. And let's moving these small vertices according to this reference outlines. Now just keep an eye on a perspective view. You can easily consider or locate each vertices accordingly. Now this little up, and I will up this a bit. Now we would have this first part and this component of the bumper here. Now we will select this outer edge, and we are extrusion here in global mode. Now take it little back here, press R to scale it here. Now you can see as we scaling these edges, they are not scaling in linear because they have off angle. They are in off angle. You can see here the blue line almost something default. So for that we need to reset this. So all transformation of this geometry, so we had done. So for now we have to go modify menu and fringe transformation. So this fringe transformation is very important and useful to reset all position and location of this geometry. So here you can see in channel box all these selections are rotation, transformation are 0 itself. And now you select these edges, and now you can scale. Now then you can scale or in a linear fashion. So what we have planned of to this geometry, so I take it back something like this, Now we add a new layer and hide this shield so it does not interface with my bumper. So let's move these vertices a little bit more further back. So we are going to make some sense of this modification. Now let's take it with this reference. Similarly, in what would be the upper axis, now select all these vertices or the top. Now maybe select these vertices that does not composed, and we will little climb it or move up, and just adjust these vertices according to these reference outlines. And let's move this aside, and this one, and this one also, and I'm taking this bottom key and also this. So as you can see here, we continue to the according to this with a similar to axis. Let's do it little forward again. So we are going to add a couple of subdivision in this part. So let's add a subdivision. Let's little be go up, and again adjust all these vertices. If we take into account of reference images, just press 4 for wireframe and see what we are going to import, and open new references to take a new idea. So we see this kind of hook is born here, and what surrounds this hook is called these bumper. So see how there is slight exclusion towards the top, you can see here. So for that we should leave. If we really import and subdivision here and more over here, and we will according to this part again. Let's go to the face mode and let's match this here first. Now right click and sustain to navigate the face, and select this face part, and select this face part maximum front view. So let's go down a bit here, and ready in face mode and extrude. Just extrude in global axis, and you can see here the same extrusion tool are useful for face also. Let's climb a bit, and you can see a little bump on this bumper. Again in vertex mode, we are going to work a little on scaling in this part, and we are going to move their vertices a little, and we are going to accordance with the reference outlines. Now the distribution and the roots of vertices are equally designed and even. So you have to same root and lines for this, and I'm adjusting all these vertices. Now here you can modify and see these kind of effects of size of any bumper. So let's go with the edges mode again, and select all these surrounded edges and make an extrude inward. So select an extrusion, and we are guided by this reference. There is more than good. Now we will make a new extrusion. So press G and repeat this extrusion and slightly inside. Now I'm continuing with this work of lighthouse and bumper shape. So we are going to a little to do inside, and we have to take a plane and extend along this contour, and we have a create plane that would come in this center of axis grid. So take it forward, and we are going to edge mode, and we extrude it. Take an extrusion. So how far this circumference begin? So with the extrusion tool we give this round shape here, Now select these edges and give an extrusion in local axis. So we will also scale it in this fashion to follow these reference outlines. Now we are going to move this little bit up and again extrusion, again rotation, climb and moving this up. Now in order to not a blinding to this part of in return, so let's Ctrl Z to undo it and go back to this. And I have another idea to make this happen. So take a cylinder and move it forward and position it. And now in the channel box, axis subdivision part, so we will work with number 16, not to work too many polygons. So we could go extruding of these polygons here and we can merge them accordingly. So this is good idea, so I will go with this. Let's try it. So here you can see how this subdivision can merge with them. So it is a little faster way. Now simply create a copy of this outline and combine with this geometry here. So let's take these vertices here and adjust with this vertex. Now select this cylinder and select all these faces here. Faces, double click on the next face to select it all and take a duplicate it, and I'm going to scale it little bit, and then again I will select these corner edges and extrude in local axis. Now you can see here we have a black side, so we need to invert it. So for that inverting to normal, so go to the mesh display and invert it reverse. Now you can see here this is good. Now select these faces and delete it, we don't need it. Now we have these faces, so select these faces here and delete it. Now you can adjust these vertices with respect to my plane, and it can easily combine with those. Now select these meshes and combine them, and now we can add to a shelf. Now sustain right click and select those vertices and merge them. Select these vertices and merge them, so we easily combine with this frame. So and we already have done the first part of this bumper light shape. So we have according to this vertices. Now you can see there is something inclined way of this bumper, so we have to do something and find a way to create these kind of slant. So in fact we should have done this first. So now we are trying to find a different way to how I can make this happen. So let's start with this vertices. Now so I will take this only part of us, and on vertices mode you may be this separated. So let's go with the edge mode and select these edges from here, and we go to tell them merge. Let's see, now it's already allow us to apply the subdivision of this whole set. So when we this position and select these edges and these vertices, take it back, and we see it is necessary to add one more subdivision here. Here you can see this follow the equal polygons. Now select all these vertices and just move little further forward, and we scale with the pace them and the same height. You can see how it forming a specific size and shape. Now so that meeting curve of vertex is not so close, and you have to keep in mind that. Now we select this whole set and make this extrusion in global axis. Now we select these internal edge from here. Now go back a little bit. In fact, I think it really won't be that, so I have to move this right way. So press 4 for wireframe. Eventually I pressed number 7, but for that moment came to a dark part. So it's because I pressed the number 7, which the visualization, when we have insert point, it shows us how the lighting would work. So we have to press it again. So in this case, since we eventually darken, I am adjusting all these vertices. Now I'm you can see how it's work. So in fact, I'm going to lower this part, and I'm selecting this edges and extrusion internal, and in the same part this, let's move a little bit outward, and this right. Now you can see and imagine the overall shape of this headlight. Now always proportional to this top view and side view. Now I'm adjusting the shape of these vertices. Let's go with the edge mode and select the entire outer edge set. Now we are going to make this one extrusion, this time in global mode, and we click on this one square of that scale function would be. Now this scale function create a hollow sphere kind of shape. Let's go back in a vertex mode and select these vertices and adjust their positions, and now select one by one vertices and set this in a specific best manner as possible. Now expand these whole set, and even seen that this is part of scale little bit down since it's little overlapping, but we can easily adjust them. So we select these two geometry here and just move this forward here, and for the top view you can adjust all these position of lights and bumper. Now select all the edges vertices accordingly. Now press 4 key for wireframe, and you can adjust all these internally. So this is the best and nice way to start any kind of specific object and shape and size. Now we see that here we have a small scaling error. You can see our bumper is going outside from my frame. So let's go with the perspective view, and we can add a subdivision in this part so that we will give a slightly touch in scaling in a global axis, and it gives a smooth curve along the bumper light. So we will harden this edge, and you can see it is better now, and we almost done here. And see, this part contains all kind of shapes and vertices. Now we will select all these edges and let's move them a little bit left here or here. Now in this perspective view you can easily examine the real shape of this bumper. Let's move these vertices a little bit internally, and we already have this basic form of this light. Now once we are doing this leaf, and we just adjusting this best possible way, and we will select all these front faces, and in this perspective view to focus on these faces, and take an extrusion in a local axis, and let's do it little forward, and again active a scaling tool little forward, and it looks like a little curved surface, and it's like a bulb and a curved surface. Now we'll do it quickly. Now we add a subdivision axis here, and you can add a subdivision here also, and slightly move to this closer and go to the face mode and select these face over here. Select all around these face, and we have to going to make a copy and duplicate these faces. Just climb a bit. Now we select this geometry, we just duplicate, and we are going to make the extrusion in a local axis, and we are going in the front view, and I think it's necessary to prevent these vertices from that. So we get too close, and let's do it little backward here, and we activate this move tool and the center pivot, so it will move little backward, and this part like that it seems similar to our perspective or reference image. So we will select this face here, and in fact it would be those two faces, and here you can see. Let's see the reference image, how this happened. This has to be deleted to combine with other part, second part of this bumper. So let's extrude outside and scale it linearly. Let's go to the edge mode, and let's do the part of this backward. Here you can see, and here I am adding some curve along the bumper. So this is a perfect shape of bumper. I think it's even going to this loop. So adding subdivision outside here. So let's go to the face mode, and I'm selecting this all faces and scaling little bit down, and just comparing with the reference images, and trying to match my reference and shape and size. And you can see we will select this internally border and double click and extrude again. Extrude back to this bumper, and press E to rotate, and W again to move it further. And we are going to place it more less near to this flame, and again edge mode. So I'm going to bridge them. So select these edges and bridge them to close this bumper look. Let's select these edges and bridge them. So you can select multiple edges once a time and bridge them easily. So you have completed this kind of shape. Almost done here. So in this whole part, that make a little bit easier. So also select these edges and extrude backward, and now it's not necessary to going to it same number of loops. So here we are another loops here, so don't matter because it's hidden. And so we go to the mesh menu and fill hole. So this can help us to fill whole thing. Now select this whole group and shift press to the deselect of this remove, and delete this face. Now visible all our layers of bank of our model. Now selecting these edges of vertices. Now scaling to this axis, press X to link to the axis of a grid. Now we already have these kind of part is easily rolled. Now you can check out our reference. So we will select this entire, and we are going to deform menu, lattice, and shift control and click. Then we add to this our custom tab. So lattice. So what have selected, we right click on this lattice, edge lattice, and we selected these vertices from here and move them apart forward. so it's look like realistic and match my reference images. So by set this vertices, also move it further forward. So let's move it little more both. Now you can see. So to erase the lattice, if we select, let's see how lattice frame works. Now again we delete the history and lattice part, I remove lattice part. Now we do with this bumper light. Now we will work on this rack here. So it is a back bumper. So let's visible all the planes and layers of layer editor. Now we activate it. Go back to the front view, and we are going to tell him that now show the back view again and hide front view. So go to the predefined bookmarks and select back here. As we see in the front view, we have this present, so we have to hide this front view. Now my back view is visible. Now here you can see here better to hide all these unwanted object. I'm going to focus on my back bumper here. So hide all the object. So I think almost suitable what I would start. So I'm going to start with a little plane here. So again I'm going to create this kind of shape using scale and basic tool like scale and extrusion. So what I will do this according to this plane and this respectively with respect to these reference images. So I'm guiding this shape that is performing with this back bumper. So basically the idea is very simple. So it would be extrude back with this volume and we take part of this. So let's move this. I will activate body and other parts of this Jeep. Now I hide again. Let's go back. So I'm going to start moving this plane. So move it here and take an angle and select these edges and making extrusion upward here. Rotate it and again move up and rotate. So I'm repeat these extrusion and let's climb, rotate and climb again, rotate. These are the basics of any simple operations that I am repeating again and again. So to create this kind of simple frame of my back bumper. So let's move with this edges and select this edge and extrude up to this end, and we are going to start doing this down. So rotate this and it's time to go in a local axis. Let's again extrude and rotate and extrude with respect to our outlines of reference images. Now again adjust the vertices and define these shapes. Again extrusion, again adjust these vertices. So if we select W and reappearing this edge, and we are going to this way, and we lower this and this vertices little bit up. Again select these edges and extrude and rotate this geometry, and again select this edge and extrude in a local way. Scale them. So we select two edges and repeat this extrusion in this backward fusion and a little bit invert scaling and correction all the vertices positions. Again select edges and extrusion, take it directly here. Now we can see how it repeat and in a global mode. Now extrude again and scale it. Now again select this edge and continue our extrusion. So we repeat and I will rotate it a little. Now again select this edge and extrusion. and I have repeated this kind of action so many times, so we continue this way. So to this bumper I am scaling this edge, and select these both edges and bridge them. You can simply bridge them, you can see, and take a vertex and adjust these vertex accordingly. So these are a very simple way. After that you have created so many objects and parts of this Jeep. So now this is very easy. So select these vertices and move this down. Now we also scale them, in fact these in linear fashion, so we combine a little. Therefore these vehicles are also going to be rise here. Select these edges and again extrude in a global mode, and again press X to link with this center of axis. Now we select again here. We are going to in top view, and let's try with this according to a bit, and select this edges view. We are try with these vertices a little backward. Here you can see I am giving it some curve, side curve, and we are going to move them a little like that. So through, in fact I think it would be a better for extrusion, so better not. I think this is bad idea. So we are going to move this little bit each other. So now, well, here we are fine, we are considered. Now let's enter here, just adjusting their position, and we do with the same part, and we are going to bring this set back a little bit. So set all these vertices according to their reference images outlines. Let's go to the edge mode again and select this entire contour by double clicking, and we go to the top view and make an extrusion in Z axis. Here you can see in global mode we have good basic 3D objects of back bumper. You can see how there is also and a smooth curve of this framework we have. So we are going to add about subdivision of this area here. So add in subdivision and climb to give them some volume. So again add subdivision and adjust these vertices and set these to our reference images, so little more according to the reference image. Let's go to the border mode again, edge mode again, and make a new extrusion in global axis. Here you can see I'm going to bring this to here. So go to the vertex mode and let's move these and vertices. Again go to the vertex mode and see how we are here, and let's scale these two groups of edges here, and this we will going to move like this match and proportional. Scale in the volume fashion, just moving this subdivision axis and scale it. Now it is necessary to move this apart. Let's take this edge and rotate this. Now we see here we did something wrong, that it is off shape. So we according to leave it, and this is according to our reference image. Now we gave a good and smooth curve of this back bumper. So we are going to make an extrusion inward. So let's select these inward edges and extrude in a local axis. Again scale it further inward, and we go to the back view and going to have a certain proportion of all this part. Now press extrude again in a backward. Let's go to the back, and we going to this perspective view and going to release this mesh at once and press fill. So we have filled this mesh, Now you can examine and see how this back bumper looks. Now we are going to section the hair and add some subdivision in this area. So forgo that face mode. Let's see again how this back bumper looks. So let's select these faces and extrude them. Select these faces and I'm going to delete these faces. So we will select this line from here and double click on this faces again. Now take an extrusion in global axis. Here is a x-axis. Now take it to the center of the grid and scale it to the axis and stick to the center of grid. Now we select these faces at a mode and delete it. Now we leave only what makes contact with this mid side. So let's select these faces and we add subdivision to be able to make with this merge. So select the insert edges tool. Here again insert an edge and scale it linearly. Now again we go to the vertex mode and select these vertices and select these vertices and we are going to merge them. So let's move this border position. So go to the vertex mode and select these vertex and merge them. Simply merge them and selecting these vertices also, and I'm going to merge them equally. So we already have a solid bumper light kind. So now we are activate these layers and see how we have until with this geometry. Here we have a little part of this reference image. So let's go to this reference image and I have already encountered with this back bumper body. So let's see another example of my reference. So there is a small space between this gate here. So for that we can replace it with any empty things. So I drag and create a small rectangle here. This is a small slip of rectangle here. So we are going to move it towards it apart space. So let's go to the side view and vertices these mode. Now adjusting all these vertices over this space here and creating a subdivision between these to modify into the space. Now we update whole set to little bit up and you will be move this once again little bit forward. Now again select these vertices and giving them a perfect shape. So in theory we are going to get into this way here. So we would do the same with this section here also and giving a smooth and curved edge. So press F to focus on this camera on a specific angle. Let's move them a little bit towards inside. So we are going to add a loop here in this area. So I'm adding a loop and we selecting this loop with this part here also and just moving forward to visualize the specific prospection. Now let's move this back again, and since it's simply way to add geometry to certain part of this space, so in which we do not understand well how to distribute the angles, so let's simple to our improve visualizations. We want to show you here just press 4 to activate wireframe and just move these vertices back, and it can be there also. it can be better visualization to be encountered between these bumper and the body. So let's move these little bit to here. So we already have this shaded. Let's delete it, and now we are going to leave this part again. So we go to this side view, and we will select this entire line of loops here, and also these loop also, and we are going to move little bit up and nothing more little. So let's go to the wireframe, and again to press 5 to return in a material. Now select these faces and little bit up and down, so we see the reference again. Here you can see in this case has this kind of shaft, and that reflective portion in this reference image, that should be there, kind of hook. And which are going to do here is we can see how we can make a round. So for this blueprint, and double click on this entire part, select all these faces, and we move on the shelf and look for this duplicate in a local mode, and we choose this selection and we just made. So we center pivot. If it's not, we look for a shield here, and now we make an internal extrusion in local axis. Let's go in a back view and select all these vertices, and we activate the moment of pivot point. So as always, we will, according with these vertices, adjust these vertices accordingly, and we are moving here, and give a big bit logic of these distributions here. So always rely on these reference images and blueprint of any photograph of yours. So these reference images are, that's why these reference are images are really helpful for modeling any kind of specific shape. So we are going to add a loop in this inner part of bumper. Now more or less moving these, and select entire the loop, and we will do the small scaling. We are going to scale this. So we will give a priority to upper axis, also a later axis, a little, not much. So we select all these geometry here, and we tell them that we have this kind of visualization of this shape. So and select these edge and harden this geometry. So now let's adjust these vertices here a little more. So I think therefore also a framework that contain them. So it has two subdivisions here, one that contains a reflector and these reflective part, and other that would be like a hook. So we will try to this kind of reflector and a hook. So let's move in this little forward, go to the object mode and select this. So we are leaving with this pivot, so go to the center of the pivot point, and we will reset your transformation. Now duplicate this face, and we activate our vertices, and we go to the multi-cut tool. So add a subdivision between these face. So we will add a vertex here, because now it's necessary to have a figure out and these kind of mesh, and which we can work with. So I'm adding these vertices and adding the subdivision edges. Now do not worry about a bit impact on this, we will manage their positions. So in this way I'm creating these kind of vertices. So let's go with this, and we are trying to let the main picture keep it simple. I mostly try to work with this picture. Now we have a vertex left over. Now we are going to delete it. Now 1 2 3 4 we have 5 sides, and we can erase again this loop. So it has already been created. Let's go back to the multi-cuts. Now we select these here and here. So and press W to move this multi-cut, and select the entire loop and delete it. Now you can see we have, let's go back to the back view and adjust all these way of these vertices accordingly. Now we are moving all this away here and giving a bit logics and meaning of distribution. Here we have no choice, but we can leave it here. So press R to climb via this even, giving them a equal proportional and scaling them. Well, downtown does not matter, we climb them in this portion. Let's go to the face mode and select these outside faces and the center part for the hook and shaded. So here with the reflective lights would go, and here is a hook need to be created. So we deselect this part again and need to adjust these vertices, and I'm going to select these. So let's go to the vertices mode again and let's do it bit apart. So I think I need to add one more subdivision loop axis here, and we will be same with this. Double click and scale it. Now activate this and moving these edges. Now first of all, let's put number 0 in the channel box of right side of transform axis of Z axis, so which return these positions we have previously. So before moving, we go to the face mode and press 4 for wireframe. Now select these faces here, and this need to include in the middle part also. Select all these faces, and we have to make a extrusion in global axis, and make a extrusion in global axis forward a bit. Now let's climb it to scale tool and going to reduce the size of this extrusion a little bit here. So in this same way of x-axis here, we have to increase scale in x-axis and a little deeper the rest of this geometry. Let's adjust this position. Let accordingly these select these vertices and adjust the position of these with respect to our reference image and our proportionals. Now I'm adjusting all these vertices here. Now moving on, so I think this is pretty good to create a reflective light and a hook. Let's update and upward this vertex. So press 4 for wireframe, and again we go up a little here. So let's go with the edge mode here. Now select these edges, these two edges, and let's go to the bridge mesh and bevel. I'm opening this option of bevel. Let's go the range to 3000, not 3000, sorry, 0.3. Okay, it's look nice now. So with all corner, with this I'm going to give this smooth bevel here. So let's select all these corner edges and give them a small bevel. 0.3 and select and apply to all those corner edges. So this gives us a smooth surface and great finishing. Now let's go to the face mode here and select the interior faces, and I select this inner faces. Now I need to duplicate it on global axis, so I give a duplicate on global axis. So we are going to object mode again and make it center of pivot. So we are going to lower it again and scale a little bit in x-axis. So go to the edge mode and only on this edge we are going to extrude here. So select this edge and extrude outside, and you can see we make a slightly scale, and this would be better now. Now let's save it, and we select all this geometry and give you a clear make them a clear history and erase all the previous transformation. And now we can finish this by this creating outside content. So for this mat here, and we do it for this kind of texture in texturing position, texturing part. So we are going to move this a little bit. So go to the face mode again and we select all these faces from here, so including this also. First of all, it seemed to me that these are disproportional here, so we are going to climb them a little bit further. Now it's like carpet of floor kind of thing. So we move up, and so we select this vertex and a little bit down left. Now we go to the top view and selecting these vertices and adjusting their position in a best possible way. So let's go to the face mode again, select these faces, select these all set of faces here, and we are going to selecting all these part of faces, and we are here selected these again, and we are going to duplicate this kind of geometry to creating a foot pad. So we duplicate it and go to the object mode, and we select this duplicate and center pivot and erase my history. Now we are going to tell that I want to be extrude according to this local axis. So I create a extrusion a little bit upper, and it gives a smooth pad shape. So I'm going to select these edge modes, and let's move these a little bit down, so it gives a smooth round shapes, and I think this gives a smoothly pad kind of things. So we select this entire edge on the rear review and we move it towards it back. So it helps me to give a smooth surface. In fact, we will select this with everything. Now we not just for outside of this, and we move it a little towards inwards, sorry, and we are going to move this. So we select this loop and make a smooth edges. Now you can see we have a nice foot pad kind of thing. So we select the center loop. Perfect. So this is looking great. We are separate pieces and continue with the other part of this geometry here. So we are going to align this geometry. So let's first thing in this part we has this kind of slit and this kind of internal extrusion, so which has on this side of this hood, so which we had left this moment. Let's see what we can do here. Just select this kind of face and press F4 to wireframe and select this face. Now just move it backward. Now you can see here, but I am going to looking again with this reference image. So we will place in this my reference image to my Pure Ref program. So let's look for Pure Ref, and this is kind of software that you can download from internet. So it is free software where you can drag your reference image over here so you can match with this modeling. Now I'm going to place my reference image on this Pure Ref software. Let's drag on this window and let's move it. Now it helps us to visualize how this form is done. Now it has a extremely hard cut here, so that goes quite steeply here and inward. So we could do it is let's try. Let's give an hardness, so give a insert a loop here. So if we realize the loop hardness, this part of size has it has to go all this way down here, but it has go this way. So because the root of this line of this picture, so it comes this way. So there will be a time like this, we will have this modify and modify this geometry. Now we have previously done here, so I'm going to give this back and undo this loop, and we will create sketch again here. Now in sketch, how this geometry should be drawn. So in that moment we are going to add a loop here like this, this and this go down here. It has to be way in this way of this geometry. Now so but the current situation is my edge is going like this, so while this part is getting avoiding, therefore we must work on this geometry. So that I give that a root of subdivision that we are going to select, and let's draw to this window, and we could leave from here. The geometry of X would be the same and a quadrant. Now in this way I'm going to, this is internal extrusion first. Now here I should come here and so that I painting is consist, so it always thinking they have to be square. So this one would come this way, maybe here, so that the loop comes around this way also. Finally this would again remain the ways until now, so that this square maintain the 4 size. So we would add a additional subdivision here also. So let's try with this, and we will try to make this kind of edge corner. Now let's save this reference image, and I will copy it. So I will move this reference image over here so that I visualize this kind of subdivisions that I have created as an example. So we will make a cut according to my sketch we draw. So according to our sketch, we would have to cut here, and from here we would go straight here, and then press enter to confirm. And as I say, we would have to remove this. So delete edge and vertices. Let again delete this, and because we will do it again. So here something happened. Go to the cut edge. Let's better recreate it, and let's go down a bit. So we confirm with this enter and delete. Let's go back to the multi-cut tool as it comes to the part of this below. So maintain the square scheme, and we also take it to the bottom. So let's make sure everyone has 4 sides. Every one square has 4 sides. So let's remediate this part of geometry. Now create a subdivision of this part of geometry. Now you can see I can create a subdivision in this way. So just what we are looking for. So this is how I something modify. So this is very important to understand how we can create this kind of shape, and so it does not always work, and it's time to modify it at this point. So we no longer needed this image, so I keep this previous one. So and let's go to the vertices and adjust some of these vertices according to our reference image first, and I will be selected by means of these vertices. All these internal part that I'm going to enter a little bit here. Now it will be more or less here. In fact, the size of these vertices little bit inward. Spacing in between these, let's move this up. I think that is nice. This single vertex is little forward, just moving it wide, and so you can visualize by your own the shape and size of this model. So I'm adding another subdivision over here also, and now we see how it's already has a better shape. Now this is somewhat rounded, it is not so much hardened, so add one more subdivision here. And with this tool we had already multi-cut, so select these edges and make it soften, and adjusting all these vertices here. So we are going to remove this wireframe, and we are adjusting all these vertices. So adding one subdivision again. So we add it and modify its root a bit over here. Now you can see smooth and nice surface has been created. Now selecting the loop or loop, then we can give them a smooth edge. Now let's see some of other reference images. We can check our part. So in fact, in this internal part of this extrusion is pretty good. Now here you can see here. So with this kind of ventilation shield, so let's go to the side view, and we will select by using this border. Now select these faces and let's focus on it. Press F to focus, and we will give an internal extrusion. So we give extrude in a global mode. Now you can see it is pretty good way. Now select these faces of the wall and we can copy this and duplicate. We separate it a little with this pivot of the same tool. The pivot went to the center part of this plane, so keep it center. So we will make this internal extrusion using this local axis. So here we go. It's necessary to do it on a local axis. Let's go to the side view here and let moves these vertex a little bit inside, and that has to same translation ratio in on other side also, also here and here. And now this is going to move a little bit forward, and now we have that little one on mask, so as a protector, as a frame for whatever we want to call it, just geometry. So we could add a subdivision here also, and at the edge of this selection, so giving them a little bump. So we move those subdivision forward. So we have it here. So to continue these part are detailed, so we are going to select these faces and make a duplicate it on the global axis. So let's go to the object mode and select this, our duplicate face. So whatever it made, make a extrusion. So make it pivot center pivot point, and we give a center extrusion of this geometry, little move up. So let's focus on it, and I'm putting this plane for this kind of shape. So I will assign some kind of material on this plane in the Substance Painter, or when we go with my texturing part. So now we always keep this, so and select and delete history. Again select this and delete my history. Now my part is ready. So according to this reference, we have this move whole set, so towards the part of this. So you can see, let's build up something on the lattice tool. So we will add a subdivision. Let's put a 6 here, and let's play with a higher number other than 6. So it will help me to modify each and every part of this Jeep. Let's see, we are going to lattice point and we select this point from here. Now you can see, if we move it little further, so the whole upper part is moving us, and which would not be ideal. So I'm going to put subdivision to 12, and now press 4 for wireframe. And now again we may get lost a little by having so many vertices. So select these vertex and move forward here. Now again delete the history and disable the lattice point. Now next thing we would do is to part this little further back here. So you can see we have a decent geometry, and we will combine them with the other part of this, just selecting all these vertices and adjust according to reference and perfect shape. Now press 4 for wireframe and let's give it slightly inside. Here was a vertex that does not corresponds, so press 5 again. So these vertices making perfect shape of this shield. Again vertex again, so we are going to move these vertex a little more here. So keep trying, keep hit and try the position of these vertices when you get a perfect shape and size of this. Now we are going to face mode of this side view, and remember that we are changing view by pressing space bar. So just take a cursor on specific view and press a space bar. We will select this mesh and would correspond to this door. Now just Ctrl Shift and pressed other faces to select multiple faces here. Now here you can see if one is selected, now more. Now select all these faces. So it would be the front door, while this part of would be corresponding to back door here. So I am selecting all this door faces, and so keep adding to these faces. Here let's make a cut here, and we fix this part of geometry here. So now that we selected only geometry of the doors, now we separate them. So we are going to add one more tool here. So we see how the number of tools we will continue we use this increasing. So we go to the edit mesh and look for a extract tool here. This is extract tool, and we have it here. Control Shift and click. This will add to our custom tab. So let's press it and see how the pivot changes itself. Now you can see here it is quite similar to the pivot of when we are going to make an extrusion. And if we move by this and by default in a local axis, so we see how it's certain way of geometry tends to dissolve it, distort it. So if we wanted to change this, optimize in global axis, so in this way the geometry that we already have established does not changes us. So now we are not interested in moving, so we want him to stay in the same position. So we are going to do this part, and it has some different route here. Now we will realize these meshes. So we select both and we combine them. Now we go to the selection mode and select these vertices and adjust with adjusting these kind of shape and just moving a climb vertex up. And now we are going to back to face mode, and it's already separated geometry again. So I'm selecting this for whole geometry. Yeah. Now again continue with details of a car and add some separation in hood, roof and doors. So let's go with this my Jeep reference images folder. Now we are going to look at one of these particular image and to visualize better. Now we see this whole part of a roof. It's become like a separate piece of this Jeep. Now we would have this separate of roof and back box. So we also take this glass from the back of a truck. Now it's like a plastic kind of roof, and if you look at some of these reference which we could or we will try to replicate here. So in this moment we have to separate these doors and roof and that kind of back of pickup of box. Now let's go to this top and select go to the face and add some subdivision here, and by adding this subdivision that just try to close as much as possible with my reference images. So go to the face again and select all these faces here, and let's select these faces. It become this all part here. Now again go to here and select all face the roof faces, these. Now I have selected all the roof faces here. Now let's take a look again. So over these I have to edit this. So let's go to the side view and deselect these last two faces. So I'm holding shift and deselect these faces. Now it would be like to separate them, so I would say extract them. So this roof is separated. Now these doors and these back side of the body. Now for that I have to separate them also. So after the pillar of this window, now I'm going to select my back of this model. So I'll select these faces here and all these faces. Now I'm going to separate them also and go. So I press G to repeat and repeat my extraction. Now the pillar of these windows also selected. Now select these faces and repeat my last action, that is extraction again. Now over here I am noticing that there is also separation in my hood, so that come this area. And although we also have this kind of hike or joint which allow us to entire front plane, that front glass or to be lower, open and close. We can open and close my window, my front glass. So we could do that too quickly here. So let's go to the top view and press 4 for wireframe. Here you can see our reference outlines. So here we can guide, we have for the separation here. So here we go. I'm going this another way here. So we will generate this separation here. So let's we will make a small restriction so that we know where is a separation occur. So we can give this kind of detail here. So go to the side view and select my faces and I'm selecting all these part of my hood. Now I'm face and also edges, and I'm ready with this part going to separate. So I press this extract and so once we have separate this hood apart, now we will generate and recreate what the division would be. So but without dividing it, we will use a new tool here. So to create another type of separation here, we have a new tool called just select these edges and going to the mesh tool menu and look for a edge loop offset function here. So here I select. Now this is how cursor changes, so to an arrow type of another style. So as you can see here, we have a tool ready to make subdivision. So a subdivision in this way, they are going to apply a loop in each side of these edges. So in the end, we will determine this kind of distance, and we want it to be finally. So we press the center wheel of my mouse, and about this loop we have this selection, so we can move these edges loop here. So as it preview, if we move diagonally, it is easier to determine my location of these edges. Now we want this to subdivision almost here. Now again, I'm going to side view, and again I'm taking this, and with my middle button of my mouse, I'm moving this diagonally, and we get closer to each other, and now we have a subdivision edges here. Now as the it would be the scale key, so the press R and I scale it down. Here you can see, let's press W to move a little more here. So, and we would have more or less this kind of gap or separation of two pieces. Now this is separating two pieces, and selecting this loop, and we will go to this tool of hardening the normal edge. So I am hardening this hardness, increase the hardness of this edge, and now you can see really have a feeling of this separation. In this way we are going to this front view. Now here we are right now in the back view, so go to the view and predefined bookmarks, and we select front. We select here front. So we have front view now, and the top view we selecting this edge in the same way. So we select the entire loop of this area, and again let's insert a edged loop tool here. I am inserting a edge loop here, and so it's set in this 1, 2, 3 edges. Now select the middle one and scale it to the global axis. Now everything goes down a little bit, and press W and move it just a little down, and it's also look like some kind of separation, and apply this hard edges. Now you can we also have here also small kind of separation. Now here are some also two more parts here you can see here, and this is so here we need to add a subdivision, and we will add over these with respect to outline of my reference image. Let's move this loop here, and selecting these vertices and adjusting all these edges here. Now all this part I'm going to separate it. So to add this type of grid here, so according to my reference image, so I think this is going to be separated, and we would select is also part of here. So we will tell you this separate, and while in order this part we will select only with face mode. Now go to the face mode and select these faces and a couple of loops. So to make this separation here, by doing so they will compromise the curvature you have here. So this is very important to take care, and in this area there are so many loops, and we have to take care of this curvature. So we'll make it very hard, so better for that part we are going to separate it. So to avoid this situation, so I think that is way to already have we have done mostly separated. Now in this part of component of our truck here, we see how here also tends to be division kind of division here. Now here we can apply the same strategy we used. So we will select this entire loop and go to the mesh tool menu and go for edge loop offset tool here as and we had edit this and select and the center click of my mouse to set the distance, and we want to separate them. So on these edges again we will double click on this following and letter G to repeat this command, and dragging my middle mouse button to adjusting its separation. So when these are not, select the middle edges and press shift and select both the middle edges, and we are going to some kind of move backward, so give them some separation effect. So and we give them a hard edge. So same go with this with this edge also. So select and move backward something and also give a hard edge. Now you can see here clean kind of separation is look like. So we are going to select this whole line and move backward. Now we see that here we also have this separation. So with this area that will tend to generate the separation in this area. So press F to get closer and select the middle edge and just move little backward and select the harden edge. Apply the harden edge. So let's give some depth to this part and select this in the outer edge and extrusion. Apply extrusion in global axis. I'm going to scale it backward and I extrude inside, and this mold is called like a glass. So we are going to select all these edges here and accept these glass edges. So I'm deselecting these glass edges that already extrude. So and now we do not need any center loop of selection because we are going to place them in symmetry. So let's deselect all these edges. Now and let's make an extrusion in local axis. I'm going to make give them a extrude in a local axis. You can see something inward. So if we press number 3, so we can see how body looks when it's smooth. Now here you can see. So that so the number of finally top polygons are our geometry will have that kind of. So I'm adding this corner loop. So this is best. Now we will work with the model on this scale and so try to scale as low as possible with polygon, and we are going to collect these outstanding part here. and a bit further movements, and these kind of separation. So again from here I'm selecting these edges, and we are going to upload a slightly amount of this separation here, and note that they are separated of these part also. Let's upward this a little, and here we are going to climb these vertex bit apart and move up, and we have this little separation of geometry. Now it's look nice. Now we can easily differentiate between these separation. Here we are going to select these and apply smoothing, and we would go to the same with these two loop also. Select these edges and apply smoothness, and we no longer had this hard, and our geometry is ready. And let's select and delete our history, and this is perfect. Now start with the body details of a Jeep. Now let's go now what the door would be. Now and again we go to the edge mode and right click on this edges of window, and we will double click on this entire part of door, and we are going to make an extrusion in this global axis here. Now we take a little invert and give a volume to a window. So and same at this type backward window, double click and select the contour of this loop and extrusion on this global axis and drag inward. So it gives that little effect of volume to the door. Now in the same way we go to the outside, select these outside edges, and we will go to the local axis and move in a bit. Now as you can see here, in the same way we will do this part here also. Select these outer edges and press G to repeat my last action, and it move towards the internal part of this local axis. Now I'm selecting these upper edges and edges over the top, and like we did the older geometry, making a small separation between roof and a door. So let's select these edges also, and we also give the feeling of this separation, but as will not soften so by the amount of polygon that would be generated. So here we're doing, and counterpart again select these edges and separate them. Now come to the front door, selected outer edge on the top, and we move little down here, and in the same way we would do with this part also. And if a part does this not match is selected, then we move just few millimeters, and it is not necessary to make it so marked up, but just give us a little simulation, just give a little separation effect between dots, and it will help us to enhance their separation that is already quite noticeable. So you can easily see and watch the between separation between gates and windows. So we select an entire contour, so we give the extrusion in a local axis and move them backward. Now here you can see, we see that the same part is generated is somewhat irregular geometry. Now this is because of stuck subdivision that we have of these area. So these subdivision need to be correct, and although this is under the geometry or body, so it does not affect anything. So just we can move this, if not we can leave also, but it's good to arrange in systematic manner. Let's accelerate, and until we finish according to these vertices, we can merge and manage all these. Now select these vertices, these also. Now I'm managing all these vertices that is just matched up here, so arranging these vertices accordingly. As you can see, it's look nice. Now trying to match with reference, and just move with this part. Well, in this way I have finished a bit of accordingly, and this part of those vertices that were so messy and crazy. So in this way we will doing with this components. Now new edges, we select this entire contour, entire loop, and then I moved us, then we give a extrusion. So we make a slight extrusion towards the inner part of this roof. So we are also passing by separating these geometry a bit. Now moving up a bit and giving this kind of separation look. So let's go to the face mode and select this entire roof, and we don't need them to stop that way, but we will do the same with this, and we select all these edges here and give them an extrusion, internal extrusion. So give them an internal extrusion in local axis. So we activate move tool by pressing W, and we move them a little inward. Let's go to the front view, and let's hide our this front image and go to the back image. So for that, predefine bookmark and give it to the back here. So number 4, we activate wireframe. Now we select all these vertices here. So these are the part of the window pane. Go to the edges and make and back separation of these objects. Now that correspond to our model here. Now we are going to move this, we are going to leave from here also, and so in this area here we are doing to move a little these edges. Now selected in vertex mode, and adjust with according to the reference images. So we could add more subdivision here in this area, and enter to confirm. We activate vertex mode and move all these vertices with the reference outlines, and select all these faces from here and include it. You can see easily here. So we will see reference again, reference image, and we should make sure that what decision you are taking. So it's kind of framework to this part of here. So now it is interior frame that has of the truck. We can consider leaving it that way. Let's separate this part, and we give us extraction, and we have already separated, but pivot went to this center of a plane. Now give them a center pivot, and just we add a little subdivision here. So we will add another subdivision here, so to create a glass window, we need a perfect frame for that, and we are going to support each other to like a multicolor multi-cut tool and adding these vertices here. So now we will doing some revision, and that I think it would be very important to create these kind of vertices with the help of multi-cut tool. In fact, we first make this diagonal cut and then or transverse as we want that. So we add a subdivision, and we are going to move them backward and giving a perfect curved shape. Now I have done this, we are leaving again. Now I have just moved, and we will separate this part again. Click on extract. So to this counterpart here, better before separation. Now you can click this kind of mirror. So to duplicate it and complete geometry as such, now to simply give it a Ctrl+D, and you can if we move it towards back face of this mode, now we select this internal part and delete it. Now we tell you that I don't want to anything for that, so we give an extrusion. So we will erase this inner part of this extrusion, because we will do this later with symmetry. So let's move it a little inward, and this part here we also select this loop here, and we have to erase this part of geometry. Now select these faces and delete. Now we select all these sides, and we can only use delete when we work with these faces. Now select all the edges here, and it is recommended with this delete edge and vertices tool. So select these edges, and we do select these, do not. Let's see, we will upward little bit, move this up, and I think it would not be ideal vertex, so we combine this and we will merge them. So with the vertex mode selection, I am selecting these edges, and we want an exclusion. So give an exclusion in a global mode, so we carry to this backward, and now we focus on the geometry we generate here. Now you can see I'm going to take a little more inside. So let's go back to the geometry that we had displaced. So this is my glass kind of geometry, and we put the number 0 in X channel, so it back to my original place. Now I stick to this little more here, and I back view. We are going to in edge mode here, and I am going to delete this part, and since we recreate this amount of scale, and now we don't need this area to be like, so I'm going to select and delete these faces. Now there are times when you have repeat and redo, but let's say it's a trend. Now we are going to selection thing better. Now delete these function also, these edges. So this is already our rear window glasses. Now we will do it further back to make it more noticeable. Just move it little back, and you can notice that this is a really good effect or a perfect way to create a window. And let's go to this front view, and we will also make this slightly extrude to this place. We center this pivot first, so it's to the center of pivot, and we go to the selection to edge mode, and double click on any of its edges and select your entire outline. Now we will make this extrusion towards internal part, and let's see, it seemed like this. So I have activated symmetry in extrusion. So we are going to these little button on this right side here, and we will look for a one of tool setting options. Now we are going to this last part, symmetric settings, and here symmetries we give them off. So we are off in. So we go again and we double click on this side edges and select the whole set and give it a extrude here. So we are going to it in global axis, and we're going to move it a little inward here. So as you can see, we changes from select mode to faces, and going to delete these faces. So again we will do the same with this part here. Double click to this selection and want to make an extrusion in this global mode, and we are go down here. So as you can see, and all these are doing for to make a little bit separation. So let's go to the edge mode again. Now select these edges and press W to activate move tool, and just select and transform and move a little bit forward, and let's move these edges a little bit again. And in order to give the slightly separation of this component, so this will look something component like separated from each other. So I'm adjusting these edges, and now this is clear and nice way to look like separate options. So let's go to the doors now, and in this edge where as we marked and this part of geometry, I'm going to select these and soften these. So we already had to add to ourselves here. So we will fact selected all these edges, and again going to give a soften edge and hide the hardness of these edges. So being a slightly low poly models here, I am selecting these and soften again. Now we always try to soften these edges also. Apply smooth through the geometry subdivision, and since the number of final polygons would increase considerably, but it will something that impact on your performance, but the eligibility of this team working is also helpful. So we continue with this and select these edges and give them soften edge. Now you can see we have clear surface now, and we have something like this, and we have also softened this final edge of this door. So select these edge and apply soften, and that would be hard and harden, and I think we have to do the same operation at this top here. So we also select these and edges and give them a hard edge, and we don't have a problem with this. We can easily manage with this smooth and hardened surface. Let's go to the back window, and that would be form of this corner. We have to add a subdivision here to make to give them a curved surface. So let's go to the insert edge tool, and we will add two subdivision here. And if we work with the more professionalist, so let's say we like it, we can go to this history of this model, and which is this in attribute editor in channel box. So remember, we have a channel box and attribute editor option here. So here we have a last subdivision is 0.522. Here we leave it at 0.5, exact middle of these, and again if we select this poly split ring 1, if the subdivision we made on this side has 0.497, so I make it to 0.5 and we are placed in this middle part exactly. Now you can see these vertices have just moved little backward and give them a perfect curve shape. Now adding these subdivision here also, and select these vertex and move a little bit backward. Now like this. So we are going to create a cube here for this window separation. So select the cube tool and click and drag and release and again drag to give them volume. So we are going to move this forward and press F to focus on it. Now we are going to place it here and selecting these vertices and move a little bit backward and adjusting their position. Now press 4 for wireframe and I'm adjusting their vertices accordingly. Let's see if we can move it little more like this, and here you can see we would have this part that come to as a sub pillar of a window. It's like a small pillar of window, so we will also know this window, and let's create this and move it forward here, and we go to the wireframe and adjusting all these side vertices. Now for the same purpose I'm saving this geometry backward and just hide this area, and so perfect, I think, this kind of plain looking window. So if we want to be a little more specific, so the design we are doing that are I activate this wireframe for this material, and remember we have a several option here, and here wireframe the material, and we had already add texture here, and we can see the material and texture mapping. So default material with your texture or only texture. So here are these options are very useful, you can take care of. So and I'm adjusting this window. So if we wanted to add as a little more details, I'm adding these subdivision manually over all the corners and selecting these vertices and giving them a perfect shape according to my frame. So I do it from both sides. Now select this vertex and scale equally, and we would have this glass scheme a little more detailed like this. So select these vertex and set to this perfect position. So we enter into bit inward. Whenever we are working, we are also look at these kind of slightly errors, so maybe in geometry or we try to correct them. So select these and just look around, and we will work in the front cast plane also. Let's select this geometry and duplicate it, Ctrl D. So we are going to move it forward here, and this part could already be perfectly there. So we go to the vertex mode and we are going to move these vertices over here to fill this area, and we also allow us to continue working with this subdivision. And here we need to add some more subdivision axis here. Now we are slightly with this shaded material and we are going to move it and adjust all these vertices just a little bit up, and match the respective vertex and edges. Now vertex again, and we also move this part little bit forward. This here you can see. So you have to keep trying and adjusting these vertices with the refer image or model, and now take it little backward here, and we do the same with this rest part of this window. So always trying to maintain the same proportional of movement. So you have to take care with this and displacement that we give the certain geometry. So like this. Now by the way, we would also have that kind of correspond of glass to door. So let's save it, and we select all these crystal, and we need to delete the history. So what we have left is glass at the front, so we will continue with this. Front and back glasses. So let's go to the view menu and select my front view. So we will create this plane again here. So we will take this more and less than this part here. Let's look in the perspective move and move this plane forward. Now we move it forward and leave it on this edge, and again I'm activate transparency or X-ray button, so we can see through this plane, and we allow this work. So adding some subdivision over the edge of this plane to work with this curve area. So adding multiple subdivision axes and loops. So we activate in vertex mode and selecting these vertex and adjusting their position, and we now arrange more or less parallel to this reference images. Now you can see. So we will also go to the top view and again arranging all these vertices backward. So let's move this whole set and move forward. So while the other would be doing little backward here. Now just add one more subdivision over this, and let's go in the front view and select these vertex mode, and we are going to move these vertices with respect to our reference images or nearest edge, or just creating the curve of my glass. So adjusting all these vertices with my nearest edge or vertices position. So we will select only the vertex of the top and move them backward a little like this, and at the top we would all do this move, and in the following we will move this slowly, and simply those who play now. So play now with what would be this body frame look like. So if certain vertex are like coming out one of this side, so you have to take care and adjusting all these vertex accordingly. Then they are outsiding in their area, and now with this distribution of vertex here, I am adjusting all these vertex accordingly. So we are going to press F to focus on these closer vertex, and here these vertex need to be added a little more because it looks so messy, and so managing these kind of vertex of corner just moving inward, little bit inward, and just like this. Well, in this way we would also have this part of glass, and we select this entire center part of this vertex and press R to scale them correctly, and with the move tool we press X to center to the grid, so it stick to the center to the grid. And we already have this part of crystal, so it will helpful to make a symmetry of this object. Now select all these and delete my history. So let's start with this hood part here, and we add one last detail in this geometry, and which is highlights a little kind of bump on my hood. So let's go, we are going to adding a loop in this small detail, and now I'm selecting this, and I have added a loop and leave this kind of geometry. So we are going to mesh menu, and we are going to look into some mirror options. So this is very helpful to create my other half of this Jeep. So we have several options here along with this main, and take into account this is if we want to make this reflection or duplicate of this geometry in x-axis, y-axis and z-axis, and along with that in the direction of positive and negative you can choose these direction. Usually it will be on negative side since always, or in this case we will model this project in a positive side since we were in arrow of x-axis here. Or if you don't know how to position ourselves correctly, so there is a red mark here, and we are guiding in the part below here, this corner, and this correspond to x. So we tell him that we want to in x-axis, and we will also showing that we merge our edges and vertices. So by default they will come in automatic options, but be preferable to do in a custom option. So the value we have here is 0.0010. so because this is my smallest value, so with which we can make this combination of edge and vertex perfectly, and we are going to combine these points here, and we leave other things as it is, and we are going to make this separation of mirror image, and press apply. Now you can see we can make a copy of on the other side of this map. Let's add to my custom tab here, so press Ctrl Shift and click, then this is my mirror option here over my custom tab. So now it's matter to doing the same with all the symmetries. Now we select this roof, and now I'm doing this model process have not done yet, so I'm selecting all these vertices and scaling in perfect way. Now you can see I'm centered this to the center of grid. Now selecting and moving to the center of grid here, and now we center all these vertices to the center part of this target, and in this way by telling him that I am going to copying this mirror and pressing mirror again, so it will take us to the other side. Now there are just a beginning of this window glass, so that the pivot is centered to this geometry. So we need to make this so to center this pivot point to this grid axis, so need to change it. So press D to change the axis of pivot point. So I'm pressing X to center this pivot to the plane. Now we give a mirror. Now make a symmetric of my glass also. Now before continue with this box, we will make some details here. So with the straight extrusion, and this part I'm here. So before that we are going to these, I'm selecting these geometry and we are combine them, and then I'm pressing the press D and X. then I apply mirror image. Now here you can see we had made this, and the operators of does apply, so we give a Z onto that, and I'm going to back to a face mode, and I'm trying to adjust this effect. So let's suppress this face, and we are going to top view and select the entire vertices of this and scale them linear, and scale and move to the center of grid here. Press X and center. Now we are going to tell this mirror. Now here we get a perfect mirror image of this hood. Now we do the same with this mask here, and the press D key to adjust the pivot point location to the center of grid. Now I press the mirror. Now you will get a perfect mirror image of this mask. So we can go to these component. Let's press D to adjust pivot point, and press X to stick to grid, and again apply mirror image. Now we get the perfect mirror image of my this bonnet. Now we have selected both of these component here, and again I'm converting this into single component, and press 4 for a wire view to adjust my pivot point location, and I'm centering my pivot point to the center of grid here, and now I'm going to apply mirror to this geometry. Now side of all, so we get a perfect details of all. Now we give a mirror of these gates, and we have all these geometry. We'll do same with these doors, and pivot to center, and give a mirror. So to adjust center of pivot point, just press D key. So let's go with this glass part. Here we select these glass and combine them. So we have to combine these glasses, and so we combine them, and let's go to the front view of the top, and press D to adjust pivot point to the center of grid. Now we can apply a mirror image here. Now we already have this other side of this box. Now also the part of this back bumper, again press D and X to focus on the center of pivot. Now we apply the couple of figure over here, also these component, and press D to edit pivot point location set to the center of grid, and apply mirror. So we get our mirror component image. So we tell Maya that we want this project, and also this one is not, letter D again, press X and focus quickly. Now we tell him to make us a copy of other side. Now here we subtract the part of this box. Now we are going to make this kind of internal extrusion, so giving room of the trial, we do not follow this lesson here. Now let's go with the respective view. We do it with a multi-cut tool here. We could work on this same view, so clicking where the part of feather come from, and creating a specific shape, and then we have to complete. We then enter. Now we click held and select vertices, right click and select vertices, and we are adjusting these vertices with respect to my reference images. So press 4 for wireframe. Now let's move with these vertices a little more inward. On this side I think it would be a fine like this, and alright, just go to the face mode here, and I'm going to select these faces, and let also add some subdivisions. Go to the edge mode and select these edges. we are going to scale it. So we do for extrusion most and less until the area here. So I'm selecting all these faces and press delete. Here we drag it here, so this will very helpful to make a merge of vertex. So select these vertex and merge them. So this is perfect way. Now we add a subdivision in this part also, and this. So in this below part I erase these kind of faces. So I select these faces and delete, and again we go to the vertex mode and select these vertex, and we are going to merge them. Select these vertex and merge also. Now make sure they are all in welded and appear fine. So make sure the shape and size of these wheel shield is fine. So let's move it a little inward to give a perfect round shape. Now even here we could select these loop, and we will make a little kind of bevel, and we are going to edit mesh, and we're going to bevel option here. Let's do this to 0.8, and we can try to this. I think this is quite nice, and we will try to 0.7. I think yes, this is more acceptable. So we will scaling these kind of row and loops, connect all these edges, and we will give them soft and hard edge and normal. So we make it soften. Now select to the object mode and select these. They are in shape now. So we close this option, and now we go for a symmetry of this box. Now let's go to the top view, and we have centered this pivot point. Again press T and X. We immediate focus on center of grid and apply mirror image. Now we have this symmetry. So here one piece of missing, in fact two. So that would be here. So I'll select this and edit this pivot point and edit this mirror, apply mirror. So something the pivot being to very in this area. Now sometimes is the best way to always do in the symmetric way. So here you can see. So we are working, we can experience, can try, and we can do our best as possible. So let's save, and this is our 3D model right now, and we have created pretty well. I think everything is fine and well detailed manner. Now let's move with headlights details. Now I have been searching on internet some of my reference images of headlights. So you can take a screenshot of this, and you can save as many as possible reference images of headlights component. Here you can examine and noticing every small details of headlights shape and size. So this is kind of component they are using. So I have already saved some of these reference images. So you have to examine every details of any component that you want to create. So focus on this part here. So I'm going back to the Maya and taking a reference image with me. So I'm taking this software pure ref, and I'm dragging my reference images to this window so that I can create with with the help of these reference images, and this can be very helpful to create every small details. So as you can see, this consists two parts here. So first come from a LED type frame here, you can see, and which at the same time become a daylight guide light here, and the second component is already in lighting. This is a basic shape of this lighthouse, and you can see it has been reflecting material also, and which we will also try to assimilate with a rendering process. So identified these three parts, and we are going to try this replicate into this geometry. So first thing I will do additional subdivision here. So I'm going to the insert edge loop here, and will internally subdivision along with this cavity. So here now I will go to the face mode, and in fact I do it on the both side. So I'm selecting these faces and geometry side part, and they are going to collide here. So you have to take care of all these small things and parts. Now we will deselect again, and we are going to this option called tool setting on this right corner, and go this active my symmetric option on. So I'm going to tell this world X and minimize it. Now we return to vertex mode here, and we see how by selecting this one side the select other side is also, and we modify this position at the same time side. So as long as symmetric is perfect, so once done, we deactivate my symmetric option here, so symmetry off, and now we return to this part of lighthouse, and right click to the face mode, and we select this internal part here, and we just go with this outline, and just take inner part of this contour, and let's press F to focus on this camera area. And now we will duplicate it, and just look for the duplicate function here, and we are going to move this to Z axis little bit, separate this geometry inward. So we are going to object mode and select only this internal part. Now let's go back to the face mode again, and select these all these contour faces and separate it. So we will stuck options here, and we again go back to the object mode, and we select only this part. So we are going to this select this internal extrusion. Now it is in local axis. Let's go to the front view and press 4 for a wireframe, and we will activate the front view in a layer editor also here. Now we will adjust this according to my reference image, and you can see here you have moved these vertices a little, and they are little overhanging here. So we are going to move this little inside, and let's go to the side view, press F, and get close to this. Now we will try to match this part of these vertices, and that's everything is more or less homogeneous kind. So if for any reason we are deselecting, so we activate again, and we can continue moving. Here you can see we have some mismatch, so we have been altered with the x-axis, and Again move with this x-axis geometry and again return to object mode, and again press to channel box, go to the channel box and set the position of z-axis to 0, that get back to its original pre-position. So we are going to back to its edge mode and we will select the inner edge of this light. Now we go to the edit mesh menu and apply bevel and add 2 more subdivision at this distance, and let's try 0.2 here, and we select this front part, and now here we are going to make a extrusion. So we go to the extrusion tool in local axis. Now we click this part and scale it like this. It's go down little bit. Now just adjusting the shape of this ring and press G to repeat, and just I carried it backward, so because here one of these has the same geometry, so we will take this, interpret them is like a part of LED here. So we go to the little deeper inside, and I think this is perfect. So keep the same geometry selected, and we are going to tell this to duplicate. So also in this global mode, here we go, and we can even press W to exit this duplicate mode, and we are going to center this pivot, and we are going to take it little forward, and then later constitute this kind of light and to simulate this luminous around the lighthouse that this is showing. So we will reselect this same geometry and press duplicate it, Ctrl D, and we are going to move it a little forward, and it's like this. So it will showing a perfect example of this LED ring. So again we are going to press 4 for wireframe, and here we are going to make a extrusion in a global mode like this is very small detailing, so you have to take care of this. You go back with the shaded view. Let's select the first outer edge here, and with the scale tool we will lower it little, and just a small scale under this, and we do this option here, and we are going to scale it inner part here also. So let's go back to the object mode and press W to selection mode, and we will transpose this little more forward, and let's reset this position and erase its history. We would already have all 3 parts of this component here. So you can see the crystal of this diode, and this part would become the body of this lighthouse, and here which become the part of this, we will carry this lighting detail. So we continue with this other component. We go with this internal part here, and we go to the center pivot and press F to focus on this internal ring. So we see here you can also examine this kind of range top to bottom. So let's first erase these kind of loop, and we don't need them because we have different shape. So let's do this part with this, and we go to the create menu, polygon primitives, and I'm going to take a sphere here. So we are click and drag a sphere, taking it to some little forward, and let's go to the face mode, and before selecting we will rotate this apart from x-axis. Now I'm taking this toward the top, and here would be at least 90 degree. So we go to the face mode and let's go to the top view, Now here I'm selecting these faces of this center part and I'm deleting and leaving the other half of this pair. Now we see that in the darker inner part of this normal, so I'm going to invert it. So I reverse it. Now we have these normal ones and corresponding parts here. Let's lower this scale a little bit and more or less this kind of concave type sphere. So we are going to select all these columns and skipping one by one, selecting alternates edges and press W to move and little bit forward here, and here we give a hard edge option here. So selecting and giving them hardness, and we have already give us a small simulation of this internal part. So we are going to delete these few loops. So selecting these alternate edges and double click on this and select the entire line. So we are going to delete edge and vertices. Now here you can see we have nice desired shape. So we will add this subdivision of to this part here. So as you can see, I am adding subdivision edges over close to this hardened edge. So although it's not a reflector, such as it does not have a light, let's try to simulate that effect, and let's lower this scale a bit. Note that by applying this letter R scale tool, the pivot is reverse here. So we reset your transformation and we have it on this perfect position. So press W to selection tool, and just I'm going to move it little backward here, and you can see. So this geometry has in my this inner part. So I'm going to move this little further back, and this part is also interface with us, and we are going to move here. In fact, they both of the move side also. So and we have this kind of shape ready. Now let's start with headlights, and we go with this figure and contain this kind of lighting LED. So we can do this with this, start with a plane. Let's create a plane here, and we are going to the perspective view, and we are going to move it forward. Now let's go with the vertex mode and adjust a little bit here. I'm adjusting all these vertices and adding these subdivision loop over these plane, and here I'm adding these subdivision all along all these corners and selecting these vertices with respect to reference outlines. Now we are going to move these vertices, and now move these vertices a little bit down here. Now we are going to add one more subdivision here also, and again vertex mode, and now let's press F to focus and move it closer. So we return to object mode again, and we will make an internal extrusion. Now we click on this part, and what the scale is, let's scale this down, and we will lower this scale bit internally. Now this kind of distortion happens, it's because some of the faces are overlapping. Now then we will eliminate them here, and press W to exit extrusion mode, and now let's delete it. So in fact we go back to the object mode. Now we select this part, and we will reset their transformation, their position, and move it forward. Now let's go to the face mode again, and let's move a little bit outside, and to select all these backs here, 1 2 3, and all these faces, Now you can see I'm adjusting this position again. Let's move a little forward, and we go to the face mode, and we will select this whole part here. And because what are going to leave here is just what kind of edges would be. You can refer your reference image, and here we repeat how it was what I did. So we go to the face mode again, and I in the back part select this geometry. So this geometry becomes single, and while in the front where it extrusions we did, which has this frame. So at this moment, if we go to the front view, we make a selection this frame here, and without touching what would be this frame we want to keep, and delete the rest of this part. So we will only select this internal face of this geometry here. Now you can see we have a well defined LED frame here. See, then we transport this and back to its original position, and we help each other with this lattice tool, and according with these reference images. Now apply lattice. Here we put exponent of 3 division 1 2 3, and we do it in the channel box here. Now right click and on the lattice point. Now we will select these vertices of this part, and we will move a little forward. Now we do the same with this intermediates, and select these vertices and move little forward again, a little bit back, and we will select this geometry, and we give just need to delete their history, and we have already removed the lattice part. Now we select this figure again, and now we will make this selection of this entire edge, and we going to extrude it in a global axis. So we will take them back here, and we will left alone with this selection in internal edge. Now we go to the top view and press 4 for wireframe. Now you can see here we can move a little bit and fill this whole junction. Now just we go with the face mode, and just moving it forward, and set to the object mode, and already we have this kind of frame now. So now again redefine these lighting format. Yeah, you have to keep my reference image in mind, and we select this primitive cylinder, and create a cylinder again. So and scale a little and move it forward. Let's go to the face mode again. Now let's go to side view, and select this whole set of these faces. Now we select again, but only the back side of this cylinder, and for that front part of this also selected. So then this I'm going to scale and extrusion in this center part, so we can move this inward. Now press G to repeat my extrusion again. Let's in the local mode we move it internally, and scale as a tool here, but not at part of extrusion here. So I hope to make myself understood. This I will delete this face, and we select this face here, and we oppose it, and press shift and select the entire front side. Now you can see press 4 to wireframe. Now you can see we have selected back frame, back faces, and we don't need to consume resources here. So let's go to the front view, and let's move up a little here. You can see we activate a vertex mode here. Now select these vertex and lower them like this. We create something this kind of shape, Now you can see I am creating this bulb of LED, and we return to this object mode, and we are going to move it towards back and fit in this frame. Now we will select only in this internal face here, and we press number 4. So to make sure we has not selected more geometry, and we are going to look for a duplicate option, and we are going to do in this local axis. Now we carry a little forward here, and we press W to exit duplicate mode. Now let's climb it a bit. First we center this pivot and scale it like this, and let's keep it in there. Let's do this, and again double click on these edges and make an extrusion again. Yes, you can see. So press W to exit extrusion mode, and again we are going to move it back side. So give a smooth curve, and let's go to the face mode again. Now we have selected 2 geometry here, so now we are going to select only this. So select face. Now press 5 for now we are going to make this extrusion inward in the local axis, and we will move it in little forward, so it's like a bulb. So we can complement it even and adding some more subdivision and moving forward. So with which we have to this of LED crystal, look like a LED crystal. Let's harden these edges, and we will reset their transformation and center the pivot, and you can delete these history. So let's move a little here, bit here, and we go to the face mode again. Now we also extrude here also as we scale it. Now scale and extrude inward and move this back, little backward. Now we use a sphere. We will place it here and create a sphere and move it forward. These spheres work as a LED bulb. Now you can see this is a lighting material. So I'm setting their subdivision to something 8, or in the polysphere part we tell you in the subdivision part as by 8 by 8. So we don't need to be perfect. So on, let's soften this sphere, and this would be our bulb. So we will select this with this part and separately. So once separated, we select all these edges and extrude in a global axis. Now here a light bulb would have a screw kind of structure. So we select all these edges and give a smoothen. Now this become extremely low poly. Now you have to see it just what we are looking for. Now let's move it backward and set as a small bulb, so it composes and following our references. Now we select this glass that cover it, and we set it to 0 and return to its initial position. Now let's go to the inner part. You can see here we will bring it front and scale it something like that, and I just play with this internal frame here. Now you can see I scale it little more inward, and we give selection by edge and selected all outer edges and give an extrusion. In press W to take you back and move further. So this process is so unique that you have to learn and follow with me. So it cover and protect the entire internal part of this lighthouse. So if you want, we go to the face mode and select all these internal faces, and we make them extrusion in the same scale. So we go down a little and press W to move it forward. Now further we improve this appearance. So now you can see we can soften all this contour. Now this would conclude that the highlight part of this light box. In the same way we would do with this part also. So let's do it with the both way. So we delete the part here and let's go to the side view and focus on this ball. So we deselect only this backward part and select only front faces of lighthouse. Let's separate this part and give us extraction. I have separated this part. So let's put aside for a minute, and for this selecting outer edge and give an extrusion. You can move it little inward, and we observe that it because they are inverted, so we give a reverse here. So reverse it. So we will select only these internal faces here. Again I am doing same thing. So select us and back to the faces. Now we make a new extrusion. So here you can see as I scale it extrude inward, and I just move it backward, and it's like a same headlight. Now we are going to edge mode, and we select all these edges of the contour here and apply smoothness, and here I press G for repeat my last action. Again select the edges and smooth it. So press 4 for wireframe and F to focus on this bulb here. Now I'm going to create a screw type in this part. So we go to the front view, and I'm going to duplicate this bulb. So press Ctrl D to duplicate this bulb, and we reuse this kind of bulb here. So we are going to perspective view, and we are moving this bulb over here, and press 5 to go back to material mode. Now I'm going to locate this bulb here, and ready. This would be better than before, so I am resetting this, and I hope you like this. This is the best process to create any kind of thing. Now here we are going to focus on this headlights, and this will be perfect, and we will activate the channel box here, and we can unfold or fold this tag. So by clicking on this tag here, so we have channel box modeling or attribute editor. So we activate our channel box and we make it smaller here. Now we turn off and front view, and we will activate the rear view, and that we had previously separated with this layer. Now go to the menu, predefined bookmark, and select backside. Now in this view I am going to create a backside headlights. So here we hide the previous geometry that we had done. So hide all this geometry. We are just going to happens this create. So we did the symmetry here, the layer we had added just before, and since these layers are no longer as functional, so for the right click and we can delete this layer here also. So also delete layers, delete it. So the mask is ready one that still work on this. Now if you want to hide these layer here, so select these layer, and we select and need to create a layer first. So add to the layer and name it body, and we deactivate for the little and more visibility for our model here. Now we will work with these headlights. Now let's look for one of my reference images. Now go to my reference images folder, and here you can see with the help of these pure ref, we always on the screen. So I drag my reference image on this software. So this drag my model to this window, and I very easily follow the shape and size of my reference, so I can create anything on my model. So see, we can start with this a plane. So we are going to primitive figure, drag and drop here. So again we drag to give a volume here. So I have created this kind of cube. Now press 4 for wireframe, and I'm adjusting these vertices according to my reference outlines. Now let's edit it, and we activate the edges mode, and let's press F to focus on it. And as we can see, we will select only these corners, and we are going to make a small bevel here. So go to edit mesh and apply bevel options. Now in bevel option there are 1 to 4 division, and I'm apply 4 division, and to separation I need to 0.3. So here you can see it seems fine, so it can work here. So we can work with 0.3 width. Now go to the face mode, and we are going to make an extrusion here. So select this face and click on this axis of square, and we activate the extrusion by scaling, and we will do it internally. Now we do on this y-axis and leave the shape proportional. Let's repeat this extrusion, and this time we press the letter G, and we go a little inward, and again press this box inward and extrusion this scale tool. Now we have this internal extrusion, you can see. So let's go to the side view, and here let's move with this vertex of this bottom. Now let's move this little bit upward, and we are going to add couple of subdivision here, so that we can edit these curves and new junctions. So I'm adding these subdivision and moving these vertices down. Now you can imagine and create this kind of shape. So moving on, and you can see this perspective and match with the reference images, so we can to guide us how to headlights and locate in the back. So here you can this part is really outstanding, so you have to create this. So let's continue with these details and make up these headlights. Now we see that it has a 3 component here. They become the brake warning lights, and there is a reverse light, this kind of white. So there is a direction light. So one of these lights act like a square. So let's start with this round plane. So create a plane, and in the front side view I'm going to its backward and set this over here, and we add a subdivision tool and add a couple of loops here. Now selecting and adding these kind of loops. So press R to scale this kind of internally, and press W to move little bit upward. Now select these vertices again and adjust all their positions. Now we will add this subdivision in this part also. So press R to rotate again, scale again, and we are going to add one more subdivision here, and again scale. So we go to the number 5 to see the geometry here. It may be fine there, and let's move aside. So we will add a subdivision in this area. Now to place in half, I'm adding this. So go to the attribute editor here, and we go to the last subdivision that we added in this poly slip ring 20, which is called this. So I'm adding 0.5 and put the subdivision in half here, and we do the same with this bottom. So let's go to the subdivision that we added recently. Now we leave him at 0.5 also. Here you can see. Now in the object mode, we are going to place this geometry in the center. So based on this line, we added the previous subdivision. We see that movement to approach a pivot point in that. So to guide us and focus on this line, you have to press plus key, and which we can control size of my pivot. So you can visual way to align this geometry. Now press negative sign. So this is in decreasing my this arrows, you can see here. So this make the pivot big and small, plus and negative sign. So we are going to duplicate this kind of geometry here. So let's go to the channel box, and I'm going to hide our reference image for now, and we are going to rotate it 180 degree. Now here you can see, we see which axis is being modified, and it is Z axis. So we put 180 degree in Z axis, and it rotate perfectly. Now press 4 for wireframe, and maintain with this with my reference image here. Now you can see it would have the geometry added to the bottom also. Now since it is the same, it can work perfectly. Now let's go down bit and adjust their position. So in this way we have both component. Now for a rear headlight, it is a basic figure. Now we are going to create a plane again, and we are going to create this center part, and here I'm drawing this kind of eye. And since the geometry is in middle part of this model, and so here I will move in plane. I just move it backward and press F to focus on it, and I will activate wireframe, and it will able to visualize what is going on here. And it has to be little smaller, so I scale it down, and I give it a round shape. So I'm make a extrusion, and no matter what the depth is. So just select the 4 edges, and going to edit mesh and bevel. So I'm going to bevel and add these kind of subdivisions. Now looking smooth and clear. Now what you have to do with this depth is just to make sure that this shape has a bulb, and this kind of crystal that components showing. So what I'm going to do is with these geometry, then I'm going to erase this history and reset your transformation. So as you can see, I did this freeze transformation and delete my history. So we have them added to my perfect position. Now we work these geometry. They are now in this plane with this reference, and what we want to do is duplicate it. Now we'll make a copy of this, and we will move apart. So if something went wrong, the geometry will not be damaged. So I have a backup. So now we are going to adding and playing with some experiment with this. So we are going to make an extrusion here. So more or less I extrude forward, and in fact it will combine them. Now move it going to in this area. Now I will select this headlight. So it does to create this kind of thing. So I have subtract my main body from my headlights. So where again we will put this number 0 to set back to its original position, and I'm going to combine them here. So just move it backward, and I'm moving them a little inward. Now you can see here. So here I was selected in the part of this, and so I'm going to erase that edges, and so we are going to face mode and select all these faces here. So I will also make this selection for the internal face and double click and select the entire lines. So I do the same with this upper light also, and click on the first and double click on the last and select all the faces, and we have this, and delete the loop. So we are missing 1 2. So and I will duplicate this geometry, and I'm going to give duplicate, and we are going to separate it a little. Now moving inward. So this kind of a reflecting material on that. So to have the reflection of this light, so what the lamp is, so going to this, we are going to combine them and delete the history. Now we are going to edge mode, and we are going to erase this loop. So we will go to the same and select this and erase, and again. Now before making the glass part of this headlight, we go with this plastic part. Here you can see in reference image, this is very important to give a perfect shape. So we will scale this part, and we look at the view, press 4 for wireframe, and it gives a same depth ratio here. Now that gave us a previous headlight. You can see here. Now we select this main body and select secondary figure, and which going to make the cut. So this will make a difference. Now you can see here, and with the glass part it does not matter, we will do it differently. So I select the inner part of this, and going to select all the faces now, and we will going to duplicate it, and likewise we separate a little, moving inward, and we are going to in object mode, and if the pivot leave this center part, go to the center of pivot, and we have this pivot on the center of this object. Now you can see here, we will select the inner part of this, and we could create from the bottom of this figure and this part of crystal. So first let's focus on this plastic part, and this kind of headlight, and it's like a helmet on it. So to do this, we go to the face mode, and we are going to select these faces here, which we will take as a reference. So we go to this and duplicate it. We use duplicate tool. We will also separate a little bit forward, press W in object mode and move it, so with the center of pivot. But before doing this extrusion, we will edit them, and we will edit them in such a way that we can manage these vertices with this. So just make a square of it, and we are joining these part with the help of this multi-cut tool, as you can see here. So we are joining these pointed, and we confirm it with this, press enter. So we select and we click. So when we want it, we press enter to end this selection. As you can see, I'm connecting all these vertices with this nearest vertex. Now there is a 4 size figure here. You can see here these sides, and you can see best use of multi-cut tool. Now I'm connecting all the vertices here. Now I'm selecting this edge and delete it. Again go to vertex, multi-cut, and again create a multi-vertex mode here and here. Just add all these vertices with nearest this and this. Perfect. Now moving down, this is well defined. Once we have finished, just join all these points, and in such a way that also leave a square on all side, so we can easily delete them as a save little geometry here. Now if we see that the main figure is better now, so so we will erase this history and press F to focus on it, and we will make an extrusion here. So we choose extrusion tool. So we are going to take it little forward, and let's go to the edge mode and select this back edges, and we see this geometry, and again select these edges, and let's scale these back edges a bit. Just scale it, and now we do the same with this figure outside. Now I'm scaling this, so we climb a little bit. Now we select this whole set and make a scale out here, and again same with this also. Select these edges and scale it. So now you can see we have a decent kind of geometry. Now let's select the faces mode again, and here you can see we will do this part for here, and same that we might consider, and but before figure that out how to create this kind of helmet kind of plastic thing. So let's align these vertices a bit, and for which extract this geometry. So I am moving this up and this. So we go back, and in the face mode we are going to select here. So I'm selecting all these faces, you can see. So here we will make an extrusion. So in the global mode we will take it here, and we will press E to rotate, and you can see here I am rotating this this way, and again press E to rotate in this direction of the face. Now again extrude, and we can do it in a local axis this time. So we rotate this a bit and again extrude it, again rotate it. So you can see it activate in this axis rotation in a local axis. So press W to activate this transform tool and adjust their position, and press again in a, you can see we can create this kind of helmet or a plastic cover of this headlight. So we have created. Now I think this is perfect. You can see. So you have to first imagine how you can create these kind of shapes. So first you have, you know, your final image or final shape, so you can find your own way how to create this kind of shape. So just select these edges and soften it, and you can rise this part a little forward. You have applied a soften tool. Now we are going to this edit mesh and apply bevel. So we are going to add 2 subdivisions, 0.2 distance, and here you can see. Now we are going to this 0.3. So 0.3 is good also, and edge is like a bit soft. So we will do the same with this area also. Now select these edges and apply bevel of subdivision 0.6. You can see here the smooth curve, so looks nice. And for that, let's move this, select this and press 4 again. You have decent nice curve here. Now here this kind of tail light, I'm examining the shape, and we will, this kind of lighthouse has as a standout to this part. Now we will select this entire framework and we will duplicate it. Now you can see we this kind of error showing that we must select a single piece. So we have selected 2, but now we have made this copy and select this pivot. So I'm going to make this extrude. We are going to do it in global axis. Now press E to go to the scale mode, and now scale it, move it inward. Now then you can continue examine the shape of this loop. Now we're done. We select this entire loop here, and I'm going to change only this outer shell. Now again extrusion, so let's do it forward, little bit forward here. Now we can test this by doing in local axis, and we activate scale, and I'm going to reduce this final edge of this. Now you can see here we have nice shape. Now moving this towards inward like this, let's scale it, and we have that kind of figure. Now let's go to the first, and with this crystal we will take you to this inner part of this area. Now move this little forward and adjust to this frame, and we are going to make a extrusion in this global axis. So select all these edges and extrude this in global. Now I'm going to move this little inward. Now press 4 to wireframe, and we will remain alone with this geometry. Now press R to scale again, and I am going to scale it a bit, and we do the same with this bottom crystal. Now press 5 for material mode. Now you can see we have decent kind of shape here. Now we select this inner part of this lighthouse and this back side, and we also duplicate it, and on the local axis I'm carrying this forward. So move it a little forward, and let's center a pivot, and we select all these crystals and move aside. So now you can see we move them forward, and I again press 4 for wireframe, and now we add a sphere here. So if we want to make some like this, so you can see to the reference image, so we can take a cube here. Now in fact it would be a rectangle. Now just I move it back here, scale it down, and again select these edges. So I select this first and double click on second, so it select all 4 edges of this rectangle. Now I select these two, and we go to this mesh and bevel. Now in this bevel setting I am going to give them 0.4 something, so I'm going to width of 0.6 now with, and I'm going to scale it a little more. You can see, and then press 4 for wireframe, and again I'm adjusting these and making a duplicate of it, Ctrl D, and again select all 3 and again make a duplicate of these, and again duplicate. I am duplicating this kind of LED structure. So we will select all these bulb we have created. So we are going to this and make a combine. So we have them combined, and we move them little backward, so without exceeding this kind of frame the certain inside this lamp hood. So again make a duplicate of this set and move them back. Let's again I will duplicate it and move and scale little small, so to adjust in my all 3 LED frame. Now these will responsible to give a touch of this kind of LED. So in this movement I am this material and put this to its original position. Now for this part of cover a headlight body here, so we can again make this copy of this outer shell, and now based on this model that we are making this kind of geometry, so we will select these back faces here and double click on and select the whole set. Now let's go to duplicate option and duplicate it. Let's move it little outward, and to separate it from the rest of this geometry I will choose this so I can see here. So the pivot point went to this center apart, so give a center pivot. Now we will use this multi-cut tool to make a few cuts on this duplicate geometry. Now you can see here we see this part of hardly show this kind of shape of outer ring. So more or less from here we make a cut and come over here, so we make another cut and create a well-defined edges in this circular fashion. So could be here, and so we have given this here, and I am press enter to confirm. Now again I am selecting this face mode and select all these faces here. Now before continue to delete them, let's click here and let's see the material with the number 5 and click here also. So now again go to the face mode, and we have selected these faces again, and now we are going to select these faces that are not relevant. So I think they should be there also, and now select all these base curved faces. Now let's see one of these reference images. So I am monitoring all the shape accordingly. So this kind of outside of this part is like a plastic coating. Now let's see if we have any other images like this. So yes, it is only this part that has to be coating. So let's do just that part only. Now make it just get here, and I will delete rest of it. Now let's go to the vertex mode and select these vertices and adjust accordingly. So now we are going to this add a specific subdivision here, and again going to vertex mode and move this bit back. Now I can help myself with this knife tool, and here make another cut and create an edge, but I don't have this foresight, so it does not allow me to add a subdivision. So here I am adjusting these vertex, and we can do it manually. So select these edges, and I am using this knife tool and adding these edges over here, and press enter to confirm. So I have add the subdivision manually. So adjusting all these vertices. Now in this front part I'm just moving this little bit back. So this kind of lighthouse. Now let's go to the side view, and again look forward with these edges and towards little back. Now let's bridge this part of these edges here in the back side. So let's select these edges and bridge them. Now here is a bridge, so I press bridge button. So we do same with this part also. Select these edges and bridge them. Now here we add a subdivision down here, and we add same number of polygon here and on both sides, and now select these edges and again bridge them. So if we don't have this equal number of geometry, so bridge tool will not work. So we have to create these equal number of edges, and again apply subdivision and move this edge little bit down, and again apply a subdivision, add a loop here and scale it. Now we activate a vertex mode and select these vertices and merge them. So I'm going to merge these vertices again. So select these vertices also and merge them, and we press 5 to material mode. Now again this look nice now. So now I'm going to select these outer edge of this shape. Now select these edges and make an extrusion inward. So now in the local axis I'm going to extrude inward like this. Now I can scale it a little bit, and all through it does not work like correctly. So but here what we would also have this part that can be follow the basic rules. So I'm going to make this shield to protect the lighthouse. So I minimize these reference images that we have inserted. So let's go to this view, and I move it little backward. Now select these vertices and move this accordingly. You can see here. Here you can see we have these vertices, and I am adjusting all these vertices according to this shape and size of this tail light. Now we select all these loops here, and we will look for a soft and hard edge option. Now we'll also select these vertices and also give them a little bit smoothness. Now this is nice. So we might even consider that we can delete them also, but according to our requirement there is good enough. So we have ready with this tail light. Now we see that here we have in backward. So So here we are taking into account this in real van, so we also have selected these faces here. Now to make this bucket apart wider, which component should go here, so let's erase this part and work on half of this truck only. So we select all these loops here, and we will do a internal extrusion. Here you can see, so give a light touch is greater thickness of this part, so we will go up with this. And now modified that is not like usual, so I need to adjust all these things. So we are going to soften these as is, and that change we have made is not noticeable. So we will select all these loops here, and we are going to press number 4 for wireframe, and again we are selecting these faces, and we are ready. We have already left this selection, so for those these kind of wall I have created. So now move a little bit backward in a Z direction. So we have these faces of the same box, and again move these in X direction here. So we are going to move a little bit here, so make sure to selection these kind of loops, and here it's slightly good, and we will also move a little inward. Now what we can do to hide this part, so this part is a plastic part, that plastic coating on this headlight. So for now we'll ignore it, and we will so let's focus on this headlight housing. So we can pivot in this middle part of this, make a center of pivot. Let's go to the top view, and now it's also have a wireframe. Now we can make a cut so that it fits in this circular part. So let's go to the face mode, and I'm going to select these faces from here, and I select those faces, and I'm going to extrude it, so until the whole part of this box cover. So the pivot went half here. Now go to the center pivot, and I will go back a little deeper. Now I'm going to set aside the box, and you can see here I'm going to remove the history, and I move it little forward. Now never mind this kind of mesh, but we will arrange and back to its original position. Now I select this headlight housing, and the element which we're going to cut is this. So again going to mesh, and booleans, apply differences. Now you can see we make a cut of this geometry here, and this is very sharp and clean cut I have seen. So even these faces can be erased also, so since they are hidden internally, so we don't need them. Now here we have a small face, you can see over this edge, so we have delete also, need to delete. And now in this channel box we put this position to 0, and our box will back to its original position. And again select this and make it as place 0. Although I could have double twice. Now the previous geometry that I did, so well, to be clearly clear, do it again. So I'm double this local mode, and I'm going to center a pivot, and I'm going to adjusting this position here. So I select this box, and move aside. Now I'm going to select my light box and press 4 for wireframe to visualize this. So I think there is something left, so I move it a little forward. So I will move them here. So now I'm going to select this part and I select geometry which I make to cut. So go to mesh, boolean and differences. Now here you can see we have a problem with this cut which possibly gave away. So here, because we have not deleted the history of any of these elements, so we will delete your history and we will also delete this history. So now we have a fresh component here. Now repeat this process, select this booleans and differences. Now here again we are not having that operation, and I think I know why. What is the reason behind this? Just figuring out. So this is not too close here. So in this way, then all does is weld and all these meshes. So here you can see shift control and select everything, and I press delete here and this. Now we remain only with this. Now we want to keep it low poly. Now we will not generate internal geometry for this part. Now let's go with smoothing, and we also give a one of this smooth surface. So although let's back to its original position and select this and also back to its original position. Now here you can see in this loop, let's give on a hardened surface edge, and here we are going to center this pivot, and let's move this apart, and we will erase these inner faces from here since we don't really need these. So delete these geometry, and so we are saving here full space. Now selecting all these faces, these, and I'm going to delete them. So if it is a model for use in video games, so the mesh must be optimized as well as possible, so to consume less resources. So in fact this model has very maintained and detailed, so it is designed to be used in low poly assets. So we delete all these inner faces, and now back to its original position, delete history. Now we center this pivot, and now save this polygon by deleting this internal face. Now again go to this channel box. Now we have this history, so clear history. So now we are selecting and deleting history of all these components. So we see that this frame also has a lighting. So quickly now to conclude with this issue of lighting here, so let's select this wedge edges, and I'm going to make an extrusion in local axis. So here you can see we move it inward, so we reduce that distance a little, and I press G to repeat it, and with the same process and move inward. Now let's take them back here. So I press W and face mode again select these face loop, and I'm going to duplicate it. Now in global axis take a little forward, and so in which I place this kind of lighting material here. So let center pivot and duplicate it again. I take it forward again. So we are going to place it more or less out there. Now I will select this face mode and we will extrusion again, make an extrusion. So we will activate and scale it. So we will reduce its scale a little more. We take it back here. Now in this way we have decent light ready. Now we select all these components and almost this crystal, I think everything is done good and nice way. So with this we have concluded these part of these lights. Now let's start with the modeling of this tire of a Jeep. So we will identify 3 parts of this tire, so which would make up this kind of ring and the design of this carrier. And although sometimes it can become a quite easy to perform these kind of shapes. So and the third component would be like a leather wheel. So it is not very complex to perform. So let's try this kind of shapes, and it's not same for all vehicle, so it will vary from an all tire kind of. So but we will try to do this, so it is simplest way as possible. And based on this basic figure we can start this ring with this kind of cylinder here. So we are going to take a cylinder and draw it, and more or less like this. So here we drag and drag again to give it to a volume. So let's see, it may be later. So in this case move this over here, and I activate face mode and press R to activate scale here. So I scale this right here. Now again press 4 for wireframe, and I am examining this kind of geometry. Now you can see, let's take into this figure. So we have just created I'm going to make an small extrusion over here, and this kind of shape. So these loops are going to be projected as you can see. So it gave us like a V shape figure, and there is also this part that is shaped like a U letter, this kind of shape. Now we will also project them in this way. So we go first with this projection of these first part, and then we will move further. Now let's activate face mode, and I'm going to select this. So in perspective view I'm press F to focus on this, and I'm selecting these faces, and now I'm going to make an extrusion of this local axis to this reference image outlines. Now I'm going to select these faces, corresponding faces here, so which going to be projected. So first it would be these two, and then these, then these two, and I have selected all these faces, and going to side view and give a new extrusion as you can see here. So we are going to vertex mode, and I will select all these bases and extrude that we will carry with this. Now you can see we have created the basic shape of this wheel. Now select these vertices, and I'm activating scaling tool, and I scale them forward like this. Now go to the perspective view. Here you can see we have little mesh in our front faces. So I'm going to select all these faces and press shift, and I will select only this side again. Now I will climb again and scale these faces. Now again select all faces again and shift select this back side face. Now I'm going to this side and scale front side of these faces, and this will be clear and all the geometry is perfect. So I will center this, center pivot, and scale and reduce the thickness. Now let's go what each of these ratio would be. Now as you can see here, I'm selecting an extrusion these outer shell. So I select each of these faces like this. Let's try this way. So we are going to tell that we are using extrusion, and we are going to disable to keep face together option here off. I'm going to off it, and now give them extrusion individually. Now but as you can see here, as I move it, see how these geometry come out from this own axis. Then I separate it. So now we have to do accordingly. So I adjusted these vertices here. So this is the best way to create these kind of wheels. So just carry and follow the reference outlines. So at the same distance between each of these figure, now select these edges, select these vertices and adjust to their perfect position. Now I'm going to make a center pivot. So it's because of this irregularity shape, so we try to this center. So just adjust to the center of this object. Let's turn it. So we are checking that all the rays are touching our circumference of this. So I'm rotating it. So we have created a perfect ring. On this way I'm continue with this distortion. Now so we will continue, and we're going to edge mode here, and go to edit mesh and apply some bevel setting. So we add this bevel, and it can be 3 subdivision, and we add 0.7 of weight. Now here you can see, so it seemed too much, so let's do it for 0.4 here. So I think this is nice. Now select all these edges and apply same thing, same bevel. So let's go a part of this ring now. So go to the create menu, polygon primitives, and we are going to add a pipe tool. So on this shelf, so control shift and click, this pipe tool are selected, and let's draw. And you can see I have this kind of pipe, and I gave it as an internal part of it. So we drag and drop and again drag, so it will give a volume of this, and I press W, and again I have this option in channel box. Let's first scale it a little bit lower, and its diameter, I'm going to select this thickness option. Let's give a thickness of 0 point something, 0.2. Let's try 0.2 now, or 0.1. So I think it would be fine. So 0.1, and we can add more subdivision. So let's put 30. Let's lower our diameter little more, and here you can see we have to scale it. Now let's go back to the back view, and we have here, and we are going to scale it and slightly more. over this. Now we have created a decent tire structure. So if you look at our reference images here, so we see that there is a kind of bludge here, screws like this. So let's go to the face mode and select all these faces, and in perspective view we see that we do not so let's do it in slightly inward. So this gives a specific shape, and let's press one of this square and scale inward, and again I'm going to move a little out. So here you can see, before doing it out, I better take it in, and again I'm adding a loop here and give it a little more define. So this, I select this face mode again, and I select this part again. So I'm going to make a new extrusion. Again I will activate this scale tool and extrude, and I'm begin and I move it forward again. Now let's press G to repeat my extrusion, and again I think this is nice now, well defined shape. Now I will select these two and I will scale them a little more here. So all these two sets selected. Now move it outward. Now I will do with this hole here. Here you can see our reference images. So I return to wireframe and made by pressing number. Now we are going to add a cylinder again because I'm going to make these bolts. So I go to the channel box and I reduce the subdivision axis into 10, and I scale it and adjusting over blueprints or outlines of my reference image. Now let's move this again, and here you can see I would have to do a vertex mode. Now select all these vertices, and these also, these and these. So I have selected all these vertices and move them all little forward. So similarly the center vertices are little forward again. So these circular type of shape I am making. So you have to try and your own way. So we would select this radial part. Now I will center to this pivot point. So I am selecting this pivot point and make a new center here. So I will center it in this part. So let's close to this and make a center, and here are some snapping tool. So we can all select this snap to point to this option here, and it will hit us at the nearest vertex we have. So we click to deselect it, and again we are going to press E to rotate. Now we are going to rotate and press Ctrl D to duplicate it. So here we are going to simple make another bolt, and it would be with a new position. So now if we see the channel box of this value, that is changing. So is the value of X. So we will tell you that we want to rotate into the 70 degree. I even think it's a little more, so it would be 70 degree here, and to give us exact to this middle of this radius. So let's erase my transformation, and we will go to Ctrl D again, duplicate it, and we are going to tell him that we are again moving this 70 degree so that everyone has to same proportion. So I delete my location history again. So I again press Ctrl D, again press 72 degree, here. Now again delete my history and duplicate, and again set a 72° here. So we all have the same ratio rotation. Now we will duplicate all these. So we select and give them a duplication. So we reset the transformation and we will move this backward. So I select one of this bolt and give a mesh boolean, and we are going to give a subtraction. So like this. I'm doing this again and delete my history. Again select this bolt, and right now he repeat its history. So going to mesh and boolean and differences again, and again differences. So I have subtracted this bolt kind of shape from my wheel. So in certain area of this geometry, so get a little meshed up by this booleans. So I will do it by myself. Now let's check. Now you can see and examine the perfect shapes. Now I select this multi-cut tool here, and I'm going to join these vertices. So give a smooth surface, so in such a way that everyone get stuck here. Now I'm adding these edges and complete this shape. Now select these and these. Like this. So I'm going to edge mode again. So I will delete those unnecessary edges. So for example, these two have no place to join down here since the vertices are here. So let's press G to repeat my action. So I no longer need this loop. So although to keep this part which is where the ring begins, now I'm going to keep it. So select multi-cut and join these edges. So here we begin it here again. So again, so I'm going to delete these vertices that are unnecessary. So we are going to have to do this same, and I'm going to delete it here, and this part is here. We will take to this center, and that is connected, and this part of here is not lost, you can see, because we have to do the same in this area also here. So all connected should be connected to each other to make a perfect web, and we will erase every unnecessary loop like this. So here is also not to guarantee that everything is perfectly already in this. So I will try to do my best, and I select this insert edge loop tool, and I'm going to insert a loop here. So if the loop covered this cavity, so it's because everything is perfectly united. Here you can see. So if you look, it generate a loop here. So we will continue it, and we make them and merge it. So we add a loop again there. Then in this same way we would do with this rest of my screw. So I will select all these loop again, and I'm going to tell this smoothen edge. So I'm going to smooth those edges, and now likewise this loop and this loop are shown like something hard part. So select these edges, and you have to make a hardened surface. So we have to be order from each one. So adding these vertices and deleting loops that are unnecessary. So that each one is connected to each other, so with the rest of this geometry. So the rest of this cavity will done in the fast motion here. So let's connect these vertices here. You can see now here I am adding all these vertices here. Now once we have this finished welding and joining, then all the vertices of this part where the nuts would be located. Now select all these edges and borders of nuts socket, and I'm going to select all these edges, and just we will give them a smooth edge vertex so that it gives a slightly smooth surface. Now so we also see that there is a small curvature here, so it's quite very useful to examine this ring. So we will select this entire radial set, and we will be add a subdivision in each of this radial. Now but as we see, it does not allow us to add this because this geometry is not composed of 4 sides. Here you can see. So what I am doing is just erase history, and we will deactivate a snap point option here, and this will allow us to move this object forward. Now I'm using this multi-cut tool here, and we will add a cut in each of these direction and convert these face into 4. So in this way we have a square polygon now, and in this rest of geometry now we will able to add a subdivision over here. So I'm joining these vertices here you can see. Now we would do this same from this back side also, and let's take it a little more forward, and adding and joining these vertices by using this multi-cut tool like this you can see. So now here we can see I am now able to add a subdivision in each of this radial. Now we return to it to my original position. So we will put in the channel box again this 0, and to return us to this initial position here. Now press F to focus on this part, and we will adding a subdivision here. Now we will do this in 0.6, and here and again I am adding this subdivision again. So we always select this last modification we made, so which is in case of poly split ring 26 here you can see. So I am modifying this weight to 0.6, so which would be like this. So I think it is very depending on this location here. So we have a set of ourselves, normally here would be 0.3, and I think this is perfect. Again here would be 0.3 again, and in the part down here it would be 0.6 again, and however it attached to us to top to 0.6. So in the last transformation we do, so now in poly split 31 here it's also 0.6. so now this is also 0.6 here. Now press G to repeat my last command, and adding subdivision, and edit this mesh to weight to 0.3, and this is already a change because we have this kind of subdivisions edges here. So select all these edges and let's move them a little forward. So give it straight curve shape here. So this is really cool, and we could even keep it, and let's go to the mesh menu and add a bevel and add subdivision to 2 and try the separation of 0.6. so it gave us a smooth shape of this curvature. Now you can see and go to the face menu and select all these faces over the link. So we don't need these, so I'm going to delete it. Now reset this position to back 0 in the channel box, so it will return to its original position. So we move this little forward, or in turn left it to remain to edge here. So with this part we will add a internally subdivision of this ring, and now you can see we are going to add a second subdivision here over in this area. Now select these vertices and edges here and activate scale tool, and I'm going to scale it inward. So as you can see here, so the one who played with this radius, we have just move it and scale it inward. Now we can go down a bit, and which comes is this itself, and very unique structure of this, and go to the face mode again and select this entire face back, and we will scale it, and so it is straight. So we will add 2 loops to this and apply hardness, so it looks smooth surface. So and now here I'm going to add again subdivision axis, and we would add 2 loops near this shoe here, and we give a extrusion in this local area, local axis, and we climb them little bit up. Here you can see, so in which this is the part for my rubber tire. So let's go now to the nuts. So we had here, so although I believe that in fact these would no longer serve us, so we would have to create a new nuts. So with the new parameter here, I would do it in the middle of this cavity. So press F to focus on this nut, and I am adjusting this subdivision to 6, and I could select these faces, and in faces mode, so I deselect those in the middle and leave the center ones. So and I extrude internally with the scale, and I'm extrude again and move it forward. Now I'm selecting these face and delete it. Now I can delete it and simply leave this visible part here, and this one I take it backward, so which gives me a feeling of something simulation of bolt and nut. So again I am selecting these edges and bevel them. I am setting this bevel to 0.2 here, so I think it looks really natural nut, so I have better defined definition. And now again I'm setting my pivot point to the center of this here. So in this center part of the radial part of the ring, now I deselect, and again I press E to activate rotate axis. So we will move it, and just like after a while, only this time I moved him at 72 degree. Now I reset the transformation, again Ctrl D and rotate, and I rotate it to 72 degree again. I am here to reset my transformation, and again Control D, and I am adjusting to minus 72 degree here also. So again I'm duplicating this nut to minus 72 degree. So and here we already have these kind of nuts. All these are same distribution and same proportionals. Now let's move with tires, and let's go to the Google in the image section and find our tires best reference image. So we are going to look for carving of tires. That would be like this. Let's try and find something interesting pattern of off-road vehicle tire. So this is, I find, just click on this, and these are vector images, so can be a great. Now at this time of generating a specific style and pattern of my tires, since it is easier to recognize how it's great and easy to create our carving of tires, so we give us a guide so how it's made. So in this design pattern, so we can take it, for example, this image. So I think these pictures would be fine, so we will save it in this reference folder. So we are going to put it my reference folder here. Now just go now to our folder, and here we can visualize better little. So there are different type of pattern here. Of these are off-road vehicle. Now for this occasion we will focus on this particular guide here. So in this design, because it is something simple to implement, so to do it quickly, we will work on this scene. So let's I will make a copy of this. So I'm using this light shot tool, which I mentioned earlier, so that you can download link, and it is open source from internet. So where you can download it just by clicking on this print screen key. Now activate light shot, and you can select to save your screenshot in a specific folder. Now I'm going to back my top view here in Maya. Now I'm going to view, image plane, and importing images menu. Here I'm going to import my screenshot image that I have just saved. Now so we will carry it forward. Here you can see, let's lower and your scale a bit, so it does not matter, it is size for now. We can resize it for later. Now as you can notice, I'm start with this plane here, and we are going to add subdivision, and going to this vertex mode and select this vertex and move up. So you can see I have created this kind of pattern. So in this case, that is a slightly more complex figure. Now we would use this create a polygon tool. So go to mesh tool and Control Shift. We add this to our custom tab here. So what this tool does is that we can add multiple vertices over this plane, and when I just press enter, it can create my respective figure or plane. So here you can see it's basically like a pen tool. So we must necessarily give it a center of pivot. So this line is inverted because it goes back black. So I will give them a reverse, so it turn your normal here. And we would have add a multi-cut tool here, so to add a subdivision axis along this way. So for this complex shape, it's a really ideal tool. So I allow to create any complex images. So I select these vertices and adjust accordingly. So we can do it practically with this pattern. So I will continue with this plane tool. Now create a plane another, and I will rotate it, and I will place it according to my reference outline images image here. Now I will duplicate it, and we will lower your side, sorry, and I will press D key to adjust this pivot action. Now I'm rotating this position of pivot, and again press V to move this, and here we are going to duplicate it, and we make this pattern come here. You can see these pattern are repeating itself. So now we will support myself with the create polygon tool. Now just clicking and using like a pen tool, and we use multi-cut tool to divide into these axes and add a subdivision. Now go to the vertex mode and scale it down here. Now I'm applying the center of pivot, and we will duplicate it here, and it is necessary to scale it a bit. Let's scale and move this up. Now adjust these vertices along with this reference image. Now we duplicate these planes here, and this and this. So we deselecting all these geometry here, and we will combine it. So go to select and combine, so they become one, and I will erase your history, and I will go with the edge mode, and I'm going to bridge each of these. So select these edges and apply bridge. So again I'm selecting all these edges and applying bridges. So for any shape, you just need to understand their repeating pattern of any shape. So this can be very easy to understand any shape and size of any object. So I am selecting all these edges and bridging them, and here you can notice the some areas are not filled, and so for that we have also a second tool called filling. So we will come to this. So in double click on this entire edges, and I give a fill this hole, and again select these edges and fill them. I again select all these edges and fill them. So this is the best tool to fill any empty space. So I'm going to duplicate this geometry that I just generate. So I'm going to move it down in this area here. Now with this realized that to make this unique with another pattern of geometry already preset here. So you can see it would need these faces, and so this would have to move in this area here. So to apply repetition to this pattern, we are selecting this pattern, and I am double clicking again and duplicate it. So this must be adjusted this tile here, and I will delete again. Now I duplicate again. So press Ctrl D. Again I select these and press Ctrl D to duplicate again. Now we can say it is aligned here now. So I make it combined and going to select vertex and select these vertices and merge. So we use this merge button to merge these vertices and make them a one pattern. So let's giving a press G to repetition my merge operation. So again I go to the object mode, and I'm going to delete this history, and I give Ctrl D to duplicate it, and I'm going to put this part of edge and in this previous geometry here. So I select both of them and combine them, and I select these vertices and going to merge them. Again I select all these corner vertices and merge them. So I press 3 to for a smooth preview. So thus we determine this all vertices are wedged. So I adjusting their position here. So we can see here I'm selecting all these vertices and select to merge them. So this will eventually represent a unique pattern. So here you can see I have merged all this. So we see how they are more homogeneous and except this one. So I go to the vertex mode and adjust these position. You can see these are a different vertex, so I have to select and merge them. So let's select and merge again. So now I think this pattern is created very well. So I go to object mode and again duplicate this pattern and move down. So I select the both and again I apply for combination. So I combine them and selecting those vertices and merge those corner vertices here. So this is nice to create a repetition pattern of any specific shape and size. So now now here we have created a multiple pattern of this tires. So it's time to try some in a cylinder shape. So therefore the shape of this tire rubber is in plain form. So I will hide this channel box and I will erase all my history. So let's go to the deform menu and within this function we will look for a non-linear option here, and in this column I'm going to select this bend modifier. So here you can see it's allow us to create a curve, cylinder and any round shape on this plane. So if you give a control A or go to the attribute editor here, you can see we have a bend here, and if we play with this curvature options, here as you increase there is a part that moves, so it create a circle here, and what we want to do is to by making this circumference so that it formed. So take this geometry we have created with you. Now we see that this is begin created on this x-axis. So let's return this to 0, and we are going to channel box and we are going to take rotate this to y-axis 90 degree. So in this direction rotate remains on this x-axis here. So we are going back to bend option here. Now if I increase this curvature, it's bending along the x-axis now, but it's not affecting the geometry yet. So I'm going to link this. So what we have to do is place this entire line to do the same line as a total geometry here. So let's rotate it 180 degree and it would be 90 degree, so that we totally focused on this. So let's go back to the attribute editor and let's now increase this value. Now you can see we can easily rotate this plane here, and according to this bend we deform and we activate this wireframe. So let's prove that it does not come to bump completely. So while we could leave it here, then we have to bridge them. So we could finish putting it together by bridging. So but it could also useful. Now it keep rising this, and 185 I think this is good here. It can be 184.5, so 0.3 I'm adjusting according to my view, or 1.184.6, 1.184.7, 0.9. So I think it should be good at 184.8. So this is quite acceptable here. Now we select this tire and we will erase your history and we delete this deformator, and now I'm going to vertex mode and I'm going to merge those side vertices, and I'm going to merge in all these vertices and make a single component or single plane. So in this following, I'm just selecting and press G to repeat my action. So I have merged all these vertices, and I'm going to press 3 to smooth the surface. Now you can see we have nice decent look of this pattern. Now I'm going to center pivot and just move it backward over this tire. So we will climb down here and we will put in the center of this ring. So I will move upward and match with a reference image. Now here I will place it more or less center to this wheel. Now you can see here. So I will reset your transformation so that now this is its new position. So it is constitute as a locate of this object. So I will erase all the history, and I will select these outer edge and try to apply extrusion. So here also I'm going to select these vertices and merge them. You can see here. So I'm going to up here and select these vertices and merge them. So we also go to this side by side and checking all the vertices. So the selection is perfect here. So I'm check here again. So now it's perfect. Now selected the two edges of two sides here, and we will make an internal extrusion. So select this and I move a little. So we will activate scale and scale this outward, and in fact we will reduce a little more here. Now you can see. So press G to repeat this extrusion. So it take it again, and I'm going to scale it forward. So just giving it a round and tire shape. So again I'm going to extrude it, and I will take it inside. You can see. So more or less something out there. So I'm going to give him a number 0 to put it on its original position. So we see that we have almost a perfectly tie with this wheel. Now what we can do is increase its diameter a little here, as you can see, and we can take this component a little forward, this like this. So without exceeding either, you have to. So I'm working on this selection of this whole loop, and it's just, and you are not selecting anything. Here you can see the problem may vary here. So we duplicate this geometry without having wedge all the vertices. So for that, the vertices are not correctly on this side. So because we don't have something to create, now we will try to solve this problem here. So go and hand again check these vertices, y vertices, and I think that I could do is select all these again, and in fact they would be both sides to be able to check this symmetry. So I will delete these faces. Now again I'm going to check these vertices again. Now here you can see we have some double vertices over these edges. So in some of the extrusion I doubled without realizing it. I have double vertices here. So to improve this kind of problem, I have a simple solution here. So in this case, no doubt, I press the G without realizing. It does not move the vertices. I had all this mesh. So we need to improve this. So in order to keep in mind that it can be happen to us, so let's go to the face mode again and go to the top view, and so now select these grid selection, and I'm going to delete it, and let's go again. First of all, I will erase all my history, and I select this outer edge, and I'm again going to extrude in a local axis. So I press R to scale it, and again extrude in local axis here. So I will move a center of bit. Now press R to scale it forward. Now I'm just creating the smooth and best shape of the tire. Now again press R to scale it inward. Here I go to the translation mode, and again now select this on the both side. Select these edges, because there is no longer a problem of duplicating face. So I had been before. So for I am placing its original position, enter 0. Now you can see I will select this loop again, and I will select this loop and press 4 for wireframe. Now the scale tube of move its diameter a bit, so I'm moving this inward. So I will add a subdivision for this zone also, and press W to move it forward, and I will do the same with this part also, adding subdivision and move forward. So I will select all these loops again, and I'm going to sharpen edge, and yeah, I think this is good and nice for now. So, and I will erase all this history and press W to move it forward. Now I'm going to give a 3D pattern of this texture. So I'm selecting this pattern of tire. So this we do have to do is by hand. So you have to select over this, and select all these faces here. Now we have selected all these faces, and what we would do is just simply make an extrusion in this local axis, and we just move it outward, so with respect to normal of this tire, and I'm trying to give them a specific shape, and so this is look nice now. Now I'm just moving inward and scaling in respective axis. Now you can see, and so we go to this edge mode, and we have selected selecting all these edges around this tire. So I'm selecting this one by one. So here you can so to just need to put all these details, so be careful with this selection, and I have selected all these corner edges, and I'm going to press R to scale it. So we are going to move this little towards the inner part of the tire, so because it was more outward, and just need to move inside. So it has to take a overall shape of this tire. So let's take it around. So I think this would be pretty nice here. I'm moving this little bit outward again, and now this is pretty good. So moving on, let's get into this object mode, and we would have this quite quickly, and an outline of this tires is so nice and finished. So we would generate this kind of pattern of all the tire. So we can replicate and duplicate these. You can see in this perspective view, so we can add some more details here, and we are going to add a cylinder at this back. So we are going to in this primitive cylinder, and in this would become a brake disc kind of. So it would be just scale it down and move to this in this back side of this wheel, although is look like brake disc of this wheel. So we have to focus on this and we have to snap this to this center. So we are going to center this and snap to this, and now I'm going to move this backward. Here you can see. So we give you this reset transformation, and I can remove my history. Now we have already centered our tire on this axis of rotation here. Now and just to take a wheel, and so we have already this kind of section, tire section. So we can duplicate it, Control D to duplicate, and I take it to the front also. Now then make the symmetry of this, so it to the other side. But to save us that we have process for this in UV cutting. So now we will leave this tire, then we are in this UV cutting section. So once you have cut the UV and remove all your maps, then you can duplicate it with their respective maps here. So to avoid having these erosion or geometry, just keep it simple, this kind. So apart from this bucket, I have run out these symmetry settings, and I'm going to look now. I'm going to adding more details into my model. So let's start with this model of these LED daylight which has built on this wheel shield. So select this vendor. Now we activate the face mode, and there are situations in which we have placed here. So in the same view, just go to the view menu and give it a cycle through cameras. So what we are going to do is to alternate this camera view, and in this viewer we have this selected, and I will press button 4 for wireframe, and here is necessary to move these vertex accordingly. Now just we need to fit my LED lights over here. So make a shape with respect to our reference. So let's go again in the face mode and select these faces, and now I'm going to add some division over here. So this and again I see only this object here, so I will separate these faces. So I'm going to extract and make this separation. So for now I do not move anything, so I'm going to center this pivot, and now I separate it. So I'm going to move it apart. Now remember this geometry here, we will make a internal extrusion, and now here you can see this is kind of headlight. So in the vertical vertex mode we can climb this a bit like this, and let's scale this part here, and we are going to move this part, and that does not allow me to visualize better. So I move this ahead. Now let's give a little touch on this vertex and give a perfect shape for my this kind of daylight frame. So now I think this is looking good, and and moving on. So I even think that these of two vertices can take you little bit here, and then I take them back here. So we are going to select these loop and bridge them. So select these edges and I make a bridging between them, and I'm just moving little bit backward. Just keep in mind the reference space in your mind and create with respect to our design. So select these vertices and just upper apart so that we are all aligned here. So just I'm resetting their position back to 0, its original position here. So we have created a best socket type or a frame of this light. So I will double click on this edge, entire edge, and I will make an extrusion in this inner part. So as you can see in wireframe, now you can adjust these vertices over here, and I'm going to move your vertices and little give us separation these. So as for this geometry, you can see here. Now I'm going to select this vertex, and in the same way we do with this area also, just moving up and this area and moving this up. So we are going to move it back a little back, and I think this kind of model is creating such a way that just adding a subdivision over here. So that would be light kind of emergency lighting. So this part I'm selecting these 4 faces, and that we have not selected another type of geometry. Make sure you have not so I will, and I'm going to extract it, so make a separation. So I will press 4 for a wireframe and give an internal extrusion, so in this same proportionals of what we did before. So we have to take care of this proportional and vertices. So select these vertices and merge them. Select these vertices also and merge. So now you can see here. So I will do the same with this part also. So select the edges. So I am selecting this edge, and I do the extrusion. I take it the inner part of this also, and again go to the vertex mode, and I'm going to select these vertices and merge them, and also same with this too, and I merge again. So I again go to the edge mode, and in this geometry I'm going to just extrude forward. So just like it make a difference between these two lights. So we selected all these edges here, and I'm go to the edit mesh and apply bevel settings. So we are going to add 2 subdivision here, and let's try 0.6, and here you can see I'm going to select this middle edge, and I'm going to apply smoothing in the same way, so that it has same meaning of smooth surface, and we will do this apart and like a glass. So only here we will have this increase the distance between this. So I apply 0.8 something. So this is quite relatable and kind of separate shape of this emergency light. So I will select this loop and again apply smoothing. So with the smoothen edge normal tool here, so we have soften and the opposite is harden. So to hard this normal edges. So if we want to mark these certain parts, so on this side of line, when we also use this harden edge normal actions. So we already have what would be in the crystal. So in this part of this geometry, I'm going to center this pivot, and I will move to further and focus on this area. Now select these faces here and I will generate a kind of container, so which would be like a reflective part of this lighthouse. So I'm selecting all these faces and I'm going to duplicate this area, and here I have duplicated, so I'm going to move it little, separated it and the rest of this component. So as you can see, let's go to the front view and I'm going to create a rectangle here, and since it being like a LED, so it can really be this anyway. So we will create a triangle here and we will give a lighting in this render process. So duplicate these and we will leave it at the center part of this, and I'm going to take it back here, so and select both of them and make combine. I'm going to vertex mode and move this backward, so it's like inclined with this LED. So adjust with respect to references. Now you can see something with this extremely basic figure. So in the end we will able to give a fairly acceptable level here. So now we want to achieve this best details. Now back to its original position. So I already have reflected part here. Let's, in this geometry I will apply this luminesced material over here. So this kind of LED we have, so let's save it. Now let's start with other details. Now here we can start with this mirror itself, so which we could generate through this cube. So let's climb it and scale it and try to match my reference outlines. So as we see, we have this irregular shape of its construction. So I'm going to select this face and we can do this internal extrusion, and we select the extrusion mode and we scale it. Now just giving them a curve shape, so we continue to our reference image. So in fact we are going to take this my reference image with me, so I'm using this pure ref. So I'm going to drag my reference image into this window. So here you can see. Now I'm just following my reference image, scale this down and giving them a smooth curvature. So we will try this around and up a bit by adding this loop. So in the same way, this part is here, and selecting these edges and apply bevel. And so these are the bevel options. Here I'm going to giving a less width and subdivision here. So I give apply and we have this kind of results, but we are going to lower it to better of 0.4. So since we have this area that is straight, so 0.4 is fine. So I would do the same with this, selecting from all 4 edges. Now I'm selecting all 4 edges and apply my subdivision to 0.6. So now you can see, I think it can be more, so I'll try 0.9. So I think it's better option. Now it gives a better result of this shape of the mirror. Now we have this small problem here. So this face is stuck and I'm going to delete this edge here. So double click to select this loop, and again I'm going to apply this subdivision here also. So I will move a little forward and again applying this subdivision. So now you can see I do the same here. So I can even climb it a bit. Now therefore I also have this scale and one I just did, so I think it's better. So we can soften this edge and I give them a soften edge here. So we can do the same also with this edges. I just select it and apply softness. Now in this front part of this mirror, I'm going to select this face and apply extrusion, just scale inward, and we will take a little forward here, and I repeat this same command here. So I scale it to this mode and just add a frame here and press G, and I'm going to take it back. So this is look nice now. It's like a frame of this mirror. So it's like a slightly irregular of this mirror shape. So I'm trying to match this. So I'm moving and adjusting these mirror with my reference image here. So now we go to the frame, and that allow us the couple of this body. Now I'm selecting these and try to rotate with this angle, and I activate this axis of rotation. Now try to position itself. So I could create them in a cylinder also, so that would be like a rotating base here. So we will do nothing, just that 8 edge of this cylinder. So we want to select all these faces and in certain geometry here I'm going to put in, and these select I need to select all these edges. So I'm going to make it little soften, and here give me a pretty decent appearance, you can see here. So I'm going to top view, and we are going to create this kind of form, so which we could also start with a cylinder. So this is only a little bigger than before, so this we can create with 12 subdivisions here. So let's go to the face and select these faces, and I'm going to delete it. So I only need this cylinder face plane kind of thing. So I press F to focus on it, and I'm selecting outer edge of this plane. So I go to the top view, and I select only this half, and so having done this, we make this extrusion on this global axis. Now I'm going to take it back here. So with this same scale tool, let's scale it up a little bit. Now you can see it, I go to the back to the object mode, and now take it here. So here you can see I have adjusted all these positions. So I already selected this geometry. Now I will give a extrusion. So we will go into this part and just lower it again and locate it over here, and I climb this button here. So it's not have a same diameter, so I'm scaling down from base. So I will select these sides of these edges, and in this internal part does not interested me much, but we will select this in the same way. So we will also going to this subdivision number, giving a bevel around this, and apply bevel, use just try one. So we have this kind of bevel surface, which is smooth curved surface. Let's activate rotate tool, and let's rotate this. So let's move these vertices, and press W to move these vertices here, and you can easily rotate all these, select all these rounded edges, and again apply bevel. So in this time I use width 1 and segment 2. So I think we have quite nice now. So what is a part of this mirror base is, so what remains to is soften edges, so to the normal. So we select this whole set and give a soften edge normal also, and also the part below here, click on these edges and we give the softer normal here also, and here the whole area, this quite sharp here. So I'm selecting this loop, and I need to just delete these faces because this is unnecessary and consume our resources. So I'm going to make a cut loop here. You can see I'm cutting all these edges. So I will select these vertices here. So I go to part here, and I can even put it here also. Now I have selected all these faces. Just select all these faces, and in those that I extrude, I will deselect it and delete it. So I have delete my unwanted faces. So since those loop are here, so we will scale them and we'll move here. So that is such a way so that to get into this body. So ready with this, we would have this mirror part also. So already to it's ready to export. We will separate what we exceed and create in this mirror. So let's go with the next part. So in this now let's go to this part of SUV. It's quite high, so you can see we will also doing what the handles are. Here we are making a plain plates and these kind of gate handles and these kind of strips. So if I open our pure ref and I'm adding my reference image into this to then we want to have a better visualization. So here we could start from this cube. So it would be a rectangle and more than this kind of shape. So I drag and let loose, drag again to give it a volume. So we will locate it according to our reference image here, and it is almost completely straight object. So there is no major inconvenience here. So it will activate I will activate these vertex mode, and I will try to adjust all these vertices according to my reference images here, and we do this to backward. Let's go to the face mode, and I'm selecting these face, and I'm locating this little back here, and so I'm going to take this further back and also cover this part of in the body. So in object mode I'm going to down a bit, and I'm going to down this kind. So leave it, and this is perfect. Now moving on, I'm just adjusting my previous geometry. So is also a low. So from this set single set, so let's move it up here, and I'm going to insert a edge loop tool here. So I'm going to insert a loop in this area, which you can see in reference image also, and here in the same way I do it on this front side. Now go to the vertex mode and right click here and activate this floating menu. So to generate this kind of burr, so we can do this in the similar way. So just add this subdivision, and I can generate this subdivision here. So let's press G to repeat my last action and again add this subdivision. Now select this into face mode. Again I'm selected these faces and delete it. So then I could select this internal loop, and it would make a extrusion in a normal mode. So I'm going to extrude it like this. So I select this loop ahead and make this bridge. Now select these edges and bridge again. So I again select these edges and bridge. So I'm going to face mode again and select this faces and scale a bit. Now adjust these vertices and give a like a slant height. Now I can help myself with this scale tool and make a straight scale. Now you can see we have decent stairs type figure. So I will make an extrusion here again. So extrusion it up both side. So I click on this square and I representing the scale tool here, and inside this extrusion tool I will scale it internally, and just I select one by one. So and I could move them at least according to this shape only, and I think this is evenly and equally separated. Now over this loop here I'm also moving this back, so I can also see that it is behave bevels with this stand. So let's it's not that high, just lower a bit, and I will select all this contour and I will scale it in the same way. You can scale it linearly and just move up, and I just move these edges in the corner. Now these little details like pointed shapes you can see on reference images, so I can do that in my texture portion. So same reason to avoid so many numbers of polygons here. So now we see that in the form there is not a hard surface, so I'm going to mesh, edit mesh, and we are going to add a bevel here. So add 2 subdivisions and the distance is 0.2 here. Let's apply this bevel, and this is gives us a smooth curve. So let's try something different. So let's try 0.4. So I think this is nice. So we have formed this regular shape here, so just move it backward. So now we can get it correct, and I will undo these kind of changes. So again I'm selecting these edges and apply bevel again. So you can see these bevel is applied from top to bottom and over these edge. So now this is better than before. So we select all these edges here, and I'm going to give it soft edges normal tool. So apply soft. So I do the same with this loop also. Select these edges, and I'm going to apply this soften edges tool. Now you can see it is a nice and clear geometry. So we have selected one of these face edges. So now we are selecting these, have marked this contour, and we simply give delete edge and vertices. So I have deleted all extra vertices edges here. So I'm going to edge mode and going to select this zone, and I give them a soften normal. Here also I repeat this, and this smoothing that we have generated me the more simple objects here. Now I'm going to edit this kind of part. So I'm selecting all these vertices and adjusting with respect to reference images. Now here you can see we have these vertices, and on the other side also. I'm going to modify these one side, and then we will make a symmetry again towards the other. So I'm just moving down and give them a perfect edge shape. Now this is nice, I think. Now continue with this modeling, and now with this part I'm going to create this handle. So I can start with this small rectangle here. Now in this perspective view, I move this up. Now we will work more with this side view and perspective of this. Now I don't need this picture anymore, so delete it. So I will add a couple of subdivision here on the both vertical and horizontally. So I don't match that they are not precise and exactly. So all I want to do is selecting these two vertices and adjusting their position. Just try to scale it forward, and we give a slightly curved shape over here. Now I'm going down and insert this part here, and we are going to add one more subdivision to this part and another also here. What would be this base, and go for face mode, and I will select all this outline from here. Now you can see, check on this first one and double click on, I want that to selecting these faces. So I'm going to extrude it. So something is happening here. So we have selected a face, this lower face also. So we have to deselect and select these edge only. Now this is wireframe, so I again go to extrusion and now I move these vertices a little bit inside. Now this would become the part of this component. Now it will make a contract with this body. So I could even select these faces from here to here. So I will make this slightly extrude, and I will extrude in this global axis. So I will take it in this way, and I have delete these faces. So I'm going to add two more subdivision here. So more or less out there. So I select the entire line of this loop, and I will move them little forward to give a shape like a handle here. Now you can see this is perfect and simple geometry to create a door handle. So it give a curve and smooth appearance. Now I am selecting these vertices and adjusting their position. So this is so simple and medium poly. So there is going to be certain part where we can ignore the certain details, because all of that geometry, as I repeat and again. So in fact this integrate into any engine like Unity and Unreal. So if we integrate in such an engine, we need a lot of optimization of this model. So we can see that there is a penetration in this area where the sheet goes. Now you can select these faces here. Now it is necessary right now to add a subdivision here also. So to go to the face mode and select these two, now I will do an internal extrusion. So I'm going to climb it is little bit here, and in the same way this other side. So now I will erase this face from here, and I'm pressing F to focus on this area. And here you can see I'm going to border select these edges and scale them, and I think it is using this kind of tool, and I allow us to snap here. So we have here the snap towards the plane and this towards the center. Here we have snap towards these vertices, and or so it doesn't matter, we already have. Here it is. So I am selecting these vertices and merge them. Again I am selecting these vertices and again I make them a merge. And now meanwhile we are this going to be move forward, and these vertices I'm scaling and maintaining their shape and size. Now as you can see, this is pretty good. Now we can try to select these edges here, and I'm going to give a bevel. So I'm applying this. So to soften our geometry, I'm using this bevel setting. So and you can simply apply soften edges, and we would most visible option is not like this. So this is a very simple geometry here. So I select this one and I'm going to give smooth. Now we also have a kind of reinforcement here. So I will activate the wireframe here and select these faces, and I'm giving them a I'm going to duplicate it and move them a little back, and I'm going to in object mode, I'm only select this face and duplicate it again and make a center of pivot, and I'm making an extrusion here. So this kind of geometry have ready this kind of separation you are looking. So I'm going to extrude in external way, so therefore more than this geometry, and just adding additional details over here. So I add a subdivision loop here and also here, so give a smooth round corner. So I already have this additional detail of this area. So now we go with this part here. So of this kind, I'm going to this depth, you can see in reference images. So let's go to the edge mode and select edges. So I will add a couple of subdivision here. So in fact these subdivision up to this part also. So while this going to this move a little ahead here. Now you can see so it is not ready for this door, but from which we have selected. So if I double click here, now I keep staying in this face mode and selecting these edges, and I am going to move these edges and making something optimize, and in the vertex mode I am adjusting all these vertex position. So I am selecting these faces, and I am going to make an extrusion again. So here I extrude this and scale inward, and you can see I move this backward, so this can give a smooth. And again I'm adding this subdivision here, so I can continue in face mode, and I activate the scale tool also, and I will climb a bit. It gives a small volume over here. Now I'm selecting these edges and the edges of this side also. Let's try to give a edit mesh and bevel. So I'm holding this, I'm applying bevel here. So here you can see it's not working. So there are options, but not allow me to kind of bevel. So I'm open a bevel option here. So for me, I'm trying 0. Something called 0.5 I think. So let's try with this 0.3. So according to my reference image, you have to try different values here. Just 0.2. Now you can see the surface is really curved and smooth. So I will now select this inner edge here, and I'm just going to give them a softness and soften edge normal option here. Again, to save some of this geometry, you can see how it looks now. Now here I'm trying to select all these corner edges, and these so I will select these two, and I just make it combine. So I'm going to erase this history and going to side view all, and I'm going to make this duplicate, Control D, and I'm going to take it to the back door here. So just I do it little inward. So here I would do this same operation to this additional loop here. So I will also make an internal extrusion of what would be the handle cavity. So we are going to make this, and I'm going to erase this kind of door for now, because I'm going to modify this side, and after that we will apply for symmetry. So let's go with this part and just apply a subdivision loop here, and selecting these faces, and extrude inward, again scale extrude, and again add a subdivisions over here, again select these two faces and scale outward. Now I'm just repeating my process to making this. Now selecting my these edges, outer edges of this cavity, now bevel them and apply my last bevel options. So I think this is a really nice curve cavity kind of handle. Now in this way we have to continue and just have a look with all the options. Now I'm going to make this cylinder here, and it's kind of keyhole system here, so it does not take any too much geometry. So I'm going to take a cylinder and move this forward. Now let's press F to focus on it, and I am going to delete these external faces. So I make the selection and going to select these edges, and I'm going to soften these edges normal, and now move this backward. Now so I could select all these internal borders. So if I want to add some details with this extrusion scale tool, and I'm taking this and extrude again. Now for the part of this hanger kind of thing, so this it gives a very close detail of this design of the sheet. So I'm going to take a reference with me. So I'm going to zoom it to give us an idea of this part. So let's basically, I think that we could shape them. So they would be made of two parts. So this part to be welded or together with this door, and while this one is just one that goes plated, and we start with the couple of cylinder here. So I will go to the top view and create a cylinder, and we will give them a 12 subdivision. Now I go to the side view and adjust with their reference position. Now I'm going to start this I will go to the next part of this body, scale them, and I'm going to duplicate it, and I would be one of this will subject here. Now to this door part, I will create a rectangle and like this, and with the same proportional of this cylinder I just created. So move forward and press F to focus on it. Now you can see I am creating and scaling with respect to this cylinder. So I will activate a wireframe or the mesh. So I am going to add a subdivision to height of this cylinder here. Now we are going to add a couple of subdivision here also. So in fact it would be there. So I select these middle subdivision and adjust their position according to cylinder. Here you can see from top view, and so right now in the cylinder with this square we just created, so it's like a cavity with this cylinder. So I will erase all these unwanted face, and now I will do the same with this face of rectangle also, and I'm selecting these face and moving upward to match their height. Now you can see in a wireframe, so I will activate the snap to the point at the top here, and I press W to activate this translation tool. I select this and move these vertices over this and snap with this cylinder vertices, so it will snap to the nearest vertices here, this like this. Now I go to the object mode, and here I'm going to combine them, so I give the combine tool here. Now I'm going to select these vertices and now select all these vertices and merge them. So here also select these vertices and combine them and make a single geometry. Now all this lower part of this cylinder, so this would be there also. Now I am selecting these faces and I'm going to make a extrusion to on this global axis, and we take them inside the body like this, and I'm going to delete these faces, inner faces that I don't want it. So in this way the part is almost ready. So this is a plating. So what else? So this would be necessary to add couple of subdivision here, and I'm going to in vertex mode and adding some vertices and adjusting their position with respect to reference outlines. And we can use this multi-cut tool and try to make this kind of shape here. So I generate this kind of bevel. So in the same way I am clicking and creating this edges like this. So you can see this would more or less like come here, and we bring it here, and just focus on the final shape of the component. So because we would align with this and scale them, press enter to confirm. Now I manually add the subdivision on this back here, and now with this knife tool I use these multi cuts and I will finish defining these cut here. Now you can see I selecting these vertices here and scale them in a same proportion. Now selecting these faces, and I'm going to just redefine these edges. Now selecting these edges and give them a round shape, and selecting these faces and try to extrude inside. So here I'm trying to extrude it in this way. So here you can see I'm adjusting all these shape and size with respect to my final output. Now you can match my final results from reference image. Again I try to extrude it inside, and I'm scaling in this part. So in this part there is a nuts, so I'm copy this nuts from wheel because these are the same kind of nuts. So I'm duplicate it and adjusting their position over the door edge here. So let's enter this center of pivot and adding these nuts over here, just scaling down and reduce their sizes. So just add another extrusion and give them depth. Again duplicate it, and now you can see we have a decent shape and design of this component. So I will select all these rounded borders and give them a soften edge normals. Now apply smoothness. Now again select all these edges here and apply smoothness here also. So now you can see we have created nice and decent component of this. So now we add another loop here, and we are going to combine this geometry and duplicate it. So and again duplicate these nuts also. Now again make a duplicate of these two for my back door. So adjusting their position and match with my reference image here, you can see. Just adjust with this respective position like this. Now start with other part of this Jeep. So I'm going to start with this hook of hood. So I'm going with start with a cylinder and create a cylinder, move forward. So let's go to the channel box and set this subdivision to 12. And now going to this side view, I'm going to subdivide, add a subdivision here, and go to the attribute editor and set this subdivision of poly split ring 55 to 0.5. That means we have set this subdivision to middle of this cylinder. So here it is a middle of this cylinder. Now with the help of this middle loop, I'm going to select whole center loop here, and we are going to do edge loop offset. So click on this offset edge loop tool. Now I'm clicking on tool and drag with the middle mouse button. You can adjust the position of these two axes. Now I create two loops parallel to this center edges so that perfectly aligned. Now I'm select this middle one and going to delete it. So we have these equally aligned edges. Now I'm going to duplicate these faces, and I'm going to move it little bit forward and make a combine. and I'm going to move this down because right now I don't need them. So just move it down here. So going to this face mode, and I'm selecting these face of this cylinder, and I'm going to give an extrusion in global axis. We are going to move them in a little bit up and going to scale it down, and again going to extrude it again. Now apply extrusion again. So here only have this geometry here. So I'm going to side view and I'm going to rotate this bit. Now I'm select this and rotating this. Now I'm selecting these vertices here. So it seemed to me that it has some selected and some disbalanced. So it usually happens when don't check when we make a selection. So I'm going to delete these edge face here. So I'm going to make a duplicate of this and go to face mode again, and I'm going to delete this. So from now I'm selecting these edges and I'm going to bridge them. So apply bridge. So here you can see, and I'm selecting these edge loops and make it fill. Now here you can see I have basic shape ready. So just apply smoothing and check the, so we can realize if we have this defect in this mesh. So just straight, make it straight. So I would do with the same with this whole area. Select these faces and straight them, scale them in a straight fashion. Again same do with this, select and deselect this, and I'm going to delete these faces. Sorry, deselect and straight them. So let's go back to what we were doing. So it's on these faces, and select these faces here and I will delete them. So I'm going to edge mode and I select these entire edge and one from the other one here. Now I'm going to bridge them. So you can see here I have bridge between these edges. So I'm going to adjust these vertices and I scale them here. Now I'm going to see this kind of shape. Now I scale here also. If I now again I'm adding this subdivision here. Now again go to the subdivision attribute editor and go to polyspeed 56, where I can adjust this to 0.5, which means we have subdivision in the middle of this axis. Now we with this edge offset tool I am going to add two loops in a equal ratio. So here we create and scale them. So I straight both of them loops. Now I am going to select these faces and extrude in this manner. So all these I'm selecting these vertices and let's move them lower and select these vertices. So for that I am going to apply this lattice and minimize this reference image to 2, so that I can move equally. So I select upper vertices here and I scale down. So I'm going to climb them, also the bottom part a bit. Now again select upper part and move up. So you can see here we have almost the same object like in the reference image. So I've selected these edges and try to scale forward. Now just increase their length. Now I'm adjusting with respect to the reference image here. So in the side view I'm adjusting all these vertices. So I will select these center face from the both side here, and I also going to make this small extrusion on this local axis. Here you can see I am extrusion in this local axis and a little bit down here. Now and I'm use again scale, and I'm going to add a subdivision in this part, and from this side also. So I'm going to face mode and going to erase these internal face. Similarly, we have get into this geometry. So similarly, we have get into this coordinates. So these are the faces. So delete them. Do this same side, both side of this area. So I can see how this camera penetrate inside this geometry. So as I erase, so what is so we delete a part that is not a problem here. So we focus on this area, and I'm going to select these edges and bridge them, and I select this vertex. I activate snap, so this will snap to the nearest vertex itself. So then we logically select these two, and these, they are snapped to each other. Now select these vertices and merge them. So be careful with that. To merging any vertices, there are only two vertices that need to be merged. So for merging operation, the number of vertices should be 2 only. So I select these faces and extrude outside. Now with this manner, I scale this in part and scale it down in all proportional, and just increase its depth. Now select this face ring and duplicate it. Now again I extrude in normal direction and again scale in this fashion. Now go to this face mode again and select these lower part of face and extrude in this direction, scale them, and make a linear part, bottom part of this extrusion. Now select all these edges here, and I'm going to scale it linear, and I'm going to select these and make it smooth. Now I'm going to select this object and going to duplicate it. So select and Control D to duplicate this portion, and adjust on other side of this component. So on this left, I am moving this whole set to towards this part where it is located. So if necessary, we will rotate it, but as we see, we have organization of this geometry make us completely madness. So we are going to group them, and we Control G. So we center this pivot now. Now let's press F to focus on it, on this geometry here. Now I'm going to rotate it. Now it is rotating in this fashion, and I think this is perfect. So I will select only these two and I will combine them, and now we notice here, if I try to rotate it, then it rotation is wrong. So I'm going to hit and D to set this pivot point. So I'm going to align it, so I can try this again, and now I can move and rotate in this axis along. So now, so here I am trying this again now. So I'm rotating this, so you can see they have some offset. So I am adjusting manually this rotation and adjusting this pivot point on the center of this axis. So really focus on this. We should have done it before, so of rotation and geometry, but there we have more or less already located. Now it is more correct and nice way to rotate this. Now here the another kind of this, we have this part. So for this I'm going to select this same geometry and I'm going to select these loop, these faces here, and I'm going to duplicate them and move little forward, and in object mode I'm going to combine them. So I'm going to add a loop in this area. So you can see I am press Ctrl A and see this attribute per property, and I'm adjusting this subdivision to 0.6, and I'm scale it down. So here I'm adding again a subdivision and 0.6 value, so we have this same distance, and I will erase these kind of faces. Now select these faces, and I have internal, and I'm going to select these two faces and also delete them. So I'm going to edge mode, and so here we are going to make a bridge between them. So here you can see we have opposite face. So now because of their normal ones turn them, so we reverse them. So reverse the normal of the selected face. Now press reverse. Now it make us turn around these normal ones. Now you can see we have smooth and clear bridge. Now I'm selecting these edge and apply for bevel options. Now we little more, I give the 0.3 here, and let's see how it looks. I think I'm going to delete this inner face. So now you can check and scale it further. I think this is nice structure we have created. Now let's start with this hood window. So we are going to make this kind of support. So the purpose that we have here is we have to take off this window shield. So since as it removable would be go down and is to be rest here. So we are going to create basic primitives and these hook like structure. So I will add the couple of subdivision hairs and horizontal and vertically. Now adjust these vertex here. Now again I'm going to add in these subdivision loops also, and move this down, and just I'm creating this kind of shape as you can see in my reference image. So just I'm trying to make as much as exact this shape. So we do it little more here, and let's seem that like this hook. So adjusting these vertex here and giving them a little curve area. Now here you can see it like a hook, and so I am again adding subdivision loops here, and we selecting these vertices and move aside, and now select the upper part of this vertex and move it over here. So give them as a curved surface, so as you can see here. So first you just need to examine or imagine that kind of shape, and then you can create according to your own style. So the important thing in modeling is to develop your own style. Just imagine and create your image, and just I'm adjusting their actual position and duplicate it for both sides, and we can start from this here. Now take a rectangle, and I'm just moving here, extrude. Now here you can see I'm adjusting these vertices with respect to these reference outlines, and here I scale it down, and as such that I'm moving it in placed in its this kind of separation. So this will be a join of this separation. Let's select these faces here, and I go to the perspective mode, and I will add subdivision. So here you can see the subdivision is adding us in this wrong way, and it is not allow me to move this subdivision here. So I will delete this history, and now move back to this position. So I will reset this transformation. Now I will try this to add this subdivision over these edges, but there is not happening. So eventually we have this problem with this normal ones. So you can see here. So for that I am trying again to add subdivisions, but nothing is happening. So let's try to trick that I usually do against an object here. So somewhere that is defective, I'm going to export it, and I'm go to this file menu here, and I'm going give you export section. Now go to this folder and we created here. Now in this scene folder we have selected this obj format. Now I put a name. I'm going to put a name of part. Now export it. Now in this geometry I'm going to delete it, and I'm going to file, import, and select my part here. So we make sure we have selected one with .obj file, and not that with .mtl, or since it is a text support file. So now we have imported our part here. So I go to the mesh display menu here, and I give this option called set to face. So what it does is it normalize or regularize all the normals one of this object. And let's see, I don't have this problem anymore. I can easily add subdivision loops here. Now you can insert loop normally. Here you can see here. So that's why I usually do when some geometry for some reason. So either Maya or any this circumstances, sometimes the geometry becomes defective. So this has just happened. So in those cases, what I do is I export it and import it again. So I'm going to mesh, edit mesh, and we are going to add some bevel over these edges. Now, so what I want a while ago was just add a subdivision. So I'm going to add subdivision here, and here you can see we are going to duplicate it, and I separate it a little, and having this selected, this one. Now I will extrude on this global axis with the scale mode, and you can see that I am extruding in respective direction. So in this part I will select these two faces, and I will scale them inside like this. So now it looks nice. I have to lower this and move it down. If necessary, we will also rotate this kind of angle, and I just need to follow my reference outlines. So I'm seeing that we have a detailed that has made us a symmetry here. So this part has not joined with this is not correct. So we will merge them in this UV development. So for now, let's don't worry about this. We will merge in further. So I'm going to create this cylinder, and I'm going to move this. So in this channel box here to the bottom where I have this cylinder option. So I have just created. I'm going to do it to 8 side, and that here I have created subdivision of 8. Now scale it, and I am giving something called something like rod, and this can be hook of this between the separation here. So I'm scaling and adjusting their size according to this position. Now I'm going to add some subdivision in this part, and I'm selecting this face, and I am going to duplicate it. Now I'm going to make a extrusion. So I'm extrusion and going to center of pivot, and I'm going to duplicate it, Control plus D, and I am taking this here. So I'm going to select these two and make them combine. So these are the single object now. Now select these faces and extrude again, scale down, and this kind of geometry need to create to like a set of attachment here. So these look like so attachment, and now select these faces here. I will also extrude it also. Now I will do it global axis. So take it here, and this would be fixed here, but I just released. So I should have added subdivision here also. Here you can see I'm adding subdivision loops, and now I'm selecting this face and extrude over here in global axis. Now you can easily rotate and move up and down with this small mechanism. Now I'm going to select these edges and apply softness. So go to the edges again, select these and apply softness. So I'm going to select this component mode, object mode, and we are going to ready of these ring and contain this part of this hood. So you can see we have well defined details of this hook. Now here we have created some nice separated designs of hood and windshield. So we also have some nuts here, you can see here. So we can copy the nuts we have created previously. So so we can quickly make a new one also. So I take a cylinder with the 6 subdivisions. So now play with this geometry. You simply delete them and adjust all these edges and apply bevel. So I am applying this bevel 0.3. So bevel is considerable. Now this is nice. So if we want to give this a little extra details here, so I'm going to duplicate it. Now you can see at this level of modeling, this is nice for texturing also. So I would recommend the 6 side cylinder without major division. Now you can modify with this part. So in this part of this grid, we will select this mesh here and double click on this whole set. Now I'm going to give a stuck to separation. So then we had this combined with these two parts. Here you can see, and I'm going to from one corner to another, and let's see in the perspective view. I'm going to click on this corner and start from there and start cutting this and these. So I have created nice geometry, and press enter to confirm. Now I'm going to in vertex mode, but you have to keep in mind that these are going to be separated. So first I'm going to these here, and I'm going to give them a merge. So select all these vertices and these merge, and they have to be together. Now just using again multi-cut tools, and I'm creating these meshes and complete their loop here. Now you can see I'm connecting, and here I'm also applying this subdivision now. So for that, it is important to have a complete closed loop of any vertex or edge. Now I'm creating this mesh also. So let's look in the perspective to see what happened, and let's select again, and let's go to this part, and let's select again, and this way I'm giving this here. So it has already made this cut. Now you can see here I'm going to edge mode and going to scale it, and I'm going to move it here, this, and again I'm adjusting with this edges and creating more vertices, using this edge cut tool. So we just need to follow the process, and I'm doing this. Now you can see I'm selecting these face and extrude inward, and moving little bit up, or extrude inside. So this will create some kind of cavity or a dip. So here you can see we have decent features. So I will select all these internal contour or edges loop. So I have give him a hard edge normal to highlight this kind of shape. So this part, moreover, so for this part here we will use this little more geometry here. So we can do something similar to what is done that for my masking, front mask. So I'm going to insert a cylinder here, so just like a nut, and I'm going to this face and delete these lower part of face, and I'm going to duplicate it and put it to the down here, and I'm going to select these edge and select these edge below. Now I'm going to make them a bridge. Now here you can see we have decent plane. I'm giving them extrusion. Let's give them a Control D to duplicate these. So I am duplicating all these masking like this. So let's give it combine, and we will select them mesh, and first I will center this pivot and delete my history. So reset transformation and select this mesh that we combined, and now I'm going to mesh boolean, and I'm using this differences. So this is subtract my polygons object and create a nice kind of cavities here. So we have loose vertices which we have to put together. So we can do it as we did before with this multi-cut tool here, and go and selecting and joining these vertices. So it is a way that guarantee us to clear these ways. So we also have another option that allow us to fill with geometry, and in situation like this, so we are going to mesh and triangulate menu. So this triangulate to what it does is add us loops that connected, and each and every one of the vertices that we have in the mesh, so each vertices has connected to each other. So sometimes it's not best, but it is gives our best result, so it is acceptable. So but it is not for best cases at this moment, considering that is a fairly small part. So it's pretty good, and it's usable, and we can work with it. And we already have this height, so we have this high part here. Now you can refer my reference image here. These are separation hook also. So let's start with this cylinder here, and I'm going to create this size and set the subdivision to 10. So here is my cylinder, and I'm adjusting its position over here and scaling a bit. Now it would be a 2 cylinder, and let's I will duplicate it. So we are going to perspective view, and I'm going to hide this. So let's move it little below, and I'm selecting some kind of face and extrude down here. So this kind of cavity is used to connect it to objectives. So select these faces, and I am extrude over here. Now just move it little bit, just showing some separation between them, and selecting these edges here, and I'm giving them a harden. So selecting these edges also and give them a smooth surface. So if we want to little more details, I can duplicate this part and duplicate it, separate a little, and I'm going to center a pivot here, and I'm going to scale it a little down, and again I'm connected all these edges and extrude and scale it. Now you have some basic details over here. Now again Control D, and I take this part to this side. Now I will reset the transformation, and I'm going to reverse this in y-axis. So I'm going to reverse in y-axis called we have to rotate about -180 degree. So here I am setting and resetting this position here. So here you can see we have decent hook or attachment angle here. So I'm going to select this whole part, and I think this is complete. And this part of features, let's leave it as a task here. Now as you can see, we have done with this G features and adding all the details. Here you can see we can notice this kind of situation. So what happened here, that we have this part with a green color. So it usually happens that the default material that we had assigned to it and deleted, and to avoid to not having an identification of this material, so this material is placed by default, and this also happen when we combine more than one geometry. So then if we delete this part of geometry, then it's like object properties are lost. Now to which we had these being editing, and basically what we do is reassigning you a new material here. So I had assigned a new material, and I put back to this default material that Maya can bring. So we already have this now. So let's quickly duplicate on this back side also. Now the difference component that we have here is this, and we should select them and go to the mesh and apply mirror properties. So here we make sure to do this opposite side. So to this one is a movement, the axis towards which the arrow points is positive side, and the other axis without arrow is the negative side. So here we have a x, we want to make it to -x, and we make sure we have these merge borders and vertices, as in we have a custom option at 0.0010, and the next value we leave it this way and apply. Now we can group for this example and these kind of handles. So in this situation where something I don't usually double it, so I'm going to make it mirror image. So in this case we can ignore until UV is removed. So when we apply these on UV, so it is equal piece both side, so we can make this geometry share and same UV, and From these hikes we can remove the UV simply from here, and there is already a piece that we have removed the UV, and duplicate it and place it in this other, and after the finishing this doubling on this side, we duplicate it and symmetric towards the other side of this axis. So we don't have to be remove the UV from this piece. So the UV of this one and UV of this one and this one, so bring that they are the same, and we can do the same with this plane also. So we can only remove the UV from this side and then duplicate it. So with this UV removed, double it and over this side, and to avoid to getting too many UV maps, so you have to do is so that way too, and we optimize the UV groups here. So the moment we are extracting them or separating them, so unless we need to add these detail here or having unique details or on this side or other side of this plane, so but in certain piece like these we can quickly make them one. So select all these and combine, and that is to share all the UV of the other pieces. And you can see we are merging them and selecting these objects. So we will do this same with this hikes and mirrors and all the small accessories of this Jeep. So in these highlights we extract, and since the moment we are not going to work with UV here, so we will assign them in by default material. So in this render engine when we are working here, so let's double in this case and highlights. So reset all the transformations, since here the value of this channel box, so they have to be 0 to be able to handle this better. So I'm going to select all these and delete these history, reset transformation and free transformation we have, and we already have it added to my shield here. Now I'm going to move this a little, and so I can see here the internal component of this lighthouse. So already this would be a reflective part here. So we have worked so great in every and each detail of this Jeep. So I think we are going to play this in this perspective view. So let's go one by one, and I press letter D to adjust pivot point and apply this symmetry. Now again letter D and X, we center the pivot point. So we can simply repeat this and duplicate this kind of objects. Now this pivot is already centered, so we apply mirror image. So we have this and this also. Let's go with this glass and duplicate it. Now press D to access pivot point to the center of grid. Now apply this mirror. Now we get all these components or small LED parts on both sides. So we had done what geometry would be. So here you can see this is called LED luminous material. Let's press D again and press X, so until we change this shape. So the pivot points, we look them down here. Let's press D again and apply. So now we have done so much things. So let's press D, X and again apply. So we are mirroring, we are applying mirror of each and every component of this Jeep. So let's put this to 0 and set back to its original initial position. So now select this. Let's see, we have this light bulb? So yes, we have bulb also. Here you can see. So let's leave this here, and likewise again press D and X to take it to the center, and again apply mirror properties. So we say this bulb also becomes the symmetry of this. Now again select this, press D, X and apply mirror. Now let's go back to this, and I would be the glass of this bulb, set to 0 and set to its original initial position, and we reset this transformation. So that's the location this is currently in, and you can see they become their default location here. Now if again I press D for pivot point, press X and apply the symmetry. So we do the same with this crystal glass also. Now nor its center, press D again, press X until the change this shape of pivot point. So I am applying this mirror. So in this way we already have this light of our van duplication. So we have everything. So we would going to same operation with each and every objects. So we have completed the entire modeling stage here, and but it's time to organize it and name each of its pieces to continue. So for example, if we can only good at modeling and your other friend or colleagues other to texturing, so let's everyone know what we does, and let's name each and every part of this model. So that is why we are very important and vital name to identify. So it is called each and every component of our project. So let's make use here, and in this part of lesson we are going to create so called outliner here. So the outliner is an additional tool of layer of section here, because it shows us every object in our scene. Of course these and some comes to be constituted by the groups. Now combination or the result of these different transformation and groups here, so we have done. That is why we vital to erase history of transformation. Let's select all and erase our history here. So these kind of junk file of in the outliner. So I'm going to delete history, and we will see how it disappear in some parts. So but mostly it stays because they are a main or each of these objects so that we have in our scenes. So therefore it is time to name them. So and we can separate each groups, because if we identify in this outliner everyone which has its figure arrow and with this plus sign means they have our grouping or a certain other parts in this inner part. So why this group means, and for example in this part of headlights we play on this framework. So these certain of mask, so it has formed as a group. So the group can be deactivated or ungrouped here. So as if we go to edit and ungroup menu, so we can do this same with every part of this component. So let's do with this other part, and we'd also have grouped them. So we select all those and contains groups that contain groups, and we are going to ungroup them since now we don't need groups. So here tells an error. I press W to see which one. So here you can see this. So it may be a result of transformation here. So that we have done and delete it. We are going to select this piece which could be like our Jeep hood, and that is also grouped. Now I'm going to edit and ungroup it. So this way we are going to do or to each party that tell us that it constitute by the group, and I will accept it. So the group that we are ready and was keeping them aligned and assigned under the different groups, so these can stay. So here is no longer necessary to maintain your property as a group, so you can separate and make them individual. Now selecting everything and delete the history just in case, and now we are only have this necessary group here. So we can go selecting in this 3D view and go in order to our outline, and we are seeing what we are selecting and assigning their respective name. So for example, I am selecting this bumper light and double clicking on this, and we can rename this. So it is matter of each one of us and how we identify our particular objects. So and certain piece and this name criteria. So I'm going to put this name to bumper light, and I'm going to call this a component box here. And moving on, this window shield, and this LED lights, and so on. Now once we finish naming the part and component of my model, and here you can see here. So if we select any of them, we see in the outlines, and let's quickly generate the floor and cover this whole part here, so that we have at the bottom of this model, so we don't have this empty from left. So I would start by creating a plane, and first tool we have added here, and create it from one end to another. Now create a plane here, and I will lower it a little bit here. So I'm going to reverse their normal since they are pointing up here. So I'm going to reverse it. Now you can see, so reverse the normal of the selected face. So we click, and we have reversed the normal to this geometry, you can see. So we are going to add a couple of subdivision here. So let's go to the insert loop tool here, and we will go clicking here, here, and here also, over this part also. Now I'm also adding vertically. So I think that with this we are continue to accumulate this. Let's move these vertices. So we will take them to the little upward to the top, and little backward here. So I move this up and here. So this part of the rear bumper had been this kind of hollow part here. So what I do quickly to the edge mode, and I'm going to select these edges, and now I'm going to do internal extrusion on this local axis. So I'm going to extrude internally, and I'm going to bridge them. So select these edges, and I gave them a bridge. Now click on this bridge. So I double click on this whole area, and I look for the fill hole function here. So I can fill this, so as long as it is closed. Now which fill a set of this loop also. So I press G and repeat my last operation or function. So if I wish, I select this face, and so we give a mesh triangulate, but for now we are not going to do it. So I'm going to set this its initial position here. Now let's go to this floor. Now I'm adjusting all these vertices with the body. Here you can see and adjust with this part. So now I'm going to face mode, and I'm going to select this one here and this one here, and I'm going to make a extrusion in global axis, and I'm going to take it up to the top, and with the scale tool I'm scaling, same extrude it, and I'm going to deactivate this global axis, and I'm going to local mode. Now yes, in this way each one of this is not scaled independent, you can see here. just move it down here. Now I'm going to height mode again, and I'm going to delete these faces from here. So I only keep this inner with this according to this part. So I go first with this back, and I will add a couple of divisions. Here you can see, but horizontally and vertically here I'm adding some subdivision here, and I'm going to select these vertices and adjusting their position with my reference outlines. So we will activate transparency with my X-ray button so we can visualize better, and we have it within this menu option. Here you can see here. So I select all these vertices and move over here. So I'm just adjusting these vertices with the respective views, so it takes some time. Let's moving on. So now I will select all these vertices here, and with the scale we will lower them a bit, and only those who keep this interrupting us bit here, so keep it down. And in this way we would framed in this limit that you have here. Now here you can see. Just adjusting all these vertices accordingly, and this vertex, this and this vertex, just moving and scaling linear fashion, just there like this. Now selecting all these vertices, and I'm going to move it up little bit upward and little back. Now this kind, just improving this kind of awkward texturing. So let's leave it here, and let's upward this kind of little faces so it does not clash. And I just moved my faces up here, so much better now. So obviously how we modify this part of box here, and before we forget, I'm going to erase half of this box, and I gave it again repeat this symmetry. So in this way I have already modified the part of this box. So in the front we have this, and I go to the edge mode and select these edges and adding subdivision loops here, like this. So I am selecting these vertices and again adjusting their location with respect to the reference images, just moving and follow these outlines. So there is a point need to be backward. Now going back again, wireframe, I'm selecting these faces. Now these vertices, just hiding under this Jeep body. Now this is a long process as long as you get a perfect and smooth surface or geometry. So once we have moved this, I go back to this edge mode and I'm selecting this loop from here to here, and I'm going to give them a extrusion on the local axis like this. Now I choose again and I'm going to global axis and again scale it to this and cover the entire front. Here you can see. So I am adjusting all these vertex as I can hide them. Now moving backward, these vertices. Now again select all these vertices and just moving backward, and these and these, just following and maintain the reference outlines, so it can be that way also. So as this floor you will not appreciate this type of render, so however it is always good to cover these area. So I am align all these vertices and scale them. So I press X key to stick to this middle of grid axis. Now let's, before we going to this opening part, we are going to soften some of these edges here. So here you can see on this part that we have looped this, clearly noticing that they have hard surface corner. So in the outline for now I don't need this anymore, so I just rename this floor. Now close it. Now we work on this side, and this is symmetry. So if we already have two sides as such, so go to the tool settings, and in the last option in symmetry settings, here I will set this to symmetry in x-axis, which is world axis. So I'm going to have this minimized. So if I go to this edge mode and I selected both side here, so I select these whole set. Now I'm going to look for this soft edge normals tool here for apply smoothness. So now I do same with this loop here, select all these, and again I press G to repeat this same. Also these here I'm selecting all these and apply these soft edges. Now see how it looks here. So while this loop are noticeable now, so now here you can see. So with this polygon based model, between I have medium and low polygons, so as not to have performance problem when we are texturing here. So since a high polymer model is going to be demand a lot, so we have to select all these edges here also, and let's select all these inner edges, and you have to select all these internal loops, and also give them a soft select edge normal here. You can see now I have much better than before. So I give us this soften look. So in the front mask, it seems to me that each and every details. So first I save it and I remove history. Now I will do it quickly. Now let's go to this my puff pure ref and drag my reference image into this. Now here you can see there is some kind of separation here. Now in the front view I'm selecting these faces. I'm going to add couple of loops here like this. I think we can make these kind of suggestion. So if we are simply going to this shape, and I'm going to select these loops and now deactivate this kind of symmetry here. Just go to symmetry and turn off, minimize, and I will make an extrusion as a scale on this same axis. Now I'm this extrude inward and press G to repeat my last action again, and again extrusion. So to highlight this part bit more, I will add a loop in this inner part, so it will notify this kind of separation here. Now I'm going to do a little backward, now as you can see, and I'm going to harden, and I get hard edges. Now so let's find out if there is any other part or area that we can soften. Now let's see here in this back bumper. Now I'm selecting these loop of edges here and apply this soften edges. Now again select all these edges too and apply these edges. Now apply these corner edges. Like this, and also these edges, and apply soften all of over these. So now you can see we have decent model here. Now I'm going to select this whole loop, so we are going to this edit mesh, and we will add a bevel to this subdivision of 3, and I'm applying width of 0.5, which, so let's try this, and it gives a smooth and curve here. So we have decent curve here. Now you can see I'm just deleting this side. Now so I'm going to make a symmetry of this, make a mirror image. Now select all these, we can work here in a little. So to work this, I'm just going to duplicate it, and I'm going to symmetry setting and going to turn on this vertex. So I add a subdivision in this area, so we have added on both sides because my symmetry is on. Now select these vertices here and adjust their position like here. Little more up, like this. Also these vertices here, and so on this rear axis we also have this settings, and going to add these subdivision loop also, and I'm selecting these loop here. And here we will also soften all this part here, and I think we are ready now. So we turn to this topic on UV cutting. So here we have smooth edge surface. So a fundamental requirement for moving on the texturing stage is to open the UV map of each of the component of the truck. So let's see how to do it. Now here is my model, so we will use this UV editor window, and we will facilitate this when by using this UV. So before moving to this UV editor part, we will go to this tab here, workspace. Now you can see here we have several ways by which Maya works here. So classic, standard, expert, sculpture, pose, and many more like UV editing, Engin. So if we need to add here, so we use Engin. So if we were to organic model, and rigging animation changes with this workspace. So according to these model equally, so for example, if we go to this UV mode, so we have this UV editor as the main window here, and here my model window small in a slightly small view. So but we can also play with this, moving their window and increase the size. So we can work on both of these. So now we can go to the second option here, model 3D models. So here we already have only 3D models, but if we go to the UV menu and go to this UV editor, now we also see this small window of UV editor. So in this case, to exposing and able to work with it, so I am working with these window. So in this way, on this screen we would have this 3D model, and on this screen I have a UV section. So to visualize these kind of cuts, here you can see. So as we are doing for this purpose, I'm using these window, modeling and UV screen. So we will work to integrate it with this UV scene and this model scene. Again, we erase all the history here. Now you can see Maya by defaults, when we create this certain geometry, so it's already generated as UV. It is a by default UV here, but these are incorrect and they are not functional at all. So but these do not provide any information here. So let's so these basics UV are used to just generate basic texturing. So by default I'm going to delete these UV in Maya. So we would go to this UV menu, and we can do these two things here. So I delete this current UV set, and we delete the wrong UV here, and here we simply give it to direct to this UV plane. And here you can see what we have created a 2D figure of my model, so which is in this case. So if we click on any of these controls, you can, so I can transform and move a little like a pivot. So at a moment we are doing this extrusion. So if I click on this circle, so we see how it zoom in or over. Here is changes. So if I click on it, so here is a rotation of this UV, and if broken, we see how the UV projects the front of this model. Now it is not so interesting in this way, since it is simply a base, so that helps us to have a structure within a map. So you can see here, so that the UV of each part, and that would constitute to the future. So we have to select this geometry and delete all history just in case, and start with this roof and the hood here. So what I usually do before opening the UV is I'm going to establish and differentiate different parts, so to make a specific geometry of each part. So here you can see how many could cut them, and even how he could be divided. So if you look here, we have this part here, hood, and the another part this windshield, and remaining is this roof area. Now of this I always do one thing is, so to identify the main part or component here, I'm going to so it is like an animator. So just absorb as much as detail as possible, and as mirrored pieces and pieces that are not going to be mirrored. So it does not matter that they have considerable space in UV. So for example, these internal part, these part are not going to be seen. So of course right now they are they are here. So once we have texture, if already is not going to scene, therefore we don't need considerable space in this UV. So we are going to edge mode here, and to start making these cut. So as here we have this kind of separation here. So to select both side, I will activate this symmetry. So we go to the tool settings, and this symmetry settings, and we tell you to make a symmetry along world x-axis. Now here you can see we also have the same selection of here also. So now go to this side and make a selection. So that could be a first cut. Now first cut, then I go to this polygon and say cut UV edges. So it may be that so at that moment we give a cut on this, so nothing happens, but we can visualize the cut here. So when we go to this little icon here and toggle the display of this texture board for this active mesh, so what this option does is show us this cut. So here we can see here we are going to do in geometry. So it's like I increase the thickness of this loop line that was I cut here. So I next cut I would make it kind of here also. So I select and I'm going to polygons and select cut UV edge here. Now the inner part, I think it would cut it too. Now here is also I bought this it to repeat it. Now here you can see these edges also, I don't want those split so long when they are cut here. So likewise here make them divide, so more or less in this slightly equal section. So on this windshield part I want this whole area. So open them, and this part that goes inward. So here I'm going to separate this part. So I really bought it to this repeat the cut command here. Now select all these inner edges at the top, and I will not separate this part, so that goes into the body here. So I just want that in the corner, and adding a couple of cuts so they also open. So on the roof part we will open this corner, and so that in this way they like this. So we can try there to see how we have this cut. So in fact here we have this geometry that goes into these cuts here. You can see, so already made the cut. So I go to this polygon menu, and we give a unfold, and the UV has been opened here. You can see, so here we have a several section option within this UV menu, and such as border, edges, shelf, vertex, face, and UV. You can see, so the one I use the most is shelf mode, because we select each of these cut and we have just made. In this case, as I am by this symmetry, so I select both side of X and Y so cuts that I made. So you may wonder how I know that a cut is well made. So the first and most basic of this way to activate this checker, so we have on this button check this kind of square here. So what it does is it put the shader with these UV, so which is in fact the most usual when checking the UV cut here. And the cube here are this kind of here, they look perfect and square, so so it means the cut is perfect. So there is no distortion and any disturbance. So this guaranteed that texture is going to be appear well maintained. So it will look when the taking a map to another render engine. So another way to also with this UV distortion display option here, you can click on this also. So it shows us the color if there is any kind of distortion. So in this mesh, for example, here you can see, so we have this slightly compression. So this red color indicates compression. So but if we activate the checker here, so it's and just there is a small ripple in this geometry. So it is not obvious that there is a distortion, and perhaps it due to this curve part also, and it may be slight fold. So now I'm going to try adding a couple of cuts in that part, and then they open it. Now I'm going to this and cut edge, polygon, cut again. So what we have just made on this open and this part of this UV here. So when we disarrange a little more in this area here, so now I think we could also separate these UV a little more like this. So equal here, again give a cut and give a unfold. Again we give a cut and give a unfold, but we see that this part is still being maintained. So here you can see this part after all is not visible or will not be visible now. So when making a render or a final output, since it will be covered by the other piece here, so it's not a problem that is component that is not visible here. So give us a kind of compression. Now once this is done, I go to the shelf mode and I will try to give it a certain order of UV to the cuts that we have finished making here. So in the both coat and proportional, so we will give this same proportional to all these parties or this part of this model. So in this 3D model we press R and I will scale it, and press E to rotate, and we are ready accordingly, and this part inside this UV and adjust their positions. So you can see likewise, as they will not be visible, they do not need a considerable space here. So I will remove the symmetry to be able to move each of these. So I press E to rotate, and I move this here. And now what we do to climbing, rotating and giving them more or less here. So a position that allow us to accommodate this part here. So the UV part is ready to maintain. So when it's perfectly vertically and horizontally here, so I select my shelf mode and I right click sustained shelf here. So here we have this option to rotate the UV. So here you can see to the right and the top here. So we click and rotate, but we change to UV mode here, and again we press right click and select this shelf mode, and I'm dragging this UV here. Now I'm arranging all these equals that a kind of shed over there. Now I go to this edge mode, and we have here so that has not made us a correct separation. Here you can see, so it's a common that we have double vertex here. So I'm going to go down and I'm going to combine them, so or combine the front ones again. Now I think it's a already combined from this top, so I'm leaving here and I'm going to edge mode. Now I'm selecting these edge and I'm going to say cut me again and cut it. So now it is already separated here. So with this we have this first part of this hood, and I'm going to delete the history again and activate this channel box. So I put the position 0 to return it is initial position, as you can see here. So now we go with this side part, and I think here we can distinguish that we have some part here. Now for example, a part would be like this, and another part would be this kind of section, and another part would be this, and last one would be that one, and in this correct box. So we would be talking about 4 more parts here. So with this internal part, that will carry a small proportion. So when allocating them the space in UV here, so I would go back to edge mode and I will activate symmetry. Now I press World X and would proceed to cut here, and now here you can see I select all these edges. Now here I'm going to select all these edges here. So once this done, I will delete all the history, and just in case, so we have a polygon to unfold. I unfold these, and again go let's see how we have these cuts. So now will we have fairly perfect from this checker? I have checked, there is no distortion here, so it could further optimize this cut. So if we give this distortion option, and we see that we have no distortion here, so the whole component is totally white, so which indicates that the cut is good. So we continue with the other component here. So let's moving on. So there will some like these, and who does not have them. So but we will assign a default material in KEYSHOT. So if we want, we give it to UV, and we can create an automatic map here. So it is up to you to use the map on these small part or not, so either manually or automatically, so as we wish to do it. So these would be add a crystal section. So in fact, since I opened this map, so we will place it here. Now I select this whole model and delete the history first. Now you can see here, so we reset this transformation, and I think it is good idea. So to move to the our texture part here, so we can take this part to our UV map, and that would be my second quadrant. And remember, the first quadrant is going to be whole part of this body, and the first quadrant of UV, or this first side as we can say. Now the second would be the mask, bumper, and these strips and other small parts of components. Now the third party will be consist only for tires here, and the room is going to be this crystal, and our model in this end would be constituted. So constituted for tiles of UDMI, which is also named by which they are unknown. So this is how we would have this first, the whole part of this body would go here, and the second UDMI would be here, the part of accessories and other components, and that is this part. So everything we just cut in this lesson, and the third party will be consist only of the tire here. So why will I assign the single UV for entire tire here? Because I want to take advantage of this space in the entire room. So I absorb as much as possible of details in this texture, and the room would consist of this crystal here, and all these glassware. So that is the window and the headlights crystals, and this would be the end, as I would be this UDIM in our model. So let's start with texturing. So I'm going to quick review of this program that for texturing called Substance Painter, and we will see its interface and its functionality. So as well as we use their tools, material and mask and other options. So to start painting our model, so let's start it. Now before that, I select this entire mesh and go to this file menu and select this export section, and we look for our 𝐓𝐸𝐬𝐬 gradiator folder here. Now in the same scene in .obj format, we put a name 𝐓𝐸𝐬𝐬 gladiator and we give you an export selection here. So it's time to go to the Substance Painter and learn a little about its interface. So I'm going to start with the basics, and I get into this model into Substance Painter. So basically I would say this Substance Painter is just more advanced and 3D interface of Photoshop, and also has a 3D view. So here in Substance we can identify several parts, so through which we will drive a center part, and the most primitive is where we will import our 3D model here, and this is where we can work, and it would be like this viewfinder. So what we are going to do is it's a part of that we has this kind of space. So from this type side here below we have this part of materials. So right now we are selecting this smart material part. Now you can see here we have these whole set of material available now, so which we can work with easily. So we also have these alpha that allow us to create a mask, and also we can add these special design, use them as a normal maps here. So these help us to create a displacement. We also have these effects of dirt and dust kind of. So we have these procedure material to add a texturing system. So over here we have this specific texture here. So we have a select section of this normal maps, these type of button. So we have fur material if we have texturing something organic or natural. So we have filters such as lights, rush, brightness, and many more. So we have different type of brushes to add effects. So when we paint we have these particles to add effects here. Now we can add like dirt, muds and that kind of things. So we have some tools to generate more effects here. So as we going to this, but the one we will use the most is this kind of particular part of one lesson. So the one we'll use will be a alpha section and material and smart materials. So what is the difference between material and smart material here? So a material has a quite limited control. So where when we apply it on geometry, it has limited control on it, and in smart material we can control almost all its component like normal, displacement and all. So we can even combine a part with this our another material also. So that's why we get a new material in a new result. So we will get into interesting result when working. So on this left side we have this tool panel, and as in Photoshop it is fact quite similar here. So we have this brush and the eraser, and we have a tool of project here. So either an image or a texture is a center area of this 3D model, and we have selection option of mask here, also the tool of clone, dropper and extra. So they are almost like a same tool as a Photoshop. So and now here we have the part of these material properties that we are using here, and that is in this part we will create a framework of differentiates. So here we will have a layer of section. Now you can see, so in our this case, in this van we use the 4 tiles UDIM. So here we will have 4 layers that we will appear in this part here. Now because we are using a 4 tile UDMI, then we have the layers part. So this is my layer parts, you can see. So here we have each tiles of our UDMI, and here below we have the described the different materials. So now which will also be assigned as a layer here, and from these tiles we will have a series of layers, so that will make up your texture system. And then at the bottom we have these property box. Now you can see if we have added any texture over the object, like dirt paint. Let's say this is the dirt paint layer. So if you then for this it turn will have a different properties, so it will just expand these further properties and control or modify its parameter. So we have this UDMI tiles here, so which is turn breaks down in the texture layer. So each layer that will have its properties which we can modify here. Now we also have in this side section and texture settings. Here we find this option to do the baking. So bake is a combination or calculation kind of so for example of ambient, normal, and the positions. So these are the different structure or components of our model, so that will allow the material that we assign them to act better. So the texture setting will be tab that we can control. In fact, it will be the first one we use when we importing this model. So we also have a very important part up here, you can see. So it's a little tab, and there we have a display option. So if we want to have an orthogonal or a perspective view, so if we want to visualize the model in 3D or in 2D, let's say, or in both the sides, so this is we can visualize in this viewer port. So about this 3D model. So the 3D model together with this UDMI is which simply the UDMI, and we can also take a tour of these scenes and also take a render here. So it's time to import our model to Substance Painter. Here we go to this file menu and say new. So my first thing we will do is select the file that we are going to texturing. So here we have file option, we tell select. So here we throw us into the default folder. So then we look for a folder where we have saved our project. Now in this case I have it on the desk and 𝐓𝐸 gradator. So we located the folder where we saved, and in this case I have this. So we have selected .obj file and open it. Now we have this path where we have file, but we have other option here. So we have to make sure, as in Maya we work with a UDIM. So and of 4 tiles, so we are working with this multiple UDIMs. So we have to tell Substance Painter that by importing this file we have created its textures. So textures for UDI tiles, so what we had here. So then we click if we don't have it, so click to take it into account, so that Substance know that the model we are importing it made up in a multi UDMIs. So import cameras we would use in, so if we support FBX, so maybe with this preset view, but this is not in this case. So here in documents resolution, so is the resolution under which the UDMI will work. Here you can see 128, 256, 1512, 1024 and much more. So it is very important that we consider these performance. So or the power of our system, this will higher resolution. So the power will have great demands regarding to hardness of our equipment. So let's select this. So I think standard we could work with let's say resolution to 2048, and since resolution 4K 4096, so it will demand a lot from our work teams. So if we don't have this powerful system, so we are working considerable as 2048, or we can also 1048 also, depending on our characteristics of our team or our video card or graphic card of our computer. So at this time texturing substance is handled 100% by this video card. So let's consider that, and moving on, resolution of our project. So we will work in 2048. So for this example, so if we have a good team or a good computer, then we go for 406 also. So in this processing at this time of recording, so it's also do it 2048. So this format we have OpenCG, GL or DirectX. So we can work with this default performance platform, and there is really no problem. Let's moving on. So we have also this model and import mesh normal maps and bake maps, and that is if the project that we have worked previously. So we export it to ZBrush and add nuts using normal maps or super small details like form wiring and all. So and additional details we have here is we want them or only to transfer to our mesh here. So I'm using this normal map. So if we have here this, and I extracting to this another program like ZBrush, so we want to stay here. So in this model we have right now to texturing, so we add this and would select normal. So then we have extract from other software outside of Substance Painter. We currently don't have that, so we ignore this part here. So since press OK and we have our model on this screen. So in this way we move a Substance interface is same like in Maya. So press Alt, press left click, we can rotate it, and press Alt, press right click, and we can zoom it, and you can see press Alt, press middle mouse button and scroll click as you pan the screen here. So in this way we move the same as in Maya. We can move our project here. So once we have import the model, now second step is to do the bake of these maps. So because if directly once we imported we want to add a material, this will not correctly interpreted. As you take an example, let's try this. If I drag this color to my model, so let's wait a moment and loading it. So we see how this material behaves, so which is not most appropriate method. So we have to pretty interesting details how it generate as here, but this painting is not good. So it's because the lighting direction is not calculated. Yes, so the direction of this shadow. So now go to that and we are going to bake of this material. So to do this we going to this tab, so right side right here, now texture settings. Now here we have the channel that the bake will do. Now as we are using PVR texture system, so we are under the system of channel of this base color, metallic, roughness, normal and heights. You can see here these are the basically the material based on which they will calculated, and all we assign to our model will be executed. So we move to this bottom of this entire menu, and we have bake mesh map, and we click it and this opens a window here. and here are some parameters that we will take into account here. Now for example, we will disable the normal option here. Now you can see here, so because this applies if we had made a high poly model here. Now this is all this detail ultra high polygon. Now you can see, so that we want to project to a low poly model, and in this case the low poly model would be like this truck. In fact it is low poly, but if we want to project all these details so of the high poly geometry, that would apply to the tire here, and we could simply apply this project these style of this cylinder. And when we have this high poly model, so we select normal and we say high definition meshes. So obviously we click on this use a low poly model here. Now for that, and we click here also, and we would select the model where we have the high poly model. So this is not the case because we don't have a high poly model here, so we deselect this normal option and rest we leave it same way. And here again we tell you that what size we want to make this bake. So if at this beginning we imported, we tell substance painter and we want to 2048, then here in this baking we also tell the this 2048 also, and that would be parameter that we are going to reset, and we leave this rest and like. So we'll tell you that we have this one option bake 1001 mesh maps, so which is in this layer here. It is the first tile of my UDIM here, 1001 1002 1011 1012 to identify these kind of instance. So I want to make all these tiles of our UDIM, so I'm going to tell them to do the bake of all my meshes. So the process may delay a bit, so we will accelerate this video. So we will continue once this baking process is finished. So I'm going to give a bake to all these texture and set. Now you can see it takes some time, so I'm moving forward. Now we see how the geometry has changed and it's further enhanced. So each of these component that is thanks to this ambient occasional maps. Here you can see, let's get this down a bit, and here we have these maps resulting from this baking. So that is we have the normal maps and ID maps, which is a way to identify each part of this, and ambient occlusion is one of that give us the detail of this geometry, and other maps that are used by this different material here. So to calculate your application, we are starting using this. Now we will rename the tiles of this UDIM. So let's give it a first part, that was the body, and if we not identify the first two what each and other components, so we simply click on this eye and we see the part that disappears. So this would be the part we will call accessories, and the third of this for tires, and while the room in this crystals, and the four for windows or whatever we call them, and we don't want to see others, we can hide them. Now you can see, so if we have no problem, we can work with anyone at a same time. So we would start with this adding material to my body. So first we would add a paint system here, and you can see we can make use of several of these material that substance painter had. So for what is painting, or as I said before, smart material allow us to use part of these material here, and it can combine them with the part of other material also. So we could start with this metal paint dirty. Here is the material. It is a smart material, and that I have in this part. So something important that with substance and material handling, I need to say that it is that address that substance painter share his here. You can visit and read more about this. Share substancepainter3d.com. So I will also leave the link in the description. So I create an account of this page, and it also free. So we create an account and log in, and we have this access. For example, if we go to this smart material and to this infinity of this downloadable material here, you can easily download these material from the website. Now it seemed to me with the material, and I work with it, so I download it from this link. So in this case, I will consider making a folder here. So with that material, I am using to download them automatically, and all of at once you have substance in the final part. I will indicate how to add all these new downloaded materials to our folder. So this will be continue. Now I'm going to import and texturing this Jeep. So we were saying I will work with this metal paint material here. So I select and drag it directly on this body. So here, as you can see, this is quite nice. So just look much more closer here. So in this type of material of this, so remember that our final scene, so we will make it like a desert surrounding. So we are going to do it in a desert environment. So you have to imagine a desert environment around this Jeep. So according to this environment, it includes dirt and dust mainly. So the texturing system that we are going to use is focused on this way. So therefore the truck being driven by those circumstances, so it will also be with the texture and added dirts. So in this layer section, we have this layer that we will add it as we allocated more material here. And first we add this texture, and we can change it with double click, and we put a name called body paint. Here you can see. Now that folder when clicked is displayed, and we have these different options, and under which this material is composed. And you can see, for example, this is the option of dirt already here. So it's been generated automatically by the effect of this material, and I will move upward a bit here. Now you can see what these options are here. Now we said before, this is UDIM tile. So I correspond to this layer of this tile here, and you can see here. So of these, all are the smart material options. For example, in this dirt part, these are the channels where we did the bake, and on this calculation, this material is based of this metallic color, roughness, and normal, and this height. So if I deactivate height, we see how the power these levels. So I think it would be this way, and since the dirt, it does not become a very pronounced relief. And unlike if we were working on this mud, so this would be a way to remove the relief, and the other would be going down here, and we can change the color of this power structure, and I can go down and vary its color a bit here, and the I can give it a little bit more this identify here. So here we have this option metallic and roughness. So if we take them to the other extreme completely, so this would become a metallic but not applicable. So in roughness alike, the more we take them to the dark part here, you can see. So more brightness and reflective here, and less reflective become, which is most kind of optimal. Well, the dust is not reflective here. So finally we have this height option, and that if we move this to left, it produces this kind of depth. Now if we move it to the right, and it gives us relief like this. So if we move it in the center part, so it's not depth and relief. So we have this value. So when we clicked, we can edit manually. So we put 0. So here you can see it is clean and smooth surface. So it considered that it does with this part, and we already have the body with this paint and the dust part here, and but it's applying to all these, and we would not be correct in this lower part, since we are going to add a material that is clearly seen. So to the next material that we are going to assign, we put a mask on it. So because we would have this mask all these component, here you can see I minimize this and add another material over this, and this time it will be simple material. So we go to this material tab and look for one that we had here, this. So this is pure matte plastic or pure plastic. So we grab it and drag over it. So we see how it placed, and we has painted everything again here. So here we will change this color, and we will put this to black, and we tell them that I don't want this reflection. So it become totally dark, meaningless and lifeless, nothing. It's just a black. So but I want that because I will add it to my bottom. So another one of this option we have going to use is this mask. So we will mask this material to assign it to the bottom here. So we right click on this layer and say add black mask here. Now you can see the mask was added and written again to this visibility of the whole set. Now we go to this option, and we have to the left side. So the mask selection options here, and we have it in the fourth button, polygon fill here, and we click, we go to this right side, and we have the difference option here, and I triangle fill, polygon fill, and mesh fill, and the UV chunk fill here. So they are the different options which here you can see the mask of the object. So the one we will use the most depending on the case we needed. So it is by polygon, by object, or by UV here you can see. Of course, as we practice, we will know how to determine it. Now which is the most correct option that we should use is in this case I want to mask the entire part of this floor. So for that, the whole object as such, the more variable option of this object. Now you can see if I wanted to select this part and where I did to separate UV. So the most correct option is by UV, because I just want to select certain parts as long as they are trimmed and separated by UV here. So I select this part by object, and we just click it, and here we see that has not applied to us here. So but it is because the UV is not removed, so we should not worry in this case. And about that, because we will assign a separate material in this render engine. So as it is unseen part, it would not be much problem here. So this part, if we go to this Maya and I'm going to give shield, so here and has no UV here. So as this flat part, we are taking part of this material, and on the other, but what material, this we have this shadow like this, and in this internal part we return to this painting mode and continue assigning this material. Now here been like some kind of geometry, so these other part are sticking out a bit, and I do it when exporting the model of the render engine, and we will try to correct it a bit, and we can try to add a little more dirt to this truck. So let's go to the reference part, and I want to look at something in particular here like this. So this part is seemingly bright plastic kind of thing, and a little strong. So let's go and get one with this smart material. So here I think this kind of material is good, latex black. So I select it, drag it, and it automatically make it assigned. So now also I'm going to add a mask, and this kind of mask, and we are going to call this floor, and while we are going to call this black plastic. So just rename them, and in this mask option we are going to select this option here, and I will tell you to select me by object here, and I have selected this part of object here. Now to rotate the light, and I press shift plus right button, and we move here horizontally, vertically also, and we change the orientation of this light here. Here I see that we have selected the part of the door on this floor. So maybe here it is. So we are going to erase options. So we are going to erase all these masks. Now it's good time that we have done it and take into this account. Now let's select a part, and does not apply. We select the layer where the material is that we selected poorly. Now, and with this draft option we remove the selection, and we can use another material that contain drift, and for example this one. So I put this sandy print like this. You can preview it on this hollow part geometry. Now I'm going to send it directly to it, and appearance like a super old cardboard like. So we are interested in this dust part. So I'm going to open the material option here, and we have this earth, and if I deactivate the eye, the rush is removed, and we see that the material already become a bit interesting here, you can see. So if I remove the paint option, we have this metal part only, and I remove the metal piece, and I just leave with my dust. So here I can work with, so here you can see. Now I think this is better now, so I can serve better for what we try to recreate. The part I don't need can even be deleted here, and I would only keep this part of the dust, and this is material as such of this power, and we have this filling option here, and here we can change this color to kind of orange, dark orange. So I think something out like this, although it's not a really good, but let's continue with this. So in a way as dirty, which is what we are looking for, just continue with our flow. It would be like a body texturing. Now the internal part if we wish, and we can change it here. So it could look for this material and like a plastic almonds crochet here, you can see. So I think it's fine now, and we enter the option, and in the basic part we change this color to just black like this. We go to this option and add a mask here, and we are going to put this coating box. Now here now I will select, and here come a new selection mode. Since if I continue by object, so I will select the whole box here, and here you could work in this UV selection mode. And because I have cut these internal part of it, now you can see. So we lost the part of dust, so we had just added. So I will move the layer until it form a line under this layer so then we want to place, and we have the dust inside this bucket again. Now let's save it. So if we want, we can generate a folder of substance painter, and we can assign it a name here. So we are going to this body tile because we are going to save this material here. Now so we had this previously, I have just created this, and this is how body paint would be the material we are going to use here. And but we had already made some changes on this hood, so it's like a dirt and little roughness. So we're going to this right click and say create smart material, and here we are created with this name, and we had assigned here. So paint body, or the name we had just assigned. So if we go to this accessories and drag this material over here on this mask, so this is the copy of this same material, so which we assigned to this previously on hood. So we remember to make this mask since we apply to the mask here. So right click on this layer and add black mask. So we go to this selection option in this left panel in polygon fill. Now we also have this option to mask, and by UV, and by object, by polygon, or by this filling triangle. Here you can see we would do it by object, and we simply click on this entire mask, and we have assigned the material here. So the inner part of these holes will be painted black. So I would create a new material again, and we go to this simple material. Now this materials, so I think plastic matte pure could be served here, and here we drag over this, and we select this material, and we go down to this properties. So in base color we select a black color here, and in the option of this metallic and roughness, let's make it have no reflexes and absorbing like this, and we are going to add a mask here. And in this masking option we would do it by UV, and because I just want to apply it to this part, now we go with this plastic material of to this bumper here. So we can look for them in smart material. Now just drag and drop. So we are going to try this matte plastic fake material. So we can play with this size of preview here. You can play with this here. So here the option on this upper right part. So from this material window we tell you what size we want to preview it. So just small, medium and large here. So we go for large version. Now again I emphasize them and to work in this better way, and the idea would be to have this on screen like this. So to separate all these part of material and their categories, so on this main screen I would have all these spaces. so to visualize this model. And this material would give us a feeling to being something plastic here, but at this time something metallic by this time scale, and that prevents the material, and we can go playing with this option here. And if we deactivate the surface again, and this kind of bumper, so if we go to the base color and increase its roughness, so we see how it's really takes more sneaky reflection, and at the same time it is something which we could use here. It also gives us a slightly wear on this corner, you can see. So we consider their kind of vehicle, and if we want to give it an aspect of use, so we have these. So choose and keep these option of this material that given with us, and we simply deactivate the edge option of this material here, and which takes away this wear. Now even lower this opacity. Now here you can see, so make it more convenient. So the effect of this, we can just let it be sneaky effect. So let's give us this material. So we are going to mask everything, and I would put rangers here. Yeah, here this material here on this background. Now let's create a mask, and right click and add this black mask here, and in the selection option we say we want to select by object. Now just mesh fill, we have the option here, and it be right panel here. So we are selecting this part, and we want to material to have is this. Now I activate the symmetry to make a selection of this both side. Now I'm selecting these and apply these basic plastic material over all these hooks and back bumpers, and these headlights, tail lights, and these cover. So now let's go to this part here and insert here. So we have to leave the glass part separately. Now so here we make this selection by UV, because if I put this object, I paint everything. So insist of UV, I had already separated these part, so we repeat leave it free and apply this texture. So here we can do it by object, and since it is independent object here, so we would do this by object, and the sheet will be like a metallic material. Now we move this layer to this upward, and which we leave it already. Now you can see, and we will apply this some kind of alpha as a non-strippy part here. So we will go to these material and simply search for this among these options, one that has non-sticky pattern scheme here, so that can serve as for a little purpose here. So not bumpy squares, I think this texture could help us. So let's drag and drop here, and the basic material, that not smart material here. So we can control them here in part of say UV transformation. So in this part scale, and we can go up with this, and in the level of repetition of this pattern of this material. Now just put a number is 10. You can see here it seems how these become a small and narrow bumps on this. So I put, and the position of size them is changes as I put 20. So I think 10 is fine. I place it 10 again. So we can also rotate it in this way. We want to locate it differently. So let's put some name, of this rubber bumps, and we assign a mask, and now we are going to use this alpha here also. So to generate the mask on this floor of this strip ups, so I need a alpha that is square here. So I need to find these kind of square alpha. So we have one, and we have this other option here. So we simply click on this alpha, and brush has already been transferred. So these are my brush, and I will activate the symmetry again, so the weekend same sequence can be done on the both side. So I get close enough to geometry, so I am going to rotate a light on this. So you can see, press Ctrl and left click, and I can broke this brush. So Ctrl and right click to scale this brush. Now more or less I position it in this size and direction I want to give it. Now adjust their position. I give the first click where I want to mask, and I'm pressing shift, and we see how this line forms, and I click on where I want to mask to end here. So I click, and this so I think this would be applicable on this also. So now I'm going to disable symmetry because there is no need here. I would also have a little detail in geometry here. Now let's moving on. So on we have same color on this body. So again we go to this smart material, and we look for the body paint, and we had previously saved here. Now it does not look so bad, but we will be governed based on references, and add mask. Let's go to the mask selection options here, and we will select this. Now we go to the top, we do the same with this hike here. Now same do with nuts and bolts, and with this also. Now we add a material to this sheet where the keyhole is there, so we would also with a metallic material. Now tram metal, I'm using this. So we are a little dark here, so let's play with this some little more options. So we are going to take away this dirt here. Now we add a mask and click over it. Here you can see we are going to add a alpha to this simulate, and create a key like structure. So I think this could be work here, and I just select, going to create a new layer, and we say add layer. Now we have this brush. Now we select this alpha, and I control right click to scale it down. Now how far the location would be. So if we go to the window view and display setting, and we move to the bottom, we have the mesh wireframe option here, and which allow us to see the mesh of our object. So here we can change this look, and we want to fire wireframe of this look, and when we want to place part or this kind of thing, so I can be very useful to visualize the mesh of our object here and having it activated again in layer, and I place is layer number 2. So I'm going to insert this alpha, but it will be under certain parameters. Now I want to be the inner part of this painted black here, so I selected black color. So I have high and normal activated because I'm going to make it high. So to this left, it is deep here. Now the towards this right side is highlights. Now I want it to be some depth, so I click, and it has generated that effect of depth. So we can click it and couple more times to get it a little more depth here. Now moving on, so also add here a material in this part of the lighthouse. The same is the plastic part. In fact, we already had it added here. So we look for this material, and it seems to me that it is the same as this exactly. Yeah, you can see here. So while for this inner part, it becomes like a metallic material. Now, so we are going to the option of brush or paint, and we will look for the smart material, and this aluminum could serve us. And I'm going to drag it over here and add a mask. So here also, so I don't have a symmetric activated, so I need just to add doubles. So I would have assigned this corresponding part of this body to the lights, so I put it backlight here. And so we will place a material in this window. We go to this crystal layer, and we will locate the glass dirty material here. Now we load the material and how it also generate us. You can see the glass like structure, so it kind of dirt of this crystal. So it's a value which we can play and give it some interactive reflection and a little more realistic and our texturing process. I would just leave it as glass and add a mask, and I will paint it. Now we go to these alpha and we look for brush, and I think this can help us, and we go to this first. I will completely add all these glasses. Now within this material option, the dirt option, in the dirt option we will create the luminance that we had just cleaned them, and I'm going to create a folder. Just we have here add folder, so we created the folder. I will take this dirt layer inside this folder here. Now to the folder I will add a mask, and I add a mask because dirt is already wear a mask here. Therefore I cannot modify it for what I want to do. So the effect of having clean is here, therefore it take to the folder. Now I select this alpha and keeping us in this mask of this folder, and I will paint more or less like this. So it's considering the part that not clean the wiper well. You can see I would only paint it on this part. So I draft we could use this kind of alpha. Now here like this. Thirds we have just dirt and under this wiper. Now so for the rest I simply apply the selection by this object, and because here I want to keep all that dirt in a respective manner, so there is something very important that we must do. We go for this texture settings, and in this channel we have to be a crystal, and it is important to generate the corresponding alpha to cut us, and in the transparency of it, and we add it. So we click on this plus symbol and add an opacity map. So we will use this when we export this texture. Now I am going to add a same material again, this glass. So to this I would put glass 2 here, but to this we are going to totally taking away from here. So I add a mask and I select option by object. Now as I assign it to this headlight glassware, and for this back also we are going to add through this normal and add a subdivision of the gate. So I'm going to create a new layer. So we are going to add a layer here, and we go for alphas, select these I think shape bell we can work. So select this alpha, we would select it, and also with this black color. So I want it to have some depth, so we can try there. So it's too much, so I decrease the size. So I will activate symmetry here. So when we are rotating, and if we press shift, it gives us a rotation at the certain angle of this object. Now just keep in mind, so I could go down here in the straight line, and although I still consider it too wide, so again I'm going to lower the brush size here, make it 0.2, I think. Just I'm going to make this separation. So I will activate this wireframe, and I will be guided by same wire of this object. So for the top, let's lower it a little more. Let's put 0.08 here. Here the problem is there, since it has a extremely low resolution, so it gives us this slight a bit wide. So it's not that important. Just so I will deactivate wireframe and also symmetry. Now you can see we have almost give them a little separation of that. Moving on, so we are going to materials, and we are going to use 70s cubic pattern here. So this kind of thing, so we will increase its scale as it is 1, so we will play with 50, and so it seems that it would look good, so I'll even try it to 40 here, and 30 could be work better. So this would be a reflective. Now we add a mask in this selection option, and we would take it to an object mode, and we select these two part here, and it would be become a reflective headlights on this truck. So now we go to this smart material and add a glass dirt here. To this I will put mirror, and its option I'm going to remove the earth, and we add a mask here. So and we select it to made by UV to select only the internal part. So here you can see as a movie is shared, and we already have it added on the both side. So I'm going to add a new layer, and we are going to add here refills. So we go to alpha, and we are going to look for the alpha that we had these kind of square with faded edge. So we are going to tell you that this time insert of this going to deep here. So highlight us and move it to the right side. Here we will move upward the size, and I think it's necessary that we have guide ourselves with this fire flame. So even it is in initial part, so it is a 3 relief that on this we control plus right click. So we press the control, so we change the size of this brush, and if we press control plus shift, and a completely straight line is drawn here, you can see. Now we have on the symmetry axis, and I have made these relief but painted like a black. So we're just going to change this merge option from this normal to disable, and this takes the same body color here, you can see. Let's go with this tire part now. So if we look at this reference, we see that it is a dark material, so we can try this material which already give us this result. So it's quite good of this aspect, and we want to give to this to wheel of a tire. So we can try to couple more material here. Now just add a dust material and over here, so which is fine for the effect we want to give, but for now let's ignore it, and we test with this other material. So we can play with your own option if you want to remove or add something here, something from here. So even now I still like this material and we added at this beginning. Now here, while I give it to us pretty interesting details, so we can play with this option of this fuse mode, and I can add a mask, and I'm going to paint a little and with this material, and especially here at these edges. So while with draft I remove it and I don't want that area to be highlighted, so I'm going to brush and I'm going to paint this inner part here, so you can see. And with this draft I will remove this part from here. Now I forgot to activate the symmetry to do the same effect. So for that of this other side I'm going to activate it, and I'm doing the mask of other part of this side. So I'm giving a small stalk over this, and with this eraser I erase the part that I don't want to paint. So I will create a new folder and I will drag the two material here. Now I add a mask to this folder and I select these one. Now in this way I avoid masking the two material one by one, and that we have just assigned to this same geometry. So we would have this rim part first, and we will look for this tire that is kind of rubber and dirt, so which already has this mud texture here. So we see how it appears to us, but for this example we would not want this kind of mud texture. So we are going to remove this part of this earth, and we can keep this dirt that is marked in this area and little above, so which can help us to give this visualization of what we want. So I will delete this part and we will create a mask and mask only this tire here. Now we are going to add this powder material like a house wall. So we wait for a moment to load it. Now here you can see we see how he created this dusk scheme, and it would be like surrounded by dirt, and we will play with this value, removing and modify certain parameters. So we are going to remove this base, and we are also going to remove brush. And since a rubber would not have brush, so in fact we will erase or delete them. So let's train also does not do anything, any function. We remove the base also, and we also remove this wire because we don't have metal part over this rubber tire. So this we will also create, and we will modify the value of dust and sand. Then on we have that. So if we select dust and go for this mask option, and here I'm going to lower this value and balance both on this part of dust, and we go to the sand part and selecting the mask, and now we are going down to mask option, and we will also lower their value. So you can see here, so we can put even 0.1 better to 0.0001. so although it is still too much, so we can consider remove it completely. So we would be left alone with this first one, which I can lower it a bit more like here. So I can lower it transparency a bit, and we would have a first scheme here. So of this dusty part and what these kind of tires. So I will add these material to this, and what effect that part of this dust. So we go to your option and we have this dust part. Now you can see I'm increasing and adjusting these kind of values and modify something, but we are moving little this option that mask giving us, so which does not allow us to control the material too much, as you can see here, which does not allow, okay, which I think it would not be too useful, because here you can, I'm adjusting all these value again. So with the material I just added which is the JQR painted sheet. So we see how this dirt way behaves in the most interesting way. So between the stands, which is like this. So I would be more or less, I want to dot these highlights in the middle of the carving of this tire. So we could change the color. So we go down to this option and we remove these tires option, so that I only do this. You can see we change its floor plane color, so it is little more brown here. So we can use this eyedropper option and we select the same tone as before. So I'm selecting this color, and in this way we are added a part as dusty. Now with this structure of tire, which is in this accordance with the rest of this texturing, we apply to this truck box. So what means is we add a chrome title, and for example it can be chrome blue tin. Now apply this. So we will create a mask here, and we select this by object duct chamber or a bake disk, so which would not have this dirt. So when doing this baking action they would do cleared. So sometimes we can add and as a final detail. So for the texturing theme, it is too hard for that goes in this tire of this tire. Now we are going to create an alpha with this kind of texture. So we go for our browser, and in this image section we would place the text called tire normal maps. So I'm finding the normal maps. So in the series of option we already preset as normal maps. Now so let's find the one that suits us better. So I'm looking for this text that goes in this side wall. So I think the texture we have is present image could be served here, and we will save it in a reference folder. Now we'll assign a name, normal map text. So we will open a Photoshop and we will create a new documents here based on the same size, so which was 590 by 590. Now we will drag this and we will take it to document with created, which we created. So use this elliptical tool. So I'm going to make this mask, and I will cover the entire area of this carving. And I would go to this selection, transform selection, and just I'm going to move and adjust the scale of it and adjust its perfect position until I make sure that it completely cover its entire line. So I just little low down, and I think we accept, and I will create a new layer here. Now for now I will paint this part to have a reference of this. So I'm going to hide and control and click on this circumstances, and now I gave Control plus J to separate this part, and you can see here I have the outer part separation, and again I click on this circumference to activate this selection tool here. So let's go to the selection, transform selection, and press Alt and Shift to resize it in same position, same proportional, and I'm going to lower the size of this disk. So more or less I confirm and enter, press delete this internal part. So this will be the normal map that I edit, and select we are going to edit, transform, and flip horizontal. So this would be a right position for our tires. Now I will create the bottom layer and I add a black file. So for now I will be when it become a mask, we always play with the color black. So I'm going to reduce its scale, and I'm going to duplicate this layer with Ctrl J. Here you can see. So with the layer style option, I give it color to variety, and we give it to this, and I save this, Ctrl Alt and S. I will save in PNG format to have a list of this, and we will put this to normal map masking. Now you can see I'm saving this. So I activated this, I save again, and same in PNG for format. So but this would be just normal map, we say. So but this would be, and we return to this substance painter. We go to the alphas, and we open our reference folder and have the alpha and the normal maps. So for that I'm going to alphas. So in this dialog box is display, asking us what we are important. So we tell them the both our alphas are important for us. So you have these options. So if we close this program, so these data will be lost, so and they will no longer be saved in this gladiator folder. So in this case we will only be usable every time we open this project or the shelf of you want. I always select a shelf because I want it at any time. So I essential that I will use any of these resources that I have planned. So we give you import, and this we return to this part of layer. We add a new layer and again add a new layer here. So I will use the mask as a brush, and we see also it formatted as it, and I deactivate the symmetry because I will insert each side independently. Now we go down in this option of this layer, and this is alpha that we add here. Now just move it. So in this color we ignore for now, but in the normal part I am going to we will drag this normal that we imported. So in this way normal will give us that detail on this relief. So in this way I'm going to make this brush a little bigger here, and once I am rotating I press shift and it position in this more orthogonal way here. So I realize centering it and going to click, and I realize that release that. So here we see how these embroideries of this styling of this tire text has been inserted on this tire. So this is really cool here. So we are going to tell it disable mode so that it takes part of this texture so that we had added, but we notice that it is also very bright. So I'm going to give this Ctrl Z to undo this, and we are going to lower this roughness at a little more, and again I position myself again over here and press click. So this again need to disable, and it seemed to me with that would better. So we are even going to more lower than, and again I'm trying this and disable again. Now you can see we do the same on this other side also. So we locate myself, I will rotate this light here, and to see difference option of material we press letter C here. So we will switch between texture of channels to say here we are diffuse mode. Now here we are in cache, this is roughness, and here we in cache, and this is normal, and in which we are visualize these kind of maps. So and we apply as these texture here. So I press the M key, we see the rendering image here. So this is my final image of material. So while we are rotating, now press shift key and to place the tire in the orthogonal view here. Now we try to center it and press click here. We would have particularly this texture scheme in our truck also. Now here you can see, so it's a matter of moving the options if we want to continue adding these things. So modifying, if we want to change this color a little more, let's give a lighter tone here, and I think this color is better now. So you can see, so we have played with this different texture and material in Substance Painter. So we want, if we want to export to this render engine, so in this, so let's try this. So here I'm going to export these texture settings. So to export this texture process for KEYSHOT or other render engines, so it's pretty simple for Substance Painter, since we simply have to go to file and export these textures, and we have these texture export options. So we have all this file of our UDIM as we identify in this part, as you can see. Now here we can select by which set we want to send this sector. So we have preset for Arnold, Corona, and KEYSHOT, CryEngine, Redshift, and all. So each of these engines also mostly which already come with this necessary channel. So but something in this necessary to add a few channels here. So if we select KEYSHOT, by default Substance Painter export us with this diffuse, normal, reflection, roughness, and metallic, but we must add a couple of channel necessary for rendering here. So now let's the ambient ambient nature and the glossiness and this. So to do this, before we go to this configuration of render engine, it's exporting channel, I will just cancel it. So we make sure that in each of these styles have the gloss map added. So in this case, as I always use it, this kind of, and I always have to it added, but if we don't, just check it. Let's go to this plus sign of this channel and we tell you to add a glossiness channel. So we do the same with this body, and we select this body work here tile. So if we don't have it, we should add in this plus sign on this channel. So we do the same with this other layers. So crystal, and we add this glossiness, and again with tires we also add the glossiness channel here, you can see. So done this, now we are going to file and export textures, and here we go with the configuration. We select KEYSHOT, and we are going to add this ambient and glossiness channel. So we are going to duplicate one of this set, so in this case this roughness, and here we have two buttons, the duplicate buttons at this top, and I press X to permanently remove it from this texture set, and I'm going to double it and name it gloss simply. Now I drag the channel we have here, and I drag this little square of color, so like this, and it tell me in what format I want to generate it. So my glossiness is black and white, so it's a gray channel. So I'm going to duplicate it now, but we are going to use it to generate the ambient occlusion. So we drag it from here, and we is also a gray channel here, and we return to export, select any of these map. So now I'm select KEYSHOT again and I apply the channel we have made here. Now I have these gloss, ambient, these kind of channels, and equally gloss, ambient and other channels that would be exported. Now you can see here. So now we have this export formats ready. So I would generally recommend it you can use PNG, which keeps us easy, and resolution of 16-bit details. So you can see, and here we are selected the folder where we want to save our expose file or our texture sets. So we are going to create a texture folder here, select folder and give it export here. So it will take some time. So ready, we have exported the entire texture package here. Now we go to our folder and here you have all these texture maps. You can see accessories, body, tires and all. So if we want, we can create a folder for each of one. So also we have them separate accessories. So like this, I'm creating a folder here, and for body, crystal, and that would be nice. So now here is the accessories and arrive to this part over here in this set. And for bodies, I think I passed one. This is not body. So I control Z and X, and we give control V here, just copy and paste. So this would be here also, and these body. So while the crystal would be up to here and here, move it. So we subtract the map of what we in this. So we will open the body map and we open it in the Photoshop. So that's we have it open while we block this layer here. So I'm going to import the ambient in this Photoshop. I'm taking to this Photoshop and unlock. I'm going to move it here and we press shift, so to be hit on this same direction. Now I'm going to give it a merge mode in multiple, and this add that details on this shadow. You can see how it's changed, and this is generated in this encounter of different geometries. So we can lower it opacity so that it is not so marked. Now you can see here, and we save it again, Control Alt and save. So I select I want to replace this and press yes, okay. Now we wait for it to be saved and ready. Now here let's see with this accessory part, and we do the same with this also. Now open it. We are going to wear this diffuse, and I am going to close this, and I don't need it because I don't need it anymore. And also go with ambient, and now here you can see I'm going to move it here, and I press shift and will also give it in a multiple, and we lower it opacity a little, and more or less like this. So again I'm going to save this and replace my older maps and save again, okay. So we can do the same with this tire part also. So I'm taking this into Photoshop and delete this one and this one. So now taking this part on Photoshop, and we'll do it with more sublet way, multiple, and we see how we have these highlights with this shadow, and but we will make it more concealed like this, and 30% would be fine. So let's I put 40% here, and I'm going to save it again, okay. So we have already extracted all the texture maps of our model, and it's time to take them to our render images, render engine. So now we will see the KEYSHOT render engine. So we will use this for rendering process. So we will see its interface, how it to import the model into it, and first configuration and the different texture maps. So let's moving on. So here you can see we will take this short quickly tour of how your interface is, so how we can move through it. And here you can see at the top we have a menu bar, and at the center we have component on this screen, and on this left side we have some more options. And to save, first we have this everything like a material and equally separated by category: crystals, liquids, lights, paints, plastic, and extra. So they are default material from KEYSHOT library here. So also we can customize them, and we have colors of assigned to this material, and we have different environment to recreate the lights here. Now in our model, either indoor and outside, we can create multiple lights here, or studio or outdoor lights. So we have here black paints, so we can use these, import our own background images like this. Now we have textures that we can use this different material, so that we will apply, and a section of this favorite, so where we can add these material and environment or lighting. Now we use more often here, and this is basically what we have on this left side. So on the right side we have all these configurable assets here. If we select this material, on the right side we have, so all the configuration option of material are shown here, and equally lighting settings like this. Now camera setting, light setting, and much more options are also there, so as well as the resolution of this viewer and render at the end that we obtain. So all these options and properties are there. So at the bottom we have this option to import, and the library, project, animation, and all. So here we can create small animation and finally render here options. Now to start structuring our model for rendering, I would like to go file menu and import. If it does not take us directly, so go to the folder of our project. We look for our project that we had exported, our .obj file, and here it is, and that the geometry center us, and make a snap of this floor of it. Now that is that attached to this floor, and what the program viewer would be, or just keep this original. Usually I have worked with this default options, so we can select what the type of this matrix unit we want to be used, so be its meter, inches, foot, centimeter, and millimeter, and all. So we have this driving scale here, and we also have this clicked keep individual apart. Now keep this individual part, and we will make this, and by material we have this, we can work with this object, and click on this import. So here we have our truck to which we can begin to apply different texture maps. So to be able to select all these parts and going to this screen or this screen tab here, so to select multiple components, and which control key presses, you can see here. So we are adding to this, selecting the door and the side part. So the part of this bottom and the box, which would be this component that we have here, and rename these outlines. So we can add any of these material over here. So I'm going to add a paint material, for example paint gloss here. Now it's simply to identify that I will add material. Now this also has the same scheme that share with the same map, so I double click and material option appears like this. Now we will work with this material graph and material graphics. So let's moving it. So we are not going to use this paint part, so it was only in to identify the part that we are going to texturing. So I'm going to add a node where we going to node and node menu. So we will add a advanced material here. So I delete this material that created, and here I will import or place it. So the texture maps we had added, here you can see this correspond to this body, and we will use this diffuse. Now gloss, metallic, normal and roughness, all these maps are useful to create a wonderful texture. So I drag them and I already use them. So we are going to locate ourselves on this side, and I will duplicate this node. So we right click, press and duplicate. So we will do this following, and in this first duplicate we double click to show the options. Here you can see, and in this reflection index, let's put the number here 10, and while in the second we leave this default value, and I'm going to move the truck a little so I can see that kind of updates, and also do with this a little more here. Now I will connect this diffuse material with this corresponding channel here, but we see that we are put in this weird way. So we double click on the texture map and tell that KEYSHOT. In this type of mapping we are using in UV coordinates. Now is it like this? It should be, and this is the map as we had textured it. So we will take this map to the gross to this spectral channel, and these two channel, the first become texture super intense. This is, but it will be taking shape after we connected the other channel here. So we go with this normal, and that we connect to this bump, and this roughness when we have no more channel. So we connect this, and we try to connect with this with positive sign, and we call it roughness. Now also here roughness. So we add the metallic in this opacity map here. You can see if I the first duplicate, and we see how everything disappear. So we connect this to this second duplicate like this tag, and now if I minimize this, and we see how the texture looks, you can see it really has a bit more solidity, and it also takes shape. Also to the text we had gone this super intensity. So I will update this again, and I will raise the index of reflection. Now you can see we will configure this following material here. So for which I go to this screen tab, and I will select this part of accessories. So likewise with control press, I select multiple objects here. So we are adding more part to my selection here, and here all these parts, sorry, not this one. So I would be this mirror, and then handles, and this kind of all small material. So we will also add any material over here, and to simply identify it, I'm going to put it better on this. So now which part is needed to add this same material here. Now let's moving on. You can see the looking nice, shining. I'm selecting all these small parts, also these edges, glasses, mirror, and all this, and I'm just trying something different, just dragging different material here. You can see so we will also channel this texture map. So for all this selection we just made here, and I would double click, open the material editor here. So I'm going to node material and add a advanced material node here. Now I'm going to delete this, and we'll go this texture folder, and I'm go with this series folder. Now we also work with this diffuse, gloss and material, and normal, roughness. I'm selecting all these maps and drag into my window so we can position them here. You can see here, and we duplicate this node again, double click, and this first one to make we duplicate this node. So we give a reflection index to 10, and we are connected here. Now we are also double click on this first texture map, and we tell him that we are in UV coordinate. You can see, so it would be a gloss in a spectre. Now you can see it become a bit distortion, but let's not worry about this. Just add a normal map in this bump, and this kind of likewise roughness to this roughness, and this plus sign to roughness here. And now this metallic in this first as a opacity map here. Now the metallic in this first as a here also carry the label. Now we will raise its reflecting index a little more, and also this roughness transmission. You can see. Let's go with this tire now. So we select these set of tires, and also first I select this rubber brand, and I will add any material over this, and so we double click on this material, and we go to this material editor, and now we again go with this advanced node, and I'm going to delete this one and just assigned, we duplicate it, and we are apply the same process and we did with this previous one. And so import diffuse, gloss, metallic, normal and roughness maps. So I click and drag over this window. So we short them a little in this side and diffuse on this both side. Now I short them either like this. So I double click on this texture map, and I'm just modify this UV coordinate, and I'm going to place this gross to spectral channel, and here again roughness into coordinate channel, like this. So, and in the same way we do with the bump again, and so we see how it is take a slight relief. So I'm going to increase this bump, so height we have look nice. So let's highlight this map here, and we put this to opacity, and here it is would go as a label. Now what we missed here is this my first node, so I put reflecting index to 10 here, you can see, so which we have this little more visibility. Now I think this part of wheel will apply a different way, so you are noticing. Let's first and save it, press Ctrl S and create a new folder, and in our folder, and we put a KEYSHOT name, and we also assign this name, and this part of wheel we can try with this same material. And so I just created, and this one with the tires, so we can change the name. We put a tire, not get here is not get lost, so just name it and drag it in our wheel, so which give us this kind of look, you can see. So this would have assigned this material here. So we go to this graph material, and to the first we arise this reflective, and let's put a value on it, and number 10 is the top that allow us to this, and what I could upload is the second material here, and I can upload a little one. Now I think it would be fine here, so it gives us a better index of reflection. Now we also update the roughness transmission here, and for some reason we have been affected here. So what crystal is, but it doesn't matter. Now we just go with the scene tab here, and we will reassign this material ready. So we will also add a material to these feathers like this. We go to this plastic and look for a material here, and in fact we already here, so hard rough plastic, and we take them to this pen. Now let's start, and only thing left is to configure this headlight material here. So we go to the scene part, and I will select this crystal here. Now these are the crystals of this lighthouse. I'm going to hide them for now, and this would be the background part, the reflective part here, and I'm going to add an metallic material. So I have all the metallic material here, and I'm looking for one that is chrome hammered. So I select and drag it over here, name of this geometry, so to which we want to assign such material. So this would become the body here, and it's just a body underscore LED here, and we can put a plastic material. So there is one that I always use here, so the hard shiny, and we always take this and drag to this geometry. So this would become this LED crystal. Now you can see here. Now go to this glass and look for this material, and it can be glass cubes gray and glass cube white, and again drop to the material, and if I double click and this crystal options appears, so on this scale of this square we will increase their scale. Let's in fact we better to reduce it, so let's try it 0.5, and I think this need to be adjusted to something different. So it does not work with 0.5. So I return to this scene tab, and I will hide this, and I select this internal part which is this LED as such, and I'm going to this light material and select lights, and I can put an emission on it. So let's try a soft issue here. So I click and drag over this, so which give us this feeling of enlightenment, you can see here. So I activate again. So what is this crystal? So I move away a little and see how that part of a lighthouse tend to illuminate it. So I just what kind of this LED is lighting. So the piece here is also chrome, and I would assign the same chrome material here also. So while this part is here would carry a material kind of, and also made a glass, so we will add a glass window here. So you can see, just drag and hide with this. So we are going to assign a non so reflective material on this piece. Now and any of this chrome we can use. So we also assign this emission of this bulb, and so we have already assigned the light material and the main street lamp here like this. So I will activate the crystal again. Here you can see, and we assign a basic glass material. So we also select and drag and go here, and we also select this. We go to this side, and I will assign the basic crystals. Now you can see here. So I'm going to hide it, and to this internal part I will add a chrome material here, and let's apply this, and to this LED we had created I will add a same emission material here also, and this called nice. So we subtract the part of this small fob. So first it would carry a basic glass material which we'll already have. Just select this and assign an emission. So here it is, and assign them. So here are the same chrome material here, and again I'm going to another type of crystal to vary a bit here. Now so these may work. Glass ridges. So this crystal has this kind of lines here, and which is also something common in model. So we are going to put a density of 0.5 to make it little smaller. Now let's make it a little more transparent and improve the reflective index. Now you can see. So if we go to the scene and look for the emittive material, so here we can play with this, and it has a level 5. We can put a little 8 now, or a 10. So it's an intensity level that we can increase or decrease. So if we go to the environment, and I can totally lower this brightness. So you can see we see how we have this brightness of this scene. So we do something similar over here also. So with these headlights that is on the scene tab, again I select this headlights assembly here. Now we go to this metallic and add a red reflective metallic material. Here you can see, and these kind of red I already have to assign here. So the crystals just these here, and we go back to this glass. Now we are going to add a glass ridged red, and I select and drag it to this section. Now we will increase its reflective index, and I'm going to, so we will lower its scale to 0.5 equally, and so for now I'm going to hide it, and we go to the inner part, and which is also reflective, and I assign the same material as looks. So I will select this two part of LEDs here. So we go to the light again, and we are going to add neutral emissives so that they have a bit here. So I double click on it, and I am going to give it a name, LEDs. So let's assign them a color here, and we are going to these properties of material and put a roughness of 0%. Now here you can see. So again we go to this scene tab, and we will reactivate the glass and protect these headlights. Now we look a little, and here it is. So we see how it really has this effect, and there are same on. So we will rise the intensity of this. Let's I put this to 10 here. So we come back, and we do the same with this central lamp post. So this would be the glass. Let's go to the glass material section here, and we will add a white glass rigid. Let's drag it and double click to activate its property here. Now in the scale we put 0.5, and it can even be smaller, 0.3 here. Now in scene I will deactivate it, and to be able to see the inner part here. So which is I'm going to assign a metallic, so it can be the same chrome, so that we had assigned in my previous material. And this I will simply add a glass reflective. Now here I'm going to drag over this, and since it's a break LED, so the retro light could not be on, which would be like this. So this would be a rear glass of LED that runs throughout these headlights. So here you can see. So I'm going to assign a basic material to this, and for now I hide it and select the part, so which is the rear LED here. So we go to this material and look for the emission material, and we had created just now, here it is. So this is I emits in white, so here we have it. Now I change this color to red, so it is distorted by this intensity, so I will add a new one. So go back to the lights and add a natural issue. Now you can see here I also change the color of this one to red. So again this is perfect, you can see. Now to this we are going to put a hard rough plastic, so click and drag over this. Now I think everything is ready, so we are only a couple of steps away to launching our final render. So see you in the next step. So I think I have completed everything, and just like lighting parameters, background, camera settings, and for certain settings for a final render I will do something. Let's try this. So there is a page Unsplash which can serve and provide us the graphic resources that we need for our render scene. So here we need an image that complements our 3D model. So I'm searching rocky roads. So we have some option here. We will save this to our reference images called backplates. So I will open on this background image here, and in this Photoshop, Control Alt Q, and I'm setting this is resolutions here 540 by 360, which is quite large, so that image size. So we are going to cut it in half, and we have 2736 by 1824, so which seems to be a manageable size here. Now if we still want to lower it, so lower it a bit. So I think this size would be more visible to work here, 2052 by 1368. So let's save it. So I'm saving it in my render folder. Renders, and we're going to save it. Now we are going back to my KEYSHOT, and we are going to configure our workspace to adapt to the size of this image. So our workspace, we are these dimensions are 2052 to 1368 here. So in the KEYSHOT view, let's go to this last tab of resources here. So the KEYSHOT viewer, to this top side, and we say at this resolution. So we want our viewer to be there, and we press preset and say custom. Now in fact it would be a preset or edit custom. Now I'm select this, and we are going to add a new parameter. We are giving it a name of Jeep. So we tell that what size we want in a viewfinder. So I'm adjusting here size 2052 and 1368, and I'm pressing OK. Now we select in custom here, and the name we assign to our viewer here, Jeep. So or the size of our background that we are working with, this is our assigned background. So we go to the environment tab, and we have some option in background here. So show us that environment of the lighting source. So we can select a specific color here, and if we want to add a backplate image, so which is what we want to right now here. So we select our background, so browse our image here and select them, and apply open. So here we have Now here we have our viewfinder and the image, and we are easily simulate this kind of. So now to simulate this kind of thing, this is great, I think. So in this option of this camera tab, so we have this focus distance toward the object here. So, and this is I'm to rotate this object more or less out there, and this is inclines some angle. So we want this model to have some inclination, so it related to this approach we are giving. So this is to rotate that along the improved perspective view. So to this how they look and render the engine viewer final. So follow more fundless this strategy of this graph. So it could be more or less this way. So another point to have touch like this. So our here lens setting, in which we have this perspective. So selling or more dynamic mix, shift. So for this what perspective view is. So here is what is local length, and we see that moving our setting here, and change this kind of display of model. So I think it would be more or less out there, you can see. So in the lighting source of part, we search in environment, and as here we can assign an outer space. So this kind of environment lighting here. So if we see it is a little burn, so let's lower this and control the environment lighting and this control option. Likewise, if we consider this backlight here, so the light is giving directly from the front, so as it the light seam would be pretty good here. Now we can accumulate a little more. So another aspect is that we are going to touch it in this lighting tab, and we make sure we have selected the product option. So this one better simulated the lighting behavior, and in the material and geometry of our model in this render engine is here. Let's play a light more with these parameter and experiment. So if we don't have this shadow, we make sure to activate this shadow projection. So if we had this transparent environment, now you can see I have a reflection of my Jeep on ground, so there is not a case now. Within this editor option of this lighting source, we have this contrast and brightness and size. So the height of this is relation of this object here, and here I'm going to material and I'm going to lower it reflective index. So as you can see, I will lower the reflective index for daytime lighting here. So you have these all setting, you just go and hit and try your according to your own best possible way and design display. So here we say render floating scene is here, so in which we have some option. So in the first output, and we select what format we want to be render. So in this like PNG, JPG and PDF and all, and we have just entered this resolution here, and I will go out again. So if we consider this space we had located, and which was 2052 by 1368, and I press OK. So we go to render again, and we tell them that set these resolution 2058 to 1368, and it assigned me to corresponding size to what kind of render images So I'm naming it, and it would be a name of series of image. So where will the image be saved? I'm set my default rendering folder here. So we select this size, and we have this density parameter here, percentage, sorry. So it would be 300 dpi, and I take out all these render passes, and which will use this post production to improve the certain details in this end. So in option we have under this parameter, and which we determine here, and what time we want to be this rendering. So until we see that the result is good enough here, and I'm stop this, and let's it takes some time. So until we tell KEYSHOT that is ready. Now the next option is maximum time, and it is one of the we assign the time to KEYSHOT to make the render ready. So based on the complexity of this model or the scene we have in mind. So let's advance, and advanced mode, I'm using these sample lights, and just advanced parameter to determine these options, and then we are going to relay this maximum time, and here we usually work for the render time of range 10 to 15 minutes, so which are enough to get maximum details here, so for my model to render. So we would work with this render in a time of 10 minutes. Now the video will be accelerated here, you can see. So all we hope is that the render will complete or our project, and that we would go to our last stage here. So the only remains to wait until the rendering process is complete, and I think then we go to the post-production part, and we will done here. So our course is completed here, and thank you so much to watch this and learn from this. I hope you have understand every steps for this modeling process. Now, so I request you to please write down on comment section about this course, and if you have any doubts, please let me know. I am very happy to help you guys, so that's all for this course. I hope you will like it. So thank you so much. Have a nice day. Good night.